The unthinkable. The phone call came at 2:17 a.m. I've always feared middle-of-the-night calls, those harbingers of news too terrible to wait for daylight. My trembling hand reached for the phone on the third ring. Mrs. Reynolds? This is Mercy Hospital. Your son, James, has been admitted with a suspected brain aneurysm. You should come immediately. The world tilted on its axis. At 65, I had lived through my husband's death a decade earlier, but nothing had prepared me for this moment. James, my brilliant, kind-hearted only child, couldn't be dying. It wasn't the natural order of things. I arrived at the hospital still wearing my nightgown beneath my coat, hair uncombed, hands shaking as I gave my name at the reception desk. A grim-faced doctor led me to a private consultation room, and the words that followed destroyed my world. Massive aneurysm. No warning signs. Nothing could have been done. Already gone. Already gone. My James. Gone. Hours blurred together as paperwork was processed, and decisions no mother should ever make were thrust upon me. It was nearly noon when Sophia, James's wife of 10 years, finally arrived. Designer sunglasses hiding her eyes, expensively manicured nails, tapping impatiently on her phone. There was traffic, she offered without meeting my gaze, and I had to find someone to watch Lucas. I had already called Lucas's school, spoken with his teacher, and arranged for him to spend the day with his best friend's family. The fact that Sophia hadn't thought to do this, that she'd left their 8-year-old son without information about his father's condition, was sadly typical of the woman my son had married. James is gone, I said simply, watching for the reaction that would tell me how to respond. Sophia's perfectly lipsticked mouth formed a small O of surprise. Her hand fluttered to her throat in a gesture that might have seemed natural if I hadn't spent years observing my daughter-in-law's calculated performances. "But he was fine yesterday," Sophia said, her voice catching. "We had dinner, and then he was working in his study. I went to bed early. I didn't even say goodnight." For a moment, genuine regret seemed to flash across her face, quickly replaced by something I couldn't quite identify. Relief? Calculation? Whatever emotion had surfaced was quickly masked by a more appropriate expression of shock. As the day progressed, I watched Sophia make phone calls in hushed tones, stepping away whenever hospital staff approached with questions about funeral arrangements. When decisions needed to be made about James's remains, Sophia deferred to me with a casualness that seemed oddly detached. "You know what he would have wanted better than I do." By evening, as we waited for James's body to be released to the funeral home, Thomas Bennett arrived, James's closest friend since law school and his personal attorney. His genuine grief was apparent in his reddened eyes and tight embrace as he held me. "I can't believe he's gone," Thomas whispered. "I just had lunch with him on Monday." I nodded, unable to form words through my grief. Thomas turned to Sophia, offering condolences that were met with a practiced, somber nod. "We'll need to meet soon," Thomas said, his professional tone returning slightly. "There are matters in James's will that will need immediate attention." Sophia straightened at this, dabbing at eyes that remained suspiciously dry behind her sunglasses. "Of course. Perhaps tomorrow? I'd like to get things settled quickly for Lucas's sake." The mention of my grandson pierced through my fog of grief. Lucas. Sweet, sensitive Lucas, who had lost his father and whose mother was already thinking about settling things quickly. "Lucas should be told in person," I said firmly. "I'll go with you to pick him up." "That's not necessary," Sophia replied quickly. "I can handle my own son." The slight emphasis on "my" wasn't lost on me. It was a familiar dynamic, Sophia asserting control over Lucas when it suited her narrative as devoted mother, while relegating actual parenting to James and, increasingly, to me. "He adores you," Sophia added, her tone softening artificially. "He'll need his grandmother more than ever now." The manipulation was transparent to me. After 30 years as a psychology professor, I'd studied enough human behavior to recognize what she was doing. Sophia was already positioning herself, ensuring I would remain available for childcare while establishing clear boundaries of authority. As we left the hospital, I caught sight of Sophia checking her reflection in a window, adjusting her hair before pulling out her phone to make another call. In that unguarded moment, with no audience to perform for, her face showed neither grief nor shock, only cool assessment, like someone calculating their next move in a chess game. I turned away, my heart breaking anew. Not only had I lost my beloved son, but it appeared my grandson was in the hands of a woman who saw his father's death as an inconvenience at best, an opportunity at worst. What I couldn't know then was that James had foreseen this very scenario and had taken extraordinary measures to protect both me and his son from the woman he had finally recognized as a threat to us both. In the coming days, as I struggled through the fog of grief to arrange my son's funeral, I would begin to uncover the breadth of James's foresight and the depth of Sophia's deception. But that night, as I returned to my empty house alone, I could only clutch my son's childhood photo to my chest and wonder how I would find the strength to face the days ahead. For Lucas, I told myself, I must be strong for Lucas. Something in Sophia's behavior had triggered every protective instinct I possessed. My grandson had lost his father. I was determined he wouldn't lose his grandmother too, not when I suspected he would need me more than ever. A devastating midnight call has shattered my world, but something doesn't feel right about my daughter-in-law's reaction to my son's death. What secrets was James keeping about his failing marriage, and what measures did he take to protect us before his untimely death? I couldn't know then that my greatest challenge as a mother was just beginning. I've attended enough funerals in my 65 years to recognize genuine grief. It manifests differently in each person. Some collapse inward, some rage, some grow eerily calm, but there's an authenticity that can't be fabricated. As I sat in the front pew of the church watching people approach my son's casket, I observed a masterclass in emotional performance from my daughter-in-law. Sophia had dressed impeccably in a designer black dress that managed to be both appropriate and flattering. Her hair was styled in subdued waves, her makeup subtle yet flawless, tear-proof mascara evident as she dabbed occasionally at dry eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief. She leaned against me at calculated intervals, murmuring things like, "He would have appreciated such a turnout," and James always spoke so highly of everyone here. To observers, we appeared as a united front of grief, the devastated widow and the heartbroken mother supporting each other through unimaginable loss. Only I could feel how lightly she rested against my shoulder, ready to straighten the moment someone important approached. Only I noticed how her eyes constantly scanned the room, assessing each mourner's social and financial status. Only I caught the subtle changes in her voice when speaking to James's wealthier clients versus his childhood friends. But my attention was primarily focused on Lucas, seated on my other side, his small body occasionally shaking with silent sobs. Unlike his mother, my grandson's grief was raw and real, his face blotchy from genuine tears. I kept my arm around him, offering tissues and quiet comfort as he stared at the casket containing his father. "Is Daddy really in there?" he whispered during a lull in the service. "His body is," I explained gently, "but the special part that made him Daddy, his love, his thoughts, his spirit, that's still with you, always." Lucas nodded, seeming to understand this distinction better than many adults. "I can still feel him sometimes, like he's watching." "I believe he is," I said, fighting back fresh tears. Sophia leaned across me. "Lucas, sit up straight. People are watching." I felt his small shoulders stiffen under my arm. This concern with appearances, rather than her son's emotional state, was precisely why James had been increasingly leaving Lucas in my care over the past year. After the service, the procession of mourners offering condolences seemed endless. James had been well loved, by colleagues at his law firm, by clients he had helped, by neighbors and friends. Each person had a story about his kindness, his integrity, his subtle humor. "Your son helped me keep my house during my divorce," one woman told me, clasping my hands. "He reduced his fees when he learned I was struggling, then connected me with financial advisors who helped me get back on my feet. James was the only attorney who took my discrimination case when no one else would," an elderly gentleman said. "He cared about justice, not just billable hours." These testimonials were bittersweet balm to my aching heart. My son had lived his values, had made a difference. I stored each story carefully in my memory, knowing Lucas would treasure them someday. Throughout the reception, I noticed Sophia having intense whispered conversations with several people, including a tall, expensively dressed man I didn't recognize. When I approached, they separated smoothly, Sophia introducing him as Richard Harlow, one of James's real estate investment partners. "My condolences, Mrs. Reynolds," he said, his handshake brief and impersonal. James was a remarkable man. Something in his tone rang false, and the way Sophia's hand briefly touched his arm suggested a familiarity beyond business acquaintance. I filed this observation away, my professor's brain automatically cataloging behavioral details even through my grief. By evening's end, exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. Lucas had fallen asleep on a couch in the funeral home's private room, emotionally spent. As I arranged his suit jacket over him like a blanket, Thomas Bennett, James's attorney, approached quietly. "Eleanor, could we speak privately for a moment?" I followed him to a secluded corner, away from lingering mourners. "James left explicit instructions about certain matters," Thomas said, keeping his voice low. "I can't go into details yet, but he asked me to tell you one thing immediately. Trust your instincts about Lucas. Does that make sense to you?" I glanced toward my sleeping grandson, then at Sophia, who was checking her makeup in a compact mirror while nodding absently at condolences. "Yes," I said slowly. "I believe it does." "Good. We'll need to meet officially tomorrow about the will. But James wanted you to know that." He hesitated, choosing his words carefully. "Arrangements have been made. For both of you." Before I could ask more questions, Sophia approached, her social smile firmly in place. "Thomas, I hope we can resolve everything quickly," she said. "I'm thinking of taking Lucas away for a while after this. A healing trip. Probably best to handle the estate matters promptly." "Of course," Thomas replied neutrally. "My office, tomorrow at 2. As we prepared to leave, I gathered Lucas into my arms, his slight weight a precious burden. Sophia made no move to help, instead scrolling through her phone. 17 missed calls, she sighed. So many arrangements to make. I studied her composed face, noting the absence of grief's telltale signs. No swollen eyes, no exhaustion of spirit, none of the physical manifestations of heartbreak that were currently crushing me from within. "What arrangements?" I asked, carefully keeping my tone curious rather than accusatory. "Life goes on, Eleanor," she said, not looking up from her screen. "Bills, accounts, notifications. James handled everything. Now it's all on me. Not us. Not, we'll figure it out together for Lucas." The solitary me spoke volumes. As I settled Lucas into my car, Sophia had asked if I would keep him overnight to give her space to process. I felt a strange sense of foreboding mixed with something else, something that felt almost like my son's presence, urging me to stay vigilant, to watch carefully, to protect what he could no longer protect himself. "We're going to be okay, Lucas," I whispered to my sleeping grandson. Somehow, we're going to be okay. I didn't yet know how prophetic or how challenging that promise would prove to be. The funeral reveals striking contrasts between Sophia's calculated performance and Lucas's genuine grief. As I observe my daughter-in-law's suspicious behavior, a cryptic message from James's attorney suggests my son anticipated trouble. What arrangements did James make before his death? And what is Sophia already planning while we're still saying goodbye? James left everything to me? Sophia's perfect composure slipped for the first time as she sat in Thomas Bennett's office the day after the funeral. I watched her face cycle through emotions, first smug satisfaction, then confusion, and finally thinly veiled outrage as Thomas continued reading the will's provisions. "Not exactly," Thomas corrected, his professional tone unchanged. "Mr. Reynolds left you the lake house property, his investment portfolio with Meridian Partners, and a life insurance policy of $500,000. I sat quietly, hands folded in my lap, as Thomas outlined the inheritance that had left Sophia increasingly agitated. While substantial by most standards, nearly $1 million in total, it clearly fell short of her expectations. The family home at 1742 Oakwood Drive, both vehicles, and his personal bank account at First National are bequeathed to his mother, Eleanor Reynolds, Thomas continued, not meeting either of our eyes as he read directly from the document. "That's impossible," Sophia interrupted, her carefully manicured nails digging into the leather armrests. "We purchased that house together. It's our marital property." Thomas slid a document across the desk. "The house was purchased solely in James's name before your marriage. It was never converted to joint property. The deed and mortgage documents confirm this." I kept my expression neutral despite my own shock. James had never mentioned any of these arrangements to me. The family home, a beautiful colonial with 4 bedrooms and a backyard where Lucas had his treehouse, was apparently mine, not Sophia's. So were James's Mercedes sedan and Range Rover, along with a bank account I hadn't known existed. What about Lucas's college fund? Sophia demanded, her voice rising slightly. James always said he was setting aside money for Lucas's education. Thomas nodded. Mr. Reynolds established a trust for Lucas's educational expenses. You are not the trustee of this account. Then who is? Sophia's question came out as nearly a hiss. Thomas glanced at me briefly. Eleanor has been named trustee of all funds related to Lucas's care and education. The room fell silent as Sophia processed this information. I could almost see the calculations happening behind her eyes, totaling assets, weighing options, formulating responses. This makes no sense, she finally said, her voice deliberately modulated to convey wounded confusion rather than the anger I could see simmering beneath. James and I discussed our estate plans. This is nothing like what we agreed upon. Thomas cleared his throat. The will was updated 3 months ago. James came to me specifically to make these changes. Everything is legally executed and witnessed. 3 months ago? Sophia's eyes narrowed. He never mentioned any changes to me. That was his prerogative, Thomas replied simply. I remained silent, absorbing the implications of what I was hearing. 3 months ago, James had secretly revised his will to ensure I would have the family home and financial resources while limiting Sophia's access to certain assets. The timing corresponded with a period when James had seemed particularly troubled, often bringing Lucas to stay with me for father-son weekends that I suspected were actually meant to give James space to deal with marital issues. There must be some mistake, Sophia said, turning to me with a practiced look of appeal. Eleanor, you know James would have wanted his family to remain in their home. You have your own house. Surely you don't intend to take ours away from Lucas. The subtle manipulation was impressive, framing any enforcement of James's wishes as me taking something from my grandson rather than from her. I recognized the tactic, but chose not to confront it directly. I'm as surprised as you are, Sophia, I said truthfully. I need time to process all of this. Thomas continued with additional details. Items about personal effects, specific bequests to charities, funeral expenses that had been prearranged. Throughout it all, I noticed Sophia texting under the table, her face a mask of appropriate grief, occasionally disrupted by flashes of calculation. When the meeting concluded, Thomas asked me to stay behind for a moment. Once Sophia had left, with a tight-lipped promise to talk soon directed at me, he closed his office door and sat across from me. There's more, he said quietly. James left this for you, with instructions to give it to you privately after the initial reading. He handed me a sealed envelope with my name written in my son's familiar handwriting. My hands trembled as I took it. Should I gestured to the envelope. Take it home, Thomas advised. Read it when you're alone and ready. And Eleanor, he added, his professional demeanor softening. James knew exactly what he was doing. Trust that. I nodded, slipping the envelope into my purse as I rose to leave. In the lobby, I found Sophia engaged in an intense phone conversation, her back turned to the receptionist's desk. I paused, out of sight, but within earshot. Completely blindsided me, she was saying, her voice low but furious. The house, the cars, even access to Lucas's education fund. No, I don't think he suspected anything. Must have been his mother's influence. Of course I'm going to fight it, Richard. I've put in 10 years with this family. I deserve more than some vacation property and insurance money. I retreated silently, taking the stairs instead of waiting for the elevator where Sophia might see me. My mind was racing with questions, but one thing was becoming increasingly clear. James had anticipated something I was only beginning to understand. Back in my own modest home, with Lucas still at school, I finally opened the envelope with shaking hands. Inside was a single page of stationery from James's law office. Mom, if you're reading this, the unthinkable has happened. I'm so sorry to leave you with this burden, but there's no one I trust more. My marriage has been failing for some time. What began as growing apart has evolved into something more concerning. I've discovered things about Sophia that make me fear for Lucas's future emotional well-being and for your security. I've arranged things to protect you both. The house, cars, and money aren't really for you. They're tools to ensure Lucas has one stable, loving parent figure when I'm gone. Sophia will fight this. She'll try to manipulate you. Don't let her know what you know or suspect. Watch and wait. Document everything regarding Lucas's care. Thomas has the rest of my instructions and evidence I've gathered. He'll help when the time is right. I love you, Mom. You taught me to see people clearly and to plan ahead. I'm counting on those same qualities now to protect my son. James. I pressed the letter to my chest, fresh tears spilling down my cheeks. Even facing his own mortality, James had been thinking of protecting his son and me. Now I understood my mission clearly. For my son's sake, for Lucas's future, I would need to become something I'd never been before. A strategic opponent in what was clearly going to become a battle of wills and manipulation with Sophia. It was time to put my psychology background to its most important use, yet. James's will reveals shocking arrangements that leave Sophia furious and me stunned. Why did my son secretly transfer so many assets to my name? His private letter confirms my worst suspicions about Sophia and gives me a sacred mission. Protect Lucas at all costs, but to outsmart my calculating daughter-in-law, I'll need to hide what I know and play a longer game than she expects. Grandma, when is Dad coming back? Lucas's innocent question over breakfast 3 days after the funeral pierced my heart. At 8 years old, he was old enough to understand death conceptually, but still young enough to hope for impossible miracles. Oh, sweetheart, I said gently, setting down my coffee cup and taking his small hand in mine. Remember what we talked about? Daddy can't come back. His body stopped working because of the aneurysm in his brain. Lucas nodded, eyes downcast. I know, but sometimes I forget when I first wake up. I keep thinking he'll come make pancakes like on Saturdays. I swallowed past the lump in my throat. I know it's hard. I miss him too, every minute. Would you like me to make pancakes on Saturdays now? They wouldn't be the same, he mumbled, then quickly added, but I'd like that anyway. I was staying at James's house, my house now, according to the will, to help care for Lucas while Sophia dealt with important paperwork, as she'd vaguely explained. In reality, I suspected she was meeting with her own attorney to contest James's will, but I kept this thought to myself. After dropping Lucas at school, where his teacher had been wonderfully supportive, I returned to the house to find Sophia waiting in the kitchen. She'd let herself in with her key, dressed in a sleek black pantsuit that conveyed businesslike mourning. Eleanor, she greeted me with a kiss on the cheek that didn't reach her eyes. I'm glad you're here. We need to talk about arrangements going forward. Of course, I replied, maintaining the polite, somewhat deferential demeanor I'd decided to adopt as my strategy. Would you like some coffee? Please. She seated herself at the kitchen island, watching as I moved around what was technically now my kitchen. This is all so overwhelming. The paperwork, the accounts, the decisions. I can only imagine, I murmured sympathetically, playing my role while remembering the angry phone conversation I'd overheard. How can I help? Sophia's perfectly made-up face registered brief surprise at my accommodating tone, quickly replaced by calculated warmth. You're so kind, Eleanor. Actually, I've been thinking about what makes the most sense for everyone, especially Lucas. Here it comes, I thought, keeping my expression open and receptive. This house has so many memories of James, she continued, her voice taking on a practiced tremor. Every room reminds Lucas of what he's lost. It might be healthier for him, for both of us, to make a fresh start somewhere else. I nodded thoughtfully while placing a mug of coffee before her. You're considering moving? I've found a lovely condo downtown, near the cultural district. Excellent schools nearby, walking distance to the art museum and library. She stirred her coffee deliberately. The thing is, Eleanor, with the way James arranged things, I'll need your cooperation. Oh? I tilted my head questioningly, as if I hadn't already anticipated this conversation. The will situation is obviously some kind of mistake or misunderstanding. James would never have intentionally put me in such a difficult position. Her tone hardened slightly before she caught herself. I've spoken with an attorney who suggests we could avoid lengthy legal proceedings if you'd simply transfer the house to me, as James would have wanted. I widened my eyes, projecting thoughtful consideration rather than the indignation I felt at her attempt to manipulate me using my son's supposed wishes. I see, I said slowly. And what does your attorney say about the fact that James updated his will only 3 months ago, specifically to make these arrangements? A flash of irritation crossed her face before her mask of reasonable grief returned. James wasn't himself in recent months. He was working too hard, stressed about cases. He wasn't thinking clearly about our family's best interests. I nodded, as if considering this explanation. That must have been difficult for you both. It was, she sighed dramatically, which is why I believe he would want us to correct this oversight now. For Lucas's sake. The invocation of Lucas's welfare, her trump card, was deployed exactly as I'd expected. I took a deliberate sip of coffee, giving myself time to formulate my response. I understand your concern, I said finally, but making hasty decisions during grief isn't wise. Perhaps we should give ourselves some time to adjust before making major changes? Sophia's smile tightened, almost imperceptibly. Of course, you need time, but the condo I've found won't be available for long. It would be so much easier for Lucas if we could settle things quickly and let him start healing in a new environment. I recognized the sales tactic, creating artificial urgency to force a quick decision. My years teaching negotiation strategies to psychology students hadn't been wasted. Why don't we ask Lucas how he feels about moving? I suggested mildly. He might find comfort in staying in the home where he has so many memories of his father. Children don't always know what's best for them, Sophia countered smoothly. That's why adults make these decisions. Besides, he's already dealing with enough emotional turmoil. I noted how skillfully she'd positioned herself as the protective parent while subtly suggesting I would harm Lucas by consulting him about his own feelings. James's letter rustled in my memory. She'll try to manipulate you. You're probably right, I conceded, watching relief flash across her features. Let me think about it all for a few days. This has been such a shock. Of course, she agreed, clearly believing she'd made progress. Take the weekend. But Eleanor, she added, her voice dropping to a confidential tone, I'm worried about finances with the way things stand. James handled everything, and now I'm finding credit card bills, the mortgage that was now my responsibility, according to the will. But I kept this observation to myself. I'd be happy to help review the household accounts, I offered, seizing the opportunity. Perhaps we could go through everything together? That's not necessary, she said quickly. I just meant that resolving the house situation would help me access the equity we've built for Lucas's education and well-being. The education fund that James had specifically placed under my control as trustee. I wondered if she realized how transparent her motivations were to someone trained to observe human behavior. Let's talk more next week, I suggested, rising as if our conversation had reassured rather than alarmed me. I should get some rest before picking up Lucas from school. After Sophia left, I sat alone in the quiet house, mentally reviewing our interaction. She clearly believed I was a grief-stricken, somewhat passive older woman who could be maneuvered into surrendering what James had entrusted to me. For now, I needed her to continue believing exactly that. I picked up my phone and called Thomas Bennett. I need to understand exactly what evidence James collected, I told him without preamble, and how we can gather more. This is going to be a longer game than I anticipated. Sophia wastes no time trying to manipulate me into signing over the house, using Lucas's welfare as emotional leverage. Playing the role of a compliant, grief-addled mother-in-law, I appear to consider her proposal while secretly planning my counteroffensive. James warned me she would fight dirty, but he didn't know his mother was ready to fight smarter. The performance has begun, and I intend to be the better actor in this dangerous production. Grandma, Mom says I have to go with her to Miami next weekend, but I don't want to. Lucas's troubled face looked up at me as I tucked him into bed, 1 week after James's funeral. This was the first I'd heard of any Miami trip, which immediately raised red flags. Miami? I kept my voice casual while my mind raced. That sounds like an adventure. Lucas shook his head, clutching his stuffed dinosaur tighter. She says her friend Richard has a boat and we'll stay at a fancy hotel. But I have my science project due Monday, and Dad always helped with my projects. I smoothed his hair gently. Have you told your mom about the science project? She said I can skip it, that teachers understand when your dad dies. His voice caught on the word. But Dad wouldn't want me to skip it. He always said commitments are important. Your father was right about that, I agreed, making a mental note of this conversation. Let me talk to your mom tomorrow. Maybe we can work something out. After Lucas fell asleep, I called Thomas Bennett at his home number, which he'd provided for urgent matters. Miami? Thomas's voice sharpened when I explained the situation. With Richard Harlow? You know him? I asked, surprised. He's the real estate developer I mentioned in our meeting yesterday, the one James had concerns about. Thomas's tone was carefully measured. Eleanor, did you install the home monitoring system I recommended? Yes, the technician finished today. Cameras in the common areas and the security system that sends alerts to my phone. I'd followed Thomas's advice to improve home security, though the underlying purpose was different than what a grieving family might normally install. Good. That recording capability may prove valuable. He paused. I'm sending you some materials from James's private file tomorrow by courier. Don't open the package where anyone might see you. The next morning, after taking Lucas to school, I received a sealed manila envelope. Inside were printouts of text messages between Sophia and someone saved in her phone as RH, dated from various points over the past 8 months. James had apparently gained access to her phone records through means I chose not to question, given his legal background. The messages painted a damning picture. An affair that had begun almost a year ago. Plans made and broken. Complaints about James working late, about being trapped in her marriage. References to Lucas as the complication in their relationship plans. Most disturbing were exchanges from just 2 months ago. RH. How long are we going to keep this limbo going? You said you were ready to leave. Sophia. Patience. Jay's name is on everything important. Need to get financials in better position first. Working on it. ERH. The Cayman property isn't going to wait forever. Perfect opportunity for fresh start. Sophia. Trust me. Few more months, Max. Everything will fall into place. I sat back, hands shaking slightly. These weren't just messages documenting an affair. They revealed Sophia had been planning to leave James, but wanted to secure financial assets first. Had James discovered these messages and changed his will in response? Is that why Sophia had been so shocked by the provisions? Another document in the package was a private investigator's report James had commissioned, containing photographs of Sophia and Richard Harlow entering a hotel together, expense reports showing gifts he'd purchased for her, and background information on Harlow's business dealings, some of which appeared ethically questionable. The final item was a handwritten note from James to Thomas, dated just 3 weeks before his death. Tom. Enclosed is everything I've gathered. Not sure what my next steps should be. Confronting her could jeopardize my access to Lucas if things go badly. Need to protect him above all. We'll meet you next Thursday to discuss options. James had died on Tuesday. The meeting never happened. Armed with this knowledge, I approached my conversation with Sophia about the Miami trip strategically. I waited until she came to pick up Lucas's weekend bag that Friday afternoon. Lucas mentioned you're planning a trip to Miami? I kept my tone light, curious rather than confrontational. Just a quick weekend getaway, Sophia replied, checking her designer watch. Good for him to have a distraction. He's worried about missing his science project deadline, I mentioned casually. You know how James always emphasized academics. Sophia's smile tightened. A weekend off won't hurt his GPA, Eleanor. The school psychologist actually recommended new experiences to process grief. I nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. Though I wonder if a boat trip with Richard, was it? Might be a bit much so soon after losing his father. Lucas seems anxious about it. Her eyes narrowed slightly at my mention of Richard's name. Lucas will be fine. Children are adaptable. They certainly are, I agreed. Though sometimes they need familiar routines during trauma. I'd be happy to keep him here to finish his project, if that would help your plans. I could see the calculation happening behind her eyes, weighing the freedom of a child-free weekend against her need to maintain the appearance of devoted motherhood. That's thoughtful, but unnecessary, she said finally. This trip is about mother-son bonding. Of course, I conceded, then added innocently, Oh, I've been meaning to ask, do you know the password to James's home computer? Lucas was hoping to find some photos for a memory book his counselor suggested. I don't keep track of James's passwords, she said dismissively. Have Thomas check his office files. Another note for my growing mental catalog. Sophia claimed not to know James's passwords, information that most spouses would share. I'd already found his password notebook in his desk drawer, but her response was telling. One more thing, I said as she turned to leave. Lucas's teacher wants parent volunteers for their field trip to the Science Museum next Wednesday. Since I'm not officially a parent, I thought you might want to sign up. The children who've lost parents apparently find these outings especially difficult. It was a test, one I suspected she would fail. Wednesday? I have an all-day spa appointment I've been waiting weeks for. Mental health care, she added with a performative sigh. You understand. Of course, I said sympathetically. Self-care is important during grief. I'll explain to Lucas's teacher. After she left with a promise to return Sunday evening with Lucas, I immediately called Thomas. She's taking Lucas to Miami with Richard Harlow, I reported. I need to document this trip carefully. Already on it, Thomas assured me. I've engaged the same investigator James used. We'll have photographs of everything. Miami is actually helpful for our purposes. It shows her priorities clearly. And if Lucas is upset by the trip, I couldn't keep the worry from my voice. Document his emotional state when he returns. Have him talk to his counselor about it. Every reaction becomes evidence, Eleanor. I hated viewing my grandson's pain as evidence, but I understood the necessity. Building a case for Lucas's well-being meant carefully cataloging everything that threatened it. As I prepared for a weekend alone in James's house, my house, I thought about the theater production unfolding around us all. Sophia playing the grieving widow while planning escapes with her lover. Me playing the supportive mother-in-law while gathering ammunition. Even Lucas, unconsciously providing crucial insights through his innocent comments and reactions. The only person not performing was James, whose absence remained the most powerful presence in our lives. I touched the framed photo of him on the mantel. "I'm watching, James," I whispered, "just like you asked me to, and I'm learning more than Sophia realizes." Disturbing evidence reveals Sophia has been planning her escape for months, viewing Lucas as a complication in her affair with Richard Harlow. As she whisks my grandson off to Miami with her lover, I maintain my performance as the supportive mother-in-law while carefully documenting every poor parenting decision. James had begun building a case before his death. Now I'm continuing his work, gathering evidence that will eventually protect Lucas from a mother who sees him as an afterthought in her new life plans. Lucas returned from Miami with sunburned shoulders, a stomach ache from too much ice cream, and emotional withdrawal that broke my heart. He trudged into the house Sunday evening, hours later than Sophia had promised to bring him back, his small face tight with exhaustion. "How was your trip, sweetheart?" I asked, kneeling to his level as Sophia texted rapidly on her phone behind him. Lucas shrugged, eyes downcast. "The boat made me sick." "He's being dramatic," Sophia interjected without looking up from her screen. "It was just a little motion sickness. The resort was 5-star. The weather was perfect. He had a wonderful time." Lucas's expression told a different story, but he remained silent, casting a quick glance at his mother before mumbling, "Can I go to my room?" "Of course," I said gently. "I'll bring up some ginger tea for your tummy in a few minutes." As he trudged upstairs, I noticed he wasn't carrying his backpack. Did Lucas forget his school bag? Sophia waved dismissively. "It got wet on the boat, nothing important in it. His science project materials were in that bag," I pointed out, carefully keeping accusation from my tone. "He can get an extension. I'll write a note." She finally looked up from her phone, her expression daring me to challenge her. "Richard sends his regards, by the way. He was disappointed you couldn't join us." The brazen mention of her lover made my stomach clench, but I maintained my facade of oblivious politeness. "How thoughtful. I hope you enjoyed your weekend." "Very much," she replied, a hint of triumph in her smile. "Richard has wonderful connections in Miami. We're considering investment opportunities there." "How nice," I murmured, making a mental note of this casual admission of future plans. I should check on Lucas. Upstairs, I found my grandson sitting on his bed, staring at a photo of James on his nightstand. The room was exactly as he'd left it Friday, homework still spread across his desk, work he clearly hadn't touched all weekend. "Want to tell me about the trip?" I asked gently, sitting beside him. His lower lip trembled. Mom was on her phone the whole time. She and Richard talked about boring grown-up stuff and left me with the hotel babysitter, even at night. My heart sank. "The whole night?" He nodded miserably. 2 nights. The babysitter fell asleep watching TV, and I got scared because I didn't know where I was when I woke up. I called Mom's room, but she didn't answer. I kept my expression neutral while inwardly seething. That must have been frightening. Richard has a big boat, but he wouldn't let me touch anything. He said kids mess things up. Lucas picked at a loose thread on his comforter. And Mom laughed when he said that, even though Dad always let me help steer our little boat. Each detail was another piece of evidence, another example of Sophia prioritizing her new relationship over her son's emotional needs. I made careful mental notes to record later in the journal Thomas had suggested I keep. "Did you tell Mom you were scared or upset?" I asked. Lucas shook his head. "She was having fun. She told me in the car that it's important for her to be happy again, and I shouldn't make things harder by complaining." The manipulation of making an 8-year-old responsible for his mother's happiness, especially one grieving his father, sent a surge of protective anger through me. I pushed it down, focusing instead on comforting Lucas. It's okay to have feelings about things, I told him, pulling him gently against my side. Even when grown-ups are having fun, your feelings matter too. He leaned into me, his small body relaxing slightly. Dad always asked about my feelings. I know, sweetheart. I know. After getting Lucas settled with tea for his stomach and helping him salvage what we could of his science project, I documented the evening's revelations in my journal, adding them to the growing catalog of concerning behaviors. Thomas had explained that establishing patterns was crucial. Any single incident could be explained away, but consistent patterns of neglect or poor judgment would build our case. Over the next 2 weeks, those patterns emerged with disturbing clarity. Sophia began staying out late without explanation, leaving Lucas with me more frequently. She missed his school conference, sending me in her place with a vague excuse about estate meetings. She forgot to refill his asthma medication, necessitating an emergency pharmacy run when he had a mild attack during soccer practice. Each incident was meticulously documented in my journal. Each one showed a mother increasingly detached from her son's daily needs while I stepped in to fill the void. I was careful not to criticize Sophia directly to Lucas, focusing instead on providing the stability and attention he craved. The security system I'd installed captured telling moments. Sophia bringing Richard to the house late one evening, both slightly intoxicated, unaware that Lucas was awake, and witnessed their intimate behavior in the kitchen. Sophia instructing Lucas to remember to tell Grandma you had a great time today, after a rushed outing where she'd spent most of the time on business calls. Multiple instances of her promising Lucas she'd attend his activities, then canceling at the last minute. My performance as the supportive, somewhat naive mother-in-law continued throughout. I offered to help with Lucas's care in ways that seemed generous rather than strategic. I expressed understanding when Sophia claimed grief brain for forgotten commitments. I avoided confrontation when she made thinly veiled comments about moving forward with selling the house. Eleanor, we need to discuss the house situation, she said one evening, 3 weeks after James's death. She'd arrived unexpectedly while I was helping Lucas with homework, dressed for what was clearly a dinner date rather than a mother-son evening. Of course, I replied amiably. I've been meaning to ask what items you'd like to keep when I move in permanently next month. Her perfectly shaped eyebrows arched in surprise. Move in? I thought we agreed the house should be sold. Oh, I don't recall agreeing to that, I said mildly. Actually, I've been thinking it's best for Lucas to maintain stability right now. His therapist mentioned how important familiar environments are during grief. Her expression hardened momentarily before she forced a concerned smile. I'm worried about you, Eleanor. This house is far too large for you to manage alone. And the financial burden of the mortgage, utilities, maintenance. James left the house free and clear, I mentioned casually, watching her reaction. No mortgage to worry about. And I'm more capable than I look. All those years managing a university department taught me quite a bit about handling complex responsibilities. Something shifted in her assessment of me, a recalculation that I could almost see happening behind her eyes. I'd revealed myself as slightly more formidable than she'd assumed, yet still maintained my helpful, non-threatening demeanor. We'll discuss it more later, she said finally. I need to run. Important dinner meeting. Lucas has already had dinner, and he should be in bed by 9. After she left, I sat with Lucas at the kitchen table, helping him rebuild the science project whose materials had been lost in Miami. As he carefully glued pieces of his solar system model together, he looked up suddenly. Grandma, are you going to live here now instead of Mom? The question caught me off guard. Why do you ask that, sweetheart? He shrugged, focusing intently on positioning Mars at the correct distance from his styrofoam son. Mom told someone on the phone that you're trying to take the house from her. She said you were being selfish. I chose my words carefully. Your dad wanted to make sure we all had safe places to live. Sometimes grown-ups disagree about the details. I want you to stay, he said simply. You help me with homework and remember my medicine and make real food instead of just ordering pizza. His straightforward assessment of the situation, so innocent yet so perceptive, reinforced my determination. This wasn't just about following James's wishes anymore. It was about protecting a child who clearly recognized, even at 8, the difference between performative parenting and genuine care. I'll do my very best to stay close, no matter what, I promised him. It was the only promise I could make with absolute certainty while the larger battle continued to unfold around us. The aftermath of the Miami trip reveals disturbing patterns in Sophia's parenting. As she increasingly neglects Lucas for her relationship with Richard, I carefully document each instance while maintaining my supportive facade. Lucas's innocent observations confirm what I already know. Sophia sees him as an inconvenience in her new life plans. The house becomes our first battlefield, but the war is really about something far more precious, a vulnerable boy who deserves better than a mother who remembers him only when it serves her purposes. I'm thinking of taking Lucas to my parents in Arizona for a few weeks. Sophia's announcement over morning coffee nearly 4 weeks after James's death seemed casual, but the timing set off immediate alarm bells. I had just informed her that Thomas Bennett needed to meet with us again regarding additional estate matters. Arizona? I kept my voice neutral while stirring my coffee. That's quite a distance. What about Lucas's school? Sophia waved dismissively. He can miss a few weeks. Children are resilient. James's favorite phrase, children are resilient, sounded hollow coming from her lips, a convenient excuse rather than a thoughtful observation. When were you thinking of going? I asked, mentally calculating how this might align with the increasingly urgent timeline Thomas had mentioned. Next week, ideally. She checked her expensive watch. My parents have been begging to see him, and frankly, I could use the support system. Being a sudden single mother is overwhelming. I bit back the observation that she'd been essentially a single mother by choice for months, given how often she delegated Lucas's care to James and me even before the affair began. That's understandable, I said instead, though I wonder if such a big trip might be difficult for Lucas right now. He's just getting back into his school routine, and his grief counselor mentioned consistency is important. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Are you suggesting I don't know what's best for my own son? Not at all, I backpedaled, maintaining my non-threatening persona. Just thinking out loud. I'm sure you've considered everything carefully. I have. Her tone softened, becoming almost conspiratorial. Actually, Eleanor, I wanted to discuss something important with you. Could we have dinner tonight? Just the two of us? I'll have my assistant watch Lucas. I raised an eyebrow. Your assistant? Richard's assistant, she corrected smoothly. Melissa is wonderful with children. She's helped with Lucas before. Another detail for my journal. Sophia was leaving Lucas with her lover's assistant, rather than his grandmother who lived 15 minutes away. I made a mental note to ask Lucas about these previous occasions. I'd be happy to watch him, I offered. But dinner sounds lovely. What did you want to discuss? Everything, she said vaguely. The house, Lucas's future, how we move forward from here. I think I've come up with a solution that works for everyone. Her confident smile suggested she believed she'd formulated an irresistible proposal. I agreed to meet at an upscale restaurant downtown at 7, curious what strategy she'd devised. The restaurant she'd chosen was deliberately impressive, the kind with minimalist decor, tiny portions, and prices that made you wince. Sophia was already seated when I arrived, looking elegant in a designer dress that somehow managed to suggest tasteful mourning while remaining fashionable. Eleanor, thank you for coming, she greeted me, air-kissing my cheek. I ordered us a bottle of Veuve Clicquot. James always said it was your favorite. It wasn't. James knew perfectly well I preferred a simple Chardonnay, but the manufactured intimacy was part of her performance. How thoughtful, I murmured, settling into my chair. Though I rarely indulged even before James's passing. She poured champagne anyway, raising her glass in a toast, to new beginnings and solutions. I sipped politely, waiting as she established the atmosphere she wanted. Convivial, generous, warmly intimate. The manipulation was textbook. Create a pleasing environment, establish rapport, suggest shared understanding before making your pitch. Eleanor, she began after our appetizers arrived, these past weeks have been so difficult for all of us, losing James, trying to help Lucas cope, dealing with all the practical matters. I nodded encouragingly, playing my role. I've been thinking about what truly matters, she continued, her voice taking on a practiced sincerity. Family, security, peace of mind, and I think I've found a way for all of us to have what we need. I'm listening, I said, cutting a small piece of my overpriced scallop. You and I both know James's will has created complications. She delicately sipped her champagne. The house, the vehicles, the accounts. It's all rather awkward, isn't it? Not at all what James would have wanted if he'd been thinking clearly. I remained silent, letting her continue her pitch uninterrupted. I've spoken with an excellent estate attorney who specializes in these situations. He believes we could easily contest the will based on James's mental state in those final months, the stress he was under, the medications for his previous heart condition. It wouldn't be difficult to demonstrate diminished capacity. My heart clenched at how casually she suggested invalidating my son's final wishes, but I kept my expression neutral. I see. But litigation is so unpleasant, she continued smoothly. Creates divisions, drags on for months or even years. Not what Lucas needs right now. Absolutely not, I agreed, wondering where this performance was heading. She leaned forward, lowering her voice conspiratorially. So, I've come up with a better solution. One that gives us both what we want without any messy legal battles. And what would that be? I asked, genuinely curious about her strategy. You transfer the house and vehicles back to me as James's widow, she explained, as if offering a tremendous favor. In exchange, I'll guarantee you can see Lucas regularly, perhaps every other weekend, major holidays. I'll even put it in writing. The breathtaking audacity of her offer, essentially ransoming my own grandson, almost made me lose my carefully maintained composure. She was proposing I surrender everything James had legally left me in exchange for permission to see Lucas, rights I already had as his grandmother. That's quite a proposition, I managed, taking another sip of champagne to hide my reaction. I know, it's so generous, she agreed, misinterpreting my hesitation as consideration. Most women in my position would fight for everything, but I value your relationship with Lucas, and frankly, I could use the help occasionally. Occasionally? I echoed, picking up on the telling word choice. Well, single motherhood is demanding, she sighed dramatically, and I do have my career to consider. Plus, Richard and I, she stopped herself, recalibrating. That is, I'll eventually want to rebuild my personal life. Having guaranteed childcare arrangements would be tremendously helpful. There it was, the real motivation. Not Lucas's well-being, but convenient childcare arrangements that would allow her to pursue her relationship with Richard unencumbered. What about Lucas's trust fund? I asked innocently. Would that remain as James arranged it? A flash of irritation crossed her features before she smiled again. That's unnecessarily complicated too. As his mother, I should have control over his educational expenses. Children's needs change, require flexibility. They certainly do, I agreed, thinking of all the ways Lucas's needs had been ignored in recent weeks. So, she said, reaching into her purse and withdrawing a folded document, I took the liberty of having my attorney draft a simple agreement. You transfer the assets back where they belong. I guarantee your visitation rights. Clean, simple, everyone wins. She slid the paper across the table with the confidence of someone who believed they held all the cards. I took it, scanning the language that would effectively undo everything James had arranged to protect Lucas and me. This is quite thorough, I commented, buying time while formulating my response. And what about Arizona? Would Lucas and I still have our visits if you move? About that, she said, her expression turning regretful. The Arizona trip might become more permanent. Richard has development opportunities there. Excellent private schools for Lucas. It would be a fresh start for everyone, and conveniently far from me and anyone else who knew James or might question her parenting. The pieces of her plan were falling perfectly into place in my understanding. I'll need to think about this, I said, folding the document and placing it in my own purse, and perhaps have Thomas review it, since he's familiar with James's wishes. Her smile tightened. I wouldn't involve Thomas. He's rather old-fashioned about these matters. My attorney assures me this is completely standard. I nodded thoughtfully. Even so, such an important decision deserves careful consideration. James always taught me not to sign anything without proper review. She couldn't argue with invoking James's advice without seeming disrespectful, so she merely smiled and signaled for the check. Of course, take a few days. But Eleanor, she added, her voice taking on a subtle edge, this really is the best solution for everyone. Fighting me on this would only hurt Lucas in the long run. The thinly veiled threat hung between us as she paid for our expensive meal with what I suspected was James's credit card. I maintained my mask of thoughtful consideration, thanking her for dinner and promising to give her proposal the attention it deserves. As I drove home, my hands finally allowed themselves to shake on the steering wheel. The audacity, the manipulation, the casual way she planned to separate Lucas from his remaining connections to James, it all confirmed what I'd been documenting for weeks. I called Thomas from my car. "She's planning to take Lucas to Arizona permanently," I said without preamble. "And she's offered me a devil's bargain to get the house and accounts." "Perfect," Thomas replied, surprising me. "This is exactly what we needed. Bring the document to my office first thing tomorrow. It's time to move to the next phase." Over an expensive dinner, Sophia reveals her true colors, offering me a devil's bargain. Surrender everything James left me in exchange for permission to see my own grandson. Her plan to move Lucas to Arizona with her lover shows how completely she intends to erase James from their lives. Little does she know, her transparent manipulation has handed us exactly the evidence we need. Thomas's cryptic response suggests the game is about to change, and Sophia has no idea what's coming. "She actually put it in writing. I can hardly believe it." Thomas Bennett shook his head in amazement as he reviewed the document Sophia had given me. We sat in his office early the next morning, coffee growing cold as we dissected her proposition. "This is essentially a confession," he continued, highlighting sections with a yellow marker. "She's explicitly stating she'll allow you to see Lucas only if you transfer assets to her that are legally yours. That's textbook coercion. And this part about Arizona?" I pointed to the clause mentioning reasonable visitation regardless of primary residence location. "Establishes premeditation for removing Lucas from his support system and familiar environment during grief." Thomas added another yellow highlight. "Combined with the evidence we've gathered of her parenting patterns, this creates a compelling narrative." I leaned back in my chair, processing the implications. "So what happens now?" Thomas set down his marker, expression turning serious. "It's time to execute the contingency plan James put in place. He hoped it wouldn't be necessary, but he prepared for this exact scenario." From his desk drawer, Thomas withdrew a sealed envelope marked "Emergency Protocol" in James's handwriting. My heart constricted at the sight of my son's familiar script. James left detailed instructions about when and how to proceed if Sophia's behavior threatened Lucas's well-being or attempted to separate him from you. Thomas opened the envelope carefully. "The key component is a petition for emergency custody modification." "Custody modification?" I repeated, stunned. "James wanted me to seek custody of Lucas?" "Temporary custody initially," Thomas clarified, "based on documented evidence of parental neglect and the child's best interests during grief. James believed, and I concur, that a judge would likely award you temporary guardianship while a more permanent arrangement is determined." My hands trembled slightly. The responsibility James had entrusted to me was enormous, not just documenting Sophia's behavior, but potentially taking over Lucas's primary care. "I'm 65, Thomas. Would a court really consider me as a guardian over Lucas's mother?" "Age isn't disqualifying, especially given your demonstrated involvement in his life. And remember, we're not alleging Sophia is an unfit mother in the traditional sense. We're demonstrating that her current priorities and choices are detrimental to Lucas's emotional well-being during a critical period of grief and adjustment." Thomas laid out the evidence we'd accumulated, my detailed journal documenting Sophia's absences and Lucas's reactions, the home security footage showing multiple concerning incidents, statements from Lucas's teachers about missed conferences and incomplete homework, notes from his grief counselor about regression and anxiety that coincided with Sophia's increased absences, photographic evidence of the Miami trip with Richard while Lucas was left with hotel staff, and now the damning document, proposing to use Lucas as leverage. "We'll need one more piece," Thomas explained. "A neutral third-party evaluation of Lucas's home environment and emotional state. I've arranged for a court-approved child psychologist to interview Lucas tomorrow at his school. Standard procedure in these cases, nothing that would alarm Sophia if she heard about it." The methodical way James had prepared for this contingency, right down to identifying appropriate psychological evaluators, broke my heart all over again. How long had he been concerned about Sophia's parenting? How much had he witnessed before deciding such drastic measures might be necessary? "When would we file the petition?" I asked, trying to focus on practical matters rather than my swirling emotions. "Immediately after receiving the psychologist's report, assuming it supports our position, likely within 48 hours. Thomas's expression softened slightly. "Eleanor, are you prepared for what comes next?" Sophia will not take this lying down. She'll be furious, possibly vindictive. I thought of Lucas's small face when he returned from Miami, the way he'd confided that his mother had left him with strangers overnight, how he'd clutched his father's photo while trying not to cry. I thought of James, who had foreseen this situation and trusted me to protect his son when he no longer could. "I'm prepared," I said firmly. "What's our next step?" "Maintain your current approach with Sophia. Don't let on that anything has changed. If she presses for an answer about her proposition, tell her you're still considering it and have questions about some details." Thomas began organizing documents into a legal folder. "Meanwhile, I'll prepare the emergency petition and coordinate with the psychologist." As I left Thomas's office, my phone buzzed with a text from Sophia. "Need your answer by tomorrow. Arizona arrangements pending. Important opportunity for Lucas's future." The transparent attempt to create artificial urgency only strengthened my resolve. I typed a carefully calibrated response. "Still reviewing. Have some questions about the visitation schedule. Can we discuss tomorrow evening?" Her reply came immediately. "Fine. 7 p.m. at the house. We'll have Richard's attorney present to answer any concerns." Richard's attorney, not James's, not a neutral party, not even her own independent counsel. Another telling detail for our documentation. I spent the afternoon with Lucas after school, helping with homework and listening as he reluctantly described an incident that morning when Sophia had forgotten to pack his lunch, then berated him for calling to remind her because she was in an important meeting. I recorded these details in my journal immediately after he went upstairs to play, noting his dejected posture and the way he'd minimized his mother's reaction, clearly accustomed to managing her emotions rather than his own. That evening, I received an unexpected call from Thomas. "The school psychologist met with Lucas today during lunch," he informed me without preamble. "Her preliminary findings are significant. Lucas demonstrated elevated anxiety when discussing his home environment, particular concern about being sent away to Arizona, and clear attachment to you as his primary source of emotional support." "Is that enough?" I asked, hope rising cautiously. "Combined with our other evidence, yes. I'm filing the emergency petition first thing tomorrow morning. The judge I've requested typically rules on these matters within 24 hours. Should I tell Lucas anything?" I worried about preparing him for the potential upheaval. "Not yet," Thomas advised. "Children his age struggle with keeping sensitive information private. For now, maintain normal routines. If the judge rules in our favor, we'll have a child specialist help explain the situation to him appropriately." I slept fitfully that night, torn between hope that Lucas might be protected from Sophia's neglect and anxiety about the conflict that would inevitably erupt. By morning, my resolve had strengthened. This wasn't about my preferences or even about honoring James's wishes anymore. It was about a vulnerable child whose mother was making choices that compounded rather than helped his grief. Thomas called at 10:17 a.m. "The petition has been filed. Judge Carlton has scheduled an emergency hearing for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Sophia will be served notice this afternoon." So soon. I hadn't expected things to move so quickly. Judge Carlton takes child welfare cases seriously, especially when there's evidence of potential parental flight risk. Sophia's Arizona plans raised red flags. I thought about my scheduled 7 p.m. meeting with Sophia and Richard's attorney that evening. Should I still meet with Sophia tonight as planned? "Absolutely not," Thomas said firmly. "Once she's served the court papers, you should have no direct contact except through legal representatives. Go to a hotel tonight if necessary. She'll likely be extremely volatile when she realizes what's happening." What about Lucas? Worry for my grandson overrode all other concerns. The petition includes a provision for Lucas to remain in his current home environment with you present until the hearing. The server will explain that to Sophia. Thomas paused. "Eleanor, this is going to get complicated quickly. Are you absolutely certain you're prepared?" I thought of James's letter, of his trust in me, of Lucas's increasingly anxious behavior. I've never been more certain of anything in my life. Sophia's manipulative proposition becomes the final evidence we need, triggering James's emergency protocol, a custody petition I never imagined filing. As court proceedings are set in motion, I prepare for the storm that will erupt when Sophia discovers her plans are being challenged. Thomas warns me the battle will be fierce, but my resolve is unshakable. For James, for Lucas, I'll face whatever comes next, even as I wonder how my grieving grandson will weather this additional upheaval in his young life. You scheming, manipulative witch! Sophia's voice exploded through my phone, hours after she'd been served with the emergency custody petition. I held the device away from my ear, her rage so incandescent it seemed to radiate through the speaker. How dare you try to steal my son after everything I've done for you? Her words tumbled out in furious bursts. My attorneys will destroy you. You'll never see Lucas again when this is over. Following Thomas's advice, I remained silent, letting her fury spend itself without engagement. Eventually she seemed to register my lack of response. Are you there? Say something, she demanded. On the advice of counsel, I can't discuss this matter directly with you, I finally replied, keeping my voice calm and neutral. I'll see you at the hearing tomorrow. You'll regret this, she hissed, before the line went dead. I leaned against the kitchen counter, suddenly exhausted. The court server had arrived at precisely 2 p.m., delivering the petition papers to Sophia at her office. Thomas had arranged for Lucas to be with me after school, sparing him from witnessing his mother's inevitable explosion. Now, as evening approached, I faced the challenge of maintaining normalcy for Lucas while preparing for tomorrow's hearing. He sat at the dining room table, focused on a math worksheet, blissfully unaware of the legal storm gathering around him. Grandma, can we have spaghetti for dinner? He asked, looking up from his multiplication problems. The kind with your special sauce. Of course, sweetheart, I replied, grateful for the distraction of ordinary tasks. Would you like to help me make it? As we chopped onions and stirred sauce, I studied my grandson's face, searching for signs of additional stress. Sophia had called him earlier, her voice tight but controlled, explaining that she had an unexpected work emergency and he would stay with me tonight. Lucas had accepted this explanation without question, accustomed to his mother's frequent absences. Mom sounded mad on the phone, he observed suddenly, sprinkling cheese over his portion of spaghetti. Is she mad at me? No, absolutely not, I assured him quickly. Grown-ups sometimes get frustrated about work things. It has nothing to do with you. He nodded, seeming relieved but not entirely convinced. She said she'd take me to get ice cream tomorrow to make up for missing our dinner, but she forgot last time she promised that. Another small piece of evidence, broken promises becoming so routine that an 8-year-old had learned to expect disappointment. I added mental notes to my documentation while maintaining an encouraging expression. Let's enjoy our dinner tonight, and we'll see what tomorrow brings, I suggested gently. I couldn't bring myself to make promises about tomorrow when I knew how completely our lives might change after the hearing. After putting Lucas to bed with extra stories and reassurance, I called Thomas for final preparation. How's Lucas? He asked immediately. Managing, I replied, unaware of what's happening, as far as I can tell. Sophia called him briefly, but kept her composure. Good. Children are perceptive, but there's no need for him to shoulder adult concerns. Thomas's voice took on its professional tone. For tomorrow, I've prepared a summary document of all evidence for Judge Carlton. The psychological evaluation came back strongly supportive of our position. What should I expect at the hearing? I asked, trying to prepare myself mentally. Judge Carlton runs a tight courtroom. This is a preliminary emergency hearing, so testimony will be limited. You'll likely be asked about your observations of Lucas's well-being and your capacity to provide temporary care. Sophia will have opportunity to respond to the allegations. Will Lucas need to appear? The thought of my grandson being questioned in court made my stomach clench. No. Judge Carlton has reviewed the psychologist's report and specifically excluded Lucas from this initial hearing. If a full custody investigation proceeds, he may eventually speak with Lucas in chambers, but that would be weeks from now. I exhaled in relief. And Richard Harlow? Will he be involved? Legally, no standing. Practically, he's paying for Sophia's high-powered attorney, so his influence will be present. Thomas paused. Eleanor, prepare yourself. These hearings can get ugly. Sophia's likely strategy will be to paint you as a grief-deranged, controlling mother-in-law, trying to steal her child. I understand, I said, though my heart raced at the thought of public accusations. What matters is Lucas. Exactly. Focus on that tomorrow. No matter what Sophia or her attorney claim, remember why we're doing this. Sleep proved elusive that night. I checked on Lucas repeatedly, watching his peaceful breathing and wondering how tomorrow's decision would affect the rest of his childhood. By morning, I was exhausted, but resolute, dressed in a conservative navy suit that Thomas had advised would convey stability and trustworthiness to the court. "Why are you dressed up, Grandma?" Lucas asked over breakfast, eyeing my unusual formal attire. "I have an important meeting," I explained, helping him pack his backpack. "Mrs. Wilson from next door will take you to school today, and either Mom or I will pick you up this afternoon." He accepted this with the flexibility of childhood, more concerned about whether his favorite shirt was clean than about the day's unusual arrangements. I hugged him extra tight at Mrs. Wilson's door, wishing I could shield him from the uncertainty ahead. The courthouse was imposingly formal, all marble and echoing hallways. Thomas met me at the entrance, his expression professionally composed, but with worry lines visible around his eyes. "Sophia's already inside with her attorney, Gerald Winters from Mitchell and Blackwell, one of the most aggressive family law attorneys in the city." I nodded, unsurprised that Richard had secured top legal representation. "And our chances? Judge Carlton is fair but cautious. The evidence is compelling, but temporary custody removal is still an extraordinary remedy." Thomas squeezed my arm reassuringly. "Remember, this isn't about winning or losing. It's about ensuring Lucas has proper support during a critical time." Inside the courtroom, Sophia sat at a table with a sharp-featured man in an expensive suit. She wore a conservative black dress, hair pulled back in a modest style that contrasted sharply with her usual fashionable appearance. The transformation into grieving, devoted widow and mother was complete, down to the framed photo of James and Lucas she'd placed prominently before her. Her eyes met mine with glacial hatred as I entered, before she quickly adjusted her expression to one of wounded confusion, leaning to whisper something to her attorney. The performance had begun. Judge Carlton, a stern-faced woman in her 60s, entered promptly at 9 a.m. Her no-nonsense demeanor suggested little patience for dramatics as she reviewed the file before her. "This is an emergency hearing regarding temporary custody modification for minor child Lucas Reynolds," she stated, looking over her reading glasses at both tables. "I've reviewed the petition and supporting documentation. Let's proceed efficiently." For the next hour, Thomas presented our case methodically. The documented patterns of neglect, Sophia's increasing absences, the Miami trip incidents, the psychological evaluation, and finally, the damning proposition document showing Sophia's attempt to use Lucas as leverage. Gerald Winters countered with equal efficiency, portraying me as an interfering mother-in-law exploiting a grieving widow's temporary struggles, suggesting my obsessive documentation demonstrated unhealthy fixation, and painting Sophia as a devoted mother temporarily overwhelmed by extraordinary circumstances. "Your Honor," Winters concluded smoothly, "Mrs. Reynolds has kept her grandson overnight precisely 17 times since her son's death. At Ms. Jensen's request, to help during this adjustment period. This doesn't demonstrate neglect. It shows a mother wisely accepting support while processing her grief. The Arizona opportunity represents a fresh start, not abandonment of support systems." When my turn came to speak directly, I focused on Lucas rather than Sophia, describing concrete examples of his anxiety, his academic struggles since James's death, and the stability I'd attempted to provide. "Your Honor," I said, meeting the judge's evaluating gaze, "I'm not seeking to replace Sophia as Lucas's mother. I'm asking for temporary measures to ensure his needs are prioritized during an exceptionally vulnerable time in his development. The evidence suggests that currently other priorities are taking precedence over those needs." Judge Carlton asked pointed questions of both sides, her expression revealing nothing of her thoughts. Finally, she announced she would review the evidence in chambers and return with her decision in 1 hour. The 60-minute wait in the courthouse hallway seemed eternal. Sophia and her attorney conferred in hushed tones at one end, while Thomas and I sat silently at the other. When the bailiff finally called us back, my legs felt leaden as I rose to hear the decision that would determine Lucas's immediate future. Judge Carlton wasted no time on preliminaries. "Having reviewed all evidence and testimony, I find sufficient cause for emergency intervention in the current custody arrangement," she stated, her voice firm and authoritative. "Temporary guardianship of minor child Lucas Reynolds is hereby granted to Eleanor Reynolds for a period of 60 days, during which a full evaluation of the family situation will be conducted by court-appointed specialists." I exhaled shakily as she continued outlining the details, Sophia would have supervised visitation 3 times weekly. Neither party could remove Lucas from the jurisdiction, and a comprehensive family assessment would begin immediately. Across the courtroom, Sophia's composed facade cracked completely. Her face contorted with fury as she turned to her attorney, whisper-shouting accusations and demands for appeal. Judge Carlton observed this reaction with a raised eyebrow before adding a final comment. "Ms. Jensen, your reaction to this temporary ruling concerns me. I strongly advise you to use the coming evaluation period to demonstrate the mature parenting capacity your son needs rather than focusing on personal grievances." With a sharp rap of her gavel, she concluded, "Court adjourned." As we left the courtroom, Sophia blocked our path, her carefully applied makeup now streaked with angry tears. "This isn't over," she hissed, ignoring her attorney's restraining hand on her arm. "You think you've won? You have no idea what's coming." Thomas stepped between us. "Ms. Jensen, all communications should go through counsel from this point. We'll coordinate Lucas's pickup from school today and arrange the first supervised visitation." As Sophia was led away by her increasingly concerned attorney, I leaned against the wall, the magnitude of what had just happened washing over me. I had temporary custody of my grandson. James's concerns had been validated by a court of law. Lucas would be protected, at least for now. "What happens next?" I asked Thomas, my voice barely steady. "We pick up Lucas from school, explain the situation as gently as possible with the help of his counselor, and begin establishing a stable routine." He touched my shoulder supportively. "The hard part is just beginning, Eleanor. But for today, at least, Lucas is safe." In a tense courtroom showdown, Judge Carlton grants me temporary custody of Lucas after reviewing our compelling evidence. Sophia's mask of devoted motherhood shatters with the ruling, revealing the rage beneath her calculated performance. As she threatens that this isn't over, I prepare for the challenging task ahead, helping my grieving grandson understand these new arrangements while bracing for whatever counterattack Sophia is already planning. For now, though, Lucas is protected, and James's foresight has been vindicated. "Grandma, is Mom ever coming back?" Lucas's question pierced my heart as we sat on the porch swing 6 weeks after the emergency custody hearing. His small legs dangled, not quite reaching the floor, as he stared at the driveway where Sophia's car would normally appear for her supervised visits. Visits she had attended only sporadically over the past month and a half. "Your mom is going through a difficult time," I answered carefully, choosing words the family therapist had suggested. "She loves you, but sometimes adults struggle with big changes." Lucas nodded with a wisdom beyond his 8 years. "Like when Dad died, and she started staying out late?" His perception sometimes startled me. "Children notice so much more than we give them credit for." "Something like that," I agreed, pulling him closer to my side. "How are you feeling about everything?" He considered this seriously, brow furrowed in concentration. "Sad sometimes, but not scared anymore." "Scared?" I prompted gently. "When Mom talked about Arizona, I was scared all the time," he admitted. "I didn't want to leave my school and my friends and you. And I didn't like Richard. He always talked to me like I was a baby or not there at all." Each of these revelations was carefully noted in my ongoing documentation. The court-appointed evaluator had been meeting with Lucas weekly, and with me and Sophia separately. The comprehensive assessment that Judge Carlton had ordered was nearing completion, with the final custody hearing scheduled for next week. The week since gaining temporary guardianship had been both challenging and healing. Lucas had initially been confused and upset when we explained the new arrangement, but his counselor had helped frame it as a special time with Grandma while Mom sorts out grown-up problems. The stability of routine, regular meals, consistent bedtimes, homework help, and predictable expectations had gradually eased his anxiety. Sophia's reaction had been volatile and erratic. She attended the first few supervised visits with obvious resentment, spending much of the time on her phone or asking Lucas leading questions about whether he was happy or if I was being mean to him. Then she canceled 2 visits in a row, claiming work emergencies. When she returned, her approach had shifted to bringing expensive gifts and making elaborate promises about future trips and experiences. The most telling visit had been 3 weeks ago, when she arrived with Richard Harlow unexpectedly in tow, attempting to circumvent the court order specifying who could be present. When the visitation supervisor refused to allow Richard to join, Sophia had stormed out, leaving Lucas in tears, and without the visit he'd been anticipating all week. She hadn't come for the past 2 scheduled visits at all. "Do you think you'll feel ready for the talk with the judge next week?" I asked Lucas, referring to the in-chambers conversation Judge Carlton had scheduled. The therapist had been preparing him, explaining that the judge simply wanted to hear his thoughts and feelings, not force him to choose between his mother and grandmother. "I guess so," he replied, kicking his feet rhythmically. "Ms. Abernathy said I just have to tell the truth about what makes me feel safe and happy." "That's exactly right," I assured him, though my own stomach knotted at the thought of Lucas facing such adult responsibilities. The next day brought an unexpected development. Thomas called early in the morning, his usually measured tone edged with urgency. "Eleanor, Sophia's attorney just filed a motion to dismiss the custody case. They're requesting an immediate return to the original arrangement with no restrictions." My hand tightened on the phone. "On what grounds?" "They're claiming the evidence was manufactured, that you manipulated Lucas into making statements against his mother, and that Sophia's parenting decisions were reasonable responses to grief." My heart sank. "Do they have any chance of succeeding?" "Ordinarily, I'd say no. Our documentation is too thorough. The psychological evaluation's too clear." Thomas paused. "But there's a complication. Richard Harlow has connections with Judge Blackwell, who's been assigned to hear this motion while Judge Carlton is on medical leave." The implications were clear. Money and influence could potentially override weeks of careful evidence gathering and professional evaluations. "What can we do?" I asked, trying to keep panic from my voice. "I'm filing counter motions immediately. But Eleanor, there's something else you should know. Our investigator reports that Sophia and Richard have put deposits on property in the Cayman Islands, a jurisdiction with limited enforcement of U.S. custody orders." The threat crystallized with horrifying clarity. If Sophia regained custody, even temporarily, she could potentially take Lucas out of the country to a place where our legal protections would be difficult to enforce. "She wouldn't," I began, then stopped myself. Of course she would. Everything I'd learned about Sophia in these weeks confirmed she viewed Lucas primarily as an accessory to the life she wanted, not as a vulnerable child with his own needs. "I'm implementing additional safeguards," Thomas assured me. "I've requested an emergency hearing with Judge Carlton upon her return next week. In the meantime, document everything. Any communications from Sophia, any reactions from Lucas, anything unusual at all." That evening, as Lucas worked on a school project about family traditions, my phone chimed with a text from Sophia. "We need to talk privately, without lawyers. Meet me tomorrow 2 p.m. at Riverside Park. Come alone or deals off." I showed the message to Thomas immediately, who advised against meeting her without witnesses. "This is exactly the kind of end run around proper channels that concerns me," he warned. Against his advice, I arranged to meet Sophia, but not alone. Thomas would be nearby, out of sight but within earshot, and I would record our conversation as permitted by our state's one-party consent laws. The park was nearly empty when I arrived, just a few mothers with toddlers at the distant playground. Sophia sat on a bench overlooking the river, her designer sunglasses hiding her eyes, her posture rigidly composed. "Thank you for coming," she said as I approached, her tone unexpectedly subdued. "I imagine your attack dog lawyer advised against it." "I'm here because any resolution that helps Lucas is worth exploring," I replied neutrally, taking a seat beside her but maintaining distance. Sophia was silent for a long moment, watching the river flow past. When she finally spoke, her voice had lost its usual sharp edge. "I'm dropping the custody case." Of all the things I'd expected her to say, this wasn't among them. "What?" "You heard me." She removed her sunglasses, revealing eyes ringed with uncharacteristic fatigue. "I'm signing over full custody to you. No more court battles, no more supervised visits, no more evaluations and judgments." I studied her face, searching for the manipulation behind this sudden capitulation. "Why?" "Richard and I are moving to Grand Cayman next month. He's secured development rights for a major resort property." She spoke matter-of-factly, as if discussing a change in dinner plans rather than abandoning her child. "It's the opportunity of a lifetime. We'll be there at least 3 years establishing the project." "And Lucas?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. She shrugged slightly. "Lucas needs stability, structure, all those things the evaluators keep emphasizing. I can't provide that right now, not with the demands of relocating and launching a major development." The clinical detachment with which she discussed leaving her son, her only child, who had just lost his father, left me momentarily speechless. "So you're just walking away?" I finally managed. I prefer to think of it as making the mature, responsible choice. Her tone suggested she expected praise for this decision. "I'm putting Lucas's needs first by recognizing you're better positioned to meet them right now." "Right now?" I echoed. "For the foreseeable future," she clarified. "I'll send support payments, of course, make video calls when possible. Perhaps he could visit during school holidays eventually." The casual way she outlined transitioning from mother to distant relative made my heart ache for Lucas. Yet beneath my sadness was profound relief. Lucas would be spared further custody battles, further disappointments, further insecurity about his future. "What do you want from me?" I asked directly, sensing there must be conditions to this offer. "A clean break," she replied immediately. "No contested hearings, no forensic financial investigations, no further intrusion into my personal affairs. Sign the agreement my lawyer is drafting, and Lucas stays with you while I start fresh." "And the house? James's accounts?" I wasn't concerned about material assets, but I wanted to understand her complete proposition. "Keep them," she said with a dismissive wave. "Richard's development will make those look like pocket change. I just want this chapter closed cleanly and quickly." As she outlined the details of her proposed arrangement, I maintained a neutral expression while inwardly marveling at the outcome James had somehow foreseen. His careful planning, transferring assets to me, documenting Sophia's behavior, establishing trusts for Lucas, had anticipated exactly this scenario. Sophia choosing her own desires over her son's needs when forced to face the responsibilities of genuine parenting. 1 week later, I sat in Judge Carlton's chambers as she reviewed the voluntary custody agreement Sophia had signed the day before, departing for Grand Cayman with Richard. "This is an unusual resolution," the judge commented, studying the document carefully. "Ms. Jensen is surrendering all parental rights except for limited visitation at your discretion. She believes it's in Lucas's best interest while she relocates internationally for an extended period," I explained, using the diplomatic phrasing Thomas had suggested. Judge Carlton's expression suggested she wasn't fooled by this characterization, but she nodded slowly. "And you're prepared to assume full legal guardianship of your grandson at your age, Mrs. Reynolds?" "Without hesitation," I replied firmly. "Lucas needs stability, love, and connection to his father's memory. I can provide all three." The judge studied me thoughtfully before signing the final orders. "Based on all evidence presented throughout these proceedings, as well as Ms. Jensen's voluntary relinquishment, custody of Lucas Reynolds is hereby granted to Eleanor Reynolds, with arrangements for support payments and limited visitation as outlined in the agreement." Outside the courthouse, with Lucas waiting at home with the kind neighbor who'd helped us throughout this journey, I finally allowed myself to absorb the magnitude of what had happened. I had become, in every meaningful sense, my grandson's parent, a role I had never anticipated at 65, but one I embraced with complete commitment. "James would be proud," Thomas said quietly as we walked to our cars. "He protected Lucas the only way he could, by entrusting him to you." 6 months later, on a crisp autumn afternoon, Lucas and I planted a memorial garden in the backyard. James's favorite flowers and plants arranged around a small stone bench where we could sit and talk to Dad whenever Lucas felt the need. "Do you think Dad knew Mom would leave?" Lucas asked as we patted soil around a young rosebush. The question caught me off guard with its perceptiveness. "I think your father knew that sometimes adults make choices based on what they want rather than what children need," I answered carefully. "And he wanted to make sure you'd always have someone who put you first." Lucas nodded, seeming satisfied with this explanation. "I miss Dad every day, but I don't miss how things were after he died, when Mom was always angry or gone. Your dad made sure you'd be taken care of," I said, pulling him into a gentle hug. "And that's exactly what I intend to do, for as long as you need me." That evening, as Lucas slept peacefully upstairs, I sat in James's study, now a shared space where Lucas did homework while I handled household management, and opened the small box of personal items Thomas had delivered after the final custody arrangement. Inside was one last letter from my son, marked, "When it's resolved." "Mom, if you're reading this, you've done what I couldn't. Protected Lucas from a situation I saw deteriorating, but couldn't fix in time. I watched Sophia's priorities shift, saw her resentment of family responsibilities grow, noticed her increasing absences. When I discovered her relationship with Richard, I realized Lucas would eventually become collateral damage in her pursuit of the life she really wanted. I'm sorry for the burden I placed on you. Asking a mother to step in as parent again at your age wasn't fair, but I knew you would do it without hesitation, just as you've always put family first. Lucas couldn't ask for a better guardian, a more loving presence, or a stronger advocate. Tell him stories about me, not just the good ones, the real ones, about my mistakes and how I tried to fix them, about how sometimes we see the truth too late, but we do the best we can with the time we have. I love you both more than words can express. James, I pressed the letter to my heart, tears flowing freely now that Lucas couldn't see. The journey had been harder than I could have imagined, the grief of losing James compounded by the battles with Sophia, and the challenge of helping Lucas heal from multiple traumas. Yet as I looked around the home we now shared permanently, at the evidence of a child growing secure and loved, homework spread across the table, soccer cleats by the door, artwork taped proudly to the refrigerator, I knew James had been right to trust me with his most precious legacy. Through his foresight in changing his will, through my careful documentation and strategic patience, through Lucas's remarkable resilience, we had created something beautiful from tragedy. A new family constellation, different than what any of us had expected, but solid and true. Some might call it justice, that Sophia had ultimately chosen freedom over motherhood, revealing precisely the character James had anticipated. But I preferred to think of it as redemption, the chance to honor my son by raising his child with the values he cherished, ensuring that despite everything, love would have the final word in our story. Sophia voluntarily surrenders custody to pursue her new life with Richard in the Cayman Islands. The resolution James somehow foresaw becomes reality, not through bitter court battles, but through Sophia's own choice to prioritize her desires over her son's needs. As Lucas and I build our new life together, I discover one final letter from James, acknowledging the burden he placed on me while expressing complete trust in my ability to give his son the love and stability he deserves. From tragedy has come an unexpected second chance at family, different than any of us imagined, but precious beyond measure. 3 years later, "Grandma, I got the lead in the school play!" Lucas burst through the front door, his 11-year-old energy filling the house as he dropped his backpack and thrust a script into my hands. 3 years had transformed the quiet, anxious 8-year-old into a confident, thriving middle schooler whose smile now reached his eyes consistently. "That's wonderful," I examined the script. "Our Town," by Thornton Wilder. "Playing George Gibbs is a big responsibility. I'm so proud of you. Ms. Larson said Dad played the same role when he was in 8th grade. Did you know that?" My heart warmed at his casual reference to James. We'd worked hard to keep his father's memory alive through stories, photos, and the small traditions we maintained. Saturday morning pancakes, summer fishing trips to James's favorite lake, the memory garden we tended together. I certainly did. I still have the program somewhere in the attic boxes. "Your father was quite the actor in school." I smiled, remembering teenage James nervously practicing lines in our living room. "He'd be thrilled to see you following in his footsteps." Lucas grinned, then his expression turned more serious. "Do you think, should we tell Mom about the play?" The question didn't surprise me. Though Sophia had essentially vanished from Lucas's life after moving to Grand Cayman, her promised video calls dwindling to rare, awkward birthday messages and eventually stopping altogether, Lucas occasionally still sought connection with her. "We can send her an email with the dates," I said carefully. "It's entirely up to you." He considered this, then shook his head. "Maybe not. She didn't answer when I wrote about winning the science fair, and she's probably still in Asia with Richard anyway." Through infrequent updates from Thomas, who maintained minimal professional contact with Sophia's attorney regarding support payments, we knew she and Richard had married and were now developing resort properties in Thailand. The support checks arrived regularly, the one commitment she maintained, but contained no personal notes or inquiries about Lucas's well-being. "Whatever you decide is fine," I assured him, maintaining the balanced approach our family therapist had recommended, acknowledging Sophia's existence without creating false expectations of her return or involvement. "I think just you and the Wilsons and Uncle Thomas is enough audience for me," Lucas decided, referring to our neighbors who had become like extended family, and to Thomas Bennett, who had transitioned from James's attorney to a cherished uncle figure in Lucas's life. As Lucas bounded upstairs to start homework, I moved to the kitchen to prepare dinner, pausing to adjust the collection of photos on the refrigerator. Lucas winning his karate tournament, building a science project, laughing with friends at his last birthday party. A visual timeline of healing and growth. The journey hadn't always been smooth. The first year after gaining full custody had brought nightmares, academic struggles, and occasional angry outbursts as Lucas processed the effective loss of both parents. There had been challenging questions I'd struggled to answer. Why doesn't Mom want to talk to me anymore? Did I do something wrong to make her leave? If Dad hadn't died, would Mom have stayed? With the help of an excellent child psychologist, we'd navigated these painful waters together. I'd learned to validate his feelings without vilifying Sophia, to help him understand that her choices reflected her limitations, not his worthiness. Now, 3 years later, Lucas had found his footing. His grades were excellent, his circle of friends solid, his emotional resilience remarkable for a child who had experienced such significant losses. The house that had once been James's, then briefly mine, had truly become ours, filled with evidence of our shared life. Lucas's art projects displayed alongside my watercolor attempts, his sports equipment sharing space with my gardening tools, photo albums documenting our camping trips and holiday celebrations. At 68, I had found unexpected vitality in this second round of parenting. The responsibility had given me purpose, while Lucas's energy kept me active and engaged. I'd even started dating recently, a kind widower I'd met through the community theater where Lucas took acting classes. Nothing serious yet, but a pleasant reminder that life continued to offer surprises at every stage. My phone chimed with a text message from Thomas. Court approved the college fund restructuring, all set for Lucas's future education, protected exactly as James wanted. Another piece of James's careful planning falling into place. Despite Sophia's initial attempts to gain control of Lucas's educational trust, James's foresight had created ironclad protections. Now those funds were secured in a structure that would provide for Lucas's college and perhaps even graduate education, regardless of what happened to me in the coming years. As I prepared dinner, I reflected on the strange path that had brought us here, the midnight call that had shattered our world, the gradual revelation of Sophia's true character, the careful strategy that had ultimately protected Lucas from becoming collateral damage in her pursuit of a different life. In my darkest moments during those early days after James's death, I couldn't have imagined the life Lucas and I would build from the ashes of that tragedy. The grief remained, would always remain, but it had been integrated into a new reality, filled with meaningful connections and moments of genuine joy. The doorbell rang, interrupting my thoughts. Through the peephole, I saw our neighbor Mrs. Wilson holding a covered dish. "I made too much lasagna again," she announced as I opened the door, her standard excuse for the meals she regularly shared with us. "And Bill wants to know if Lucas is still coming to help with the birdhouse project this weekend." "He's been talking about nothing else," I confirmed, accepting the dish gratefully. "Would you and Bill like to join us for dinner? Lucas just got some exciting news about the school play." As Mrs. Wilson stepped inside, calling up the stairs to congratulate Lucas, who responded with enthusiastic thanks, I felt the quiet satisfaction of community, of the support network we'd built around ourselves that extended beyond biological family. Later that evening, after Lucas had gone to bed, I sat in the peaceful quiet of the living room and opened the memory book we'd created during that first difficult year, photos of James at various ages. Lucas's childish handwriting describing favorite memories of his father, cards from friends and family offering support during our custody journey. On the final page was a quote from James's last letter to me. "Tell him stories about me, not just the good ones, the real ones, about my mistakes and how I tried to fix them." I had honored that request, sharing with Lucas the full, human truth of his father, a good man who had recognized his marriage was failing, who had seen the potential impact on his son, who had taken concrete steps to protect his child's future even while hoping those protections wouldn't be necessary. When Lucas had asked why his father had changed his will without telling Sophia, I'd explained as gently as possible. "Your dad saw that your mom was making choices that might not prioritize your needs. He wanted to make sure someone would always put you first, no matter what. It was the truth, simplified for a child's understanding, but honest. We had maintained that honesty throughout our journey together, building trust through difficult conversations rather than comfortable evasions. Outside, the garden James had loved and Lucas now helped tend caught the last golden light of evening. The roses he'd planted were blooming again, a reminder that life continues its cycles regardless of our personal losses. Inside, his son slept peacefully, surrounded by photos of the father who had loved him enough to ensure his protection even after death. As I closed the memory book and prepared for bed myself, I thought about James's extraordinary foresight. He couldn't have known exactly how events would unfold, couldn't have predicted his own untimely death or Sophia's eventual complete departure from Lucas's life. Yet he had recognized the essential character of the woman he'd married, had seen the warning signs of her prioritizing personal desires over family responsibilities, and had taken concrete steps to protect what mattered most to him. In doing so, he'd given both Lucas and me an unexpected gift, not just financial security or legal protection, but the opportunity to forge a new family bond that might never have developed otherwise. Through our shared grief and subsequent healing, Lucas and I had created something beautiful and enduring, a relationship built on mutual trust, respect, and genuine love that transcended traditional family boundaries. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, helping Lucas memorize lines for his play, attending my own water aerobics class that kept my joints mobile, coordinating with Thomas about long-term financial planning. Ordinary life continuing in its imperfect, precious way. But tonight, in the quiet of the home we had made together, I felt profound gratitude for my son's final gift, the chance to help raise his child, to see James's best qualities emerging in Lucas, to ensure that despite everything, love and wisdom would be his son's true inheritance. Not the legacy any of us would have chosen, perhaps, but one we had transformed through courage and persistence and boundless love into something unexpectedly beautiful.
The burning sting across my cheek lingered long after the slap landed. It wasn't just the pain. It was the silence that followed. Inside the spacious living room of the home my late husband and I had spent decades building, nearly 50 guests stood frozen with drinks in their hands, staring at me as though they had just witnessed the ending of a stage play. Only moments earlier, my daughter-in-law, Lydia, had confidently extended a decorative wooden box toward me and demanded the keys to my master bedroom. According to her, the room now belonged to her mother, who would be moving into my home permanently. When I quietly refused, she responded by striking me across the face. My son, Connor, stood only a few feet away. He lowered his eyes. He said nothing. I didn't argue. I didn't touch my cheek or ask anyone for sympathy. I simply turned around, walked through the sliding patio doors, and stepped into the cool evening air. The chatter behind me faded as I pulled my phone from my pocket. I typed 4 simple words to my daughter, Rachel. Start now. I pressed send. Less than a minute later, a terrified scream echoed from upstairs. Then another. Soon, the peaceful anniversary celebration dissolved into complete chaos. But none of those people understood why. To them, everything had fallen apart in seconds. For me, it had taken 8 long months. I was 65 years old, widowed for nearly 5 years after losing my husband, George, to a sudden heart attack. Together, we had built a comfortable life. Our mortgage had been paid off years before he passed away, leaving me with a beautiful 2-story home in a quiet neighborhood where everyone knew each other's names. Life alone wasn't exciting, but it was peaceful. My mornings belonged to coffee on the back porch, afternoons to gardening, and evenings to books or old movies. My finances were carefully managed, and I never depended on anyone. Then Connor called. His landlord had increased the rent again. He and Lydia wanted just 6 months to save enough money for a down payment on their own house. I hate asking, Mom, he'd said, but we'd really appreciate the help. I didn't hesitate. He was my son. I welcomed them into my home. Looking back now, that was the easiest decision I ever made, and the most expensive. During the first few weeks, everything seemed normal. They occupied the 2 guest bedrooms upstairs while I continued living on the first floor. Everyone respected each other's space, or at least that's what I believed. Then the little changes began. One afternoon, after returning from grocery shopping, I stopped in the living room. The curtains were different. The warm burgundy drapes George had picked years earlier had disappeared. In their place hung thin white panels that barely blocked the sunlight. Even my heavy oak coffee table had vanished, replaced by a fragile glass one that looked more suitable for a furniture showroom than a family home. Lydia sat comfortably on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Without looking up, she smiled. I thought the room needed a fresher look. I quietly examined the space before asking, "Where are my curtains?" "They're upstairs," she answered casually. "These make the room feel younger. Younger, as though my home had suddenly become hers to redesign." I climbed upstairs, found my curtains folded inside the guest room closet, carried them back down, and rehung them before dinner. I said nothing. Lydia watched from the hallway. Neither of us smiled. The following week, several of my favorite coffee mugs disappeared. George had collected them during our travels over nearly 40 years of marriage. Everyone carried a memory. When I asked Connor whether he'd seen them, he shrugged. Lydia answered instead. They didn't really match the kitchen anymore. Hours later, I discovered every mug inside a donation box sitting in the garage. I washed each one carefully before placing them back inside the cabinet. The next morning, I installed a small lock on one pantry cupboard where I kept sentimental items. Connor frowned. "Mom, isn't that a little extreme?" I looked directly at him. "No." His expression fell. "Throwing away someone else's belongings is extreme." He opened his mouth, then closed it again. That was when I realized something painful. My son wasn't cruel. He was simply unwilling to confront his wife. Every disagreement ended the same way. Connor remained silent. Lydia made the decisions, and slowly, those decisions began changing my home. I started paying closer attention. The way Lydia referred to the house as our place whenever friends visited. The way she invited people over without asking. The way she spoke about future renovations as though ownership had already been decided. Each incident by itself seemed small. Together, they painted a picture I could no longer ignore. For Lydia, living in my house wasn't temporary, it was the beginning of a takeover. By the 4th month, the atmosphere inside my home had changed completely. Connor and Lydia no longer behaved like temporary guests. They acted like homeowners waiting for paperwork to catch up with reality. Every Saturday morning, Lydia hosted brunches for her friends. Laughter drifted through the house while I quietly sat on the back patio with a novel and a cup of coffee. More than once, I overheard her introducing the property. "We're thinking about remodeling. Our backyard needs a makeover. We'll probably knock down that wall." Every sentence made it sound as though my name had vanished from the deed. One Tuesday afternoon, I returned home earlier than expected after meeting an old friend for lunch. As I walked through the side gate, I stopped in disbelief. A pickup truck was parked in the driveway. A man wearing a construction vest stood in the backyard, stretching a measuring tape across my lawn while another worker took notes on a clipboard. Lydia stood beside them, pointing toward my flower beds. "I'd love a swimming pool right here," she said enthusiastically. "We'll probably remove those bushes." Those bushes weren't ordinary landscaping. George had planted every single rose with his own hands during the final spring before he passed away. I walked across the yard. The contractor noticed me first. "Good afternoon," he greeted politely. Without raising my voice, I took the clipboard from Lydia's hands and returned it to him. "There won't be a pool," I said calmly. The contractor looked confused. Lydia crossed her arms. "I was only getting estimates." I met the contractor's eyes. "I'm the homeowner." His expression changed immediately. "I understand, ma'am." He apologized, gathered his equipment, and motioned for his crew to leave. Within moments, the truck disappeared down the street. Lydia spun toward me, furious. "You embarrassed me." "No," I answered evenly. "You embarrassed yourself." She stepped closer. "This backyard is outdated. It isn't yours to update." For several seconds, neither of us spoke. Finally, she stormed inside, slamming the back door so hard that the windows rattled. That evening, Connor attempted to smooth everything over. "She just likes planning things," he explained while avoiding eye contact. I folded my newspaper. Planning improvements on someone else's property isn't planning. It's pretending, Connor sighed. Mom, no, I interrupted him gently. You are both welcome to stay until you're financially stable, but don't mistake kindness for ownership. He nodded without arguing. Once again, nothing changed, or so he thought. Over the following weeks, another visitor became a regular presence in my home, Lydia's mother, Janice. She arrived carrying oversized suitcases despite claiming she was staying just From the moment she entered the house, she criticized everything: the lighting, the furniture, the wallpaper, even the color of my kitchen cabinets. During dinner on her second evening, she finally revealed why she had become so interested in my house. She set down her fork and smiled. You know, she began sweetly, a woman living alone doesn't really need that large master suite downstairs. Connor immediately became fascinated by his mashed potatoes. Lydia remained silent, waiting, watching. Janice continued. My knees aren't what they used to be. The stairs upstairs are difficult. The downstairs bedroom would make much more sense for me. I took a sip of water before answering. It certainly would. Her smile widened. But it's my bedroom. The smile disappeared just as quickly. Family should help family. I nodded thoughtfully. I agree. Which is why I've allowed 3 adults to live in my home without paying rent. Silence settled over the dining table. Connor shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Janice frowned. Lydia stared at me with obvious irritation. Dinner ended shortly afterward. The next morning, I returned from my usual walk around the neighborhood. The moment I entered the hallway, I stopped 3 large suitcases, sat directly outside my bedroom door. Lydia stood nearby with folded arms. Connor lingered several steps behind her. Mom's back is acting up, Lydia announced confidently. We've already started moving her downstairs. I glanced at the luggage, then at the closed door to my bedroom. No one asked. They had simply decided. Without saying a word, I grabbed the first suitcase and rolled it toward the front door. Janice hurried from the kitchen. What are you doing? I ignored the question. One by one, I carried every suitcase outside and placed them neatly on the front porch. Lydia's face turned bright red. You can't do that. I finally looked at all 3 of them. If the guest room upstairs isn't comfortable, I replied calmly. There's a lovely hotel less than 10 minutes away, Janice gasped. You'd throw family out? No, I'd protect my home. Connor finally stepped forward. Mom, can't we compromise? I looked directly into my son's eyes. The compromise, I answered quietly, is that you've lived here rent-free for 8 months. My bedroom isn't part of that agreement. Without another word, I unlocked my door, stepped inside, and locked it behind me. Outside, I could hear Lydia complaining, Janice grumbling, Connor apologizing. But none of it mattered anymore. For the first time since they moved in, they had discovered something important. I wasn't giving up my home. Not today. Not ever. After the confrontation over my bedroom, the atmosphere inside the house became unbearably tense. Lydia no longer bothered pretending to be polite. She barely acknowledged me when we crossed paths in the hallway. And every conversation she had seemed intentionally loud enough for me to hear. I don't understand why some people refuse to move on, she remarked one afternoon while speaking to Janice in the kitchen. They cling to things that should belong to the next generation. I knew exactly who she meant. I simply poured myself another cup of coffee and walked outside. Arguing with people determined to rewrite reality was a waste of energy. Instead, I watched. I listened, and I prepared. A week later, colorful invitations began arriving in the mail. Lydia had planned an extravagant anniversary celebration to mark 10 years of marriage with Connor. She invited nearly everyone she knew. Friends, co-workers, distant relatives, and neighbors I had never even met. The guest list grew larger every day. So did the expenses. A few mornings later, an email appeared in my inbox from a local catering company. The total bill exceeded $2,000. The invoice had been addressed to me, apparently. Lydia had assumed I would pay for everything without asking. I didn't call the caterer to complain. I simply forwarded the invoice to Connor. My message contained only one sentence: "This belongs to you. Please handle it today." Less than 5 minutes later, Lydia burst into the kitchen. "You embarrassed us," she snapped. I continued slicing vegetables for lunch. "I haven't embarrassed anyone. You refused to pay the caterer. I wasn't asked." She folded her arms. "You know we're trying to save money." I finally looked up. People paying for their own party isn't a hardship. It's called responsibility. She glared at me before storming out of the room. The house shook as another door slammed. That weekend, my daughter, Rachel, stopped by for lunch. Unlike her brother, Rachel had inherited her father's ability to recognize trouble before it became a disaster. She watched Lydia directing furniture deliveries through the front window before lowering her voice. "Mom," I nodded. "I've noticed." Rachel leaned closer. "I spoke to Connor yesterday." My attention shifted toward her. "They aren't saving for a house." I remained silent. "They've maxed out several credit cards. They took an expensive vacation last month. They don't have enough money for a down payment." She paused. "They're planning to stay here." I calmly stirred my iced tea. "I know." Rachel blinked. "You already knew?" "I've known for weeks." "Then why are you allowing that anniversary party?" A faint smile crossed my face. "Because sometimes people reveal their true intentions when they think they've already won." Rachel studied me for several moments. "You have a plan." "I do," she smiled. "Tell me what you need." Over the next 5 days, while Connor and Lydia were at work, Rachel arrived every morning shortly after breakfast. Together, we quietly began preparing. We purchased dozens of heavy-duty black storage bags. Then we walked upstairs. Everything inside Connor and Lydia's rooms was carefully packed. Every shirt, every pair of shoes, every framed photograph. Every kitchen appliance they had purchased, every decorative item Lydia insisted belonged in their future home. Nothing was damaged. Nothing was thrown away. Everything was neatly sealed inside labeled bags. By Friday evening, both upstairs bedrooms were nearly empty. The bags filled the attic storage area above the second floor. Rachel looked around. "I've never seen anyone organize an eviction this neatly." I laughed softly. "Your father always said preparation beats confrontation." She smiled. He was right. While Rachel packed upstairs, I handled another responsibility downstairs. For years, I had quietly helped Connor financially. Without telling anyone, I paid part of his car insurance. I covered their cell phone plan. I guaranteed one of his vehicle loans when he was younger. I even paid several automatic household subscriptions every month. Those payments ended one by one. I contacted my bank. I removed myself as guarantor. I canceled automatic transfers. I closed every financial doorway they had quietly depended upon. None of it required an argument. Only paperwork. By Friday night, every document had been finalized. When Connor returned home that evening, he noticed nothing unusual. Neither did Lydia. They were too busy discussing seating arrangements and party decorations. From the upstairs hallway, Rachel watched them laughing together. "They have no idea," she whispered. I quietly folded another empty storage bag. "No, they don't." Saturday finally arrived. The anniversary celebration would begin at 6 o'clock. By noon, caterers filled the kitchen. Florists decorated every table. Music equipment lined the living room walls. Guests would soon arrive, believing they were attending a joyful celebration. None of them realized they were about to witness the end of an 8-month occupation. Rachel came downstairs dressed for the party. She glanced toward me. "Everything's ready." I nodded. "So am I." Saturday evening arrived with clear skies and a warm breeze drifting through the open patio doors. By 6 o'clock, my once peaceful home had transformed into the setting for an extravagant celebration. Music echoed through every room. Crystal glasses clinked together. Guests admired the decorations while waiters circulated with trays of expensive appetizers. Lydia floated through the crowd wearing a sparkling navy blue dress. Greeting everyone as though she were the lady of the house, Connor remained close beside her, smiling politely but looking exhausted. Janice entertained a group of relatives near the fireplace, enthusiastically describing the neighborhood. "I've always loved this area," she announced proudly. "I'll finally be living here soon." Several people congratulated her. I simply sipped my coffee and observed from across the room. Rachel had already slipped upstairs unnoticed nearly half an hour earlier. Everything was in position. Now all we needed was the right moment. Around 8 o'clock, Lydia gently tapped her champagne glass with a spoon. The music faded. Conversation stopped. Nearly every guest turned toward her with expectant smiles. "My friends," Lydia began cheerfully, wrapping one arm around Connor, "thank you for celebrating this special day with us." Applause filled the room. She waited until the noise settled before continuing. "Tonight isn't just our anniversary. We also have exciting family news." Several guests exchanged curious looks. Janice stepped forward. Grinning from ear to ear, Lydia raised her glass. "Beginning next week, my mother will officially be moving into this house permanently." More applause followed. Several relatives even cheered. Then Lydia turned toward me. Her smile remained, but her eyes hardened. "And because Margaret has graciously agreed to give us the downstairs master suite, Mom will be perfectly comfortable." The applause slowly faded. Confused expressions spread through the crowd. Every pair of eyes shifted toward me. I calmly placed my coffee cup on the kitchen island. "I never agreed to that." The room became silent. Lydia laughed awkwardly, pretending I was joking. "Oh, don't tease." She walked toward me carrying a small decorative wooden box. "Go ahead." She held it out. "Just drop the keys inside." I looked at the empty box, then back at her. "No." Her smile disappeared. "Everyone is waiting. I don't care." Janice suddenly stepped beside her. "Don't be selfish," she snapped loudly. "A woman your age doesn't need that much space." Several of Lydia's relatives nodded in agreement. Someone muttered that family should support family. Another whispered that I was being unreasonable. Connor stood perfectly still. I searched his face for even the smallest sign that he intended to stop what was happening. There was none. He simply stared at the floor. The realization hurt more than the slap that would come later. My own son had known exactly what they planned. He had invited people into my home to pressure me into surrendering it. Lydia stepped even closer. "This is our home now," she hissed quietly enough that only I could hear. "You've had your time." I answered just as softly. "No." She suddenly reached toward my cardigan pocket. She knew exactly where I kept my house keys. Her fingers grabbed the fabric, trying to tear the pocket open. Before she could reach inside, I caught her wrist. My grip was firm. "Don't touch me." For a brief moment, she struggled against my hand. Then I released her wrist and stepped backward. Connor finally spoke. "Lydia." She spun toward him. "Stay out of it." Then she faced me again, breathing heavily. "I'm asking one last time. Give me the keys." "I won't." The words had barely left my mouth before her open hand struck my face. The sharp crack echoed through the silent room. Several guests gasped. Someone dropped a glass onto the hardwood floor. No one moved. No one spoke. The sting spread across my cheek, but I refused to react. Slowly, I looked directly into Lydia's furious eyes. Then I turned around without saying a single word. I walked through the sliding patio doors and stepped outside. The cool evening air felt strangely peaceful after the tension inside. Behind me, muffled voices filled the living room. Guests whispered nervously. Someone asked if they should call the police. Others wondered whether the party was over. None of them knew the evening had only just begun. I reached into my pocket and removed my phone. Rachel had been waiting upstairs for one message, nothing more. I opened our conversation. My fingers typed the same words we had agreed upon days earlier, "Scart now." I pressed send. Then I quietly slipped the phone back into my pocket. Standing alone beneath the patio lights, I counted silently 10 seconds, 20, 30, 45. Then the first scream shattered the night. The scream came from the second floor. It was Lydia. A second later, another cry followed. Then several guests looked upward just as a heavy black storage bag crashed onto the living room floor with a loud thud. The music had already stopped. Now complete confusion swept through the room. Another bag fell, then another. Within seconds, dozens of tightly packed black bags began tumbling over the upstairs balcony, landing across the hardwood floor, sofas, and coffee tables. One burst open as it hit the ground. Dawn Star's shoes scattered in every direction. A silk dress slid across the floor. Connor's golf clubs clattered loudly against the fireplace. People jumped backward to avoid the falling bags. "What is happening?" Someone shouted. Above them, Rachel calmly stood at the upstairs railing. Without showing the slightest emotion, she dragged another heavy bag to the edge and pushed it over. It landed with another deafening crash. "Your party is over," Rachel announced clearly enough for everyone to hear. "Take your belongings and leave my mother's house." Gasps echoed through the room. Lydia stared in disbelief as another bag split open, spilling handbags, framed photographs, cosmetics, and neatly folded clothes onto the expensive decorations she had spent weeks arranging. "My things!" she screamed. She dropped to her knees, desperately trying to gather everything, while guests stepped around her. Janice looked toward the staircase. "Stop her!" No one moved. Rachel continued dropping the remaining bags one after another until the attic storage area was completely empty. Within minutes, the living room looked less like an anniversary celebration and more like the middle of a hurried move. Guests exchanged uncomfortable glances. Many quietly picked up their coats. Others slipped toward the front door without saying goodbye. No one wanted to remain in the middle of a family disaster. The applause that Lydia had expected earlier was replaced by embarrassed silence. I walked back into the house through the patio doors. The sting on my cheek had faded, but my determination had only grown stronger. Connor finally looked at me. His face was pale. "Mom," I raised one hand. "Not now." He fell silent. I looked around the room before speaking in a calm, steady voice. "You have 30 minutes. Everyone stopped moving. I continued. "Everything belonging to Connor and Lydia is now here. You have 30 minutes to remove it from my home. Anything left behind after that will be donated." Lydia looked up from the floor. "You can't do this." "I already have." She stood, trembling with anger. "You planned this." "Yes, you humiliated us." I met her eyes without hesitation. "No, you humiliated yourselves." Janice stepped toward me, pointing an accusing finger. "We're family." I nodded. Family doesn't try to steal someone's home. She opened her mouth to argue again. I simply turned away. The conversation was over. For the next half hour, the only sounds inside the house were the rustling of plastic bags, car doors opening and closing, and the muffled voices of embarrassed relatives helping carry belongings outside. Several guests avoided looking at me entirely. Others quietly apologized before leaving. Connor made 3 trips between the house and his car. Each time, his shoulders seemed lower than before. Lydia never stopped complaining. Janice criticized everyone around her. Neither of them accepted responsibility. When the final bag had been loaded, Connor returned alone. He stood near the front door for several seconds before speaking. "I'm sorry." His voice was barely above a whisper. "I should have stopped this long ago." I looked at him sadly. "I waited months for you to do exactly that." He lowered his head. "I know." I extended my hand. "The keys." Without arguing, Connor reached into his pocket and placed my house keys in my palm. The familiar weight felt strangely comforting. He looked as though he wanted to say something else. Instead, he quietly turned around and walked outside. A moment later, the car disappeared down the street. The house became silent. Over the following weeks, Connor called several times. Sometimes he blamed Lydia. Sometimes he blamed himself. Eventually, he asked whether he could move back in for a while. I didn't return the calls. Peace, once reclaimed, is too valuable to surrender twice. I contacted my bank one final time and confirmed that every financial connection had been permanently removed. The automatic payments remained canceled. The guarantees remained withdrawn. Every responsibility that belonged to grown adults had been returned to them. A professional cleaning crew restored the upstairs bedrooms. Fresh paint covered the walls. The guest rooms became bright and welcoming once again. Rachel visited often after that. We spent afternoons tending George's rose garden, exactly as he had taught us years earlier. Life slowly returned to what it had once been. These days, my mornings begin with coffee in my favorite travel mug while sunlight fills the kitchen. The house is peaceful again. The master bedroom remains exactly where it has always belonged. And whenever I slip my keys into my pocket before leaving the house, I smile because they remind me of something important. A home is more than walls and furniture. It is built on respect. The moment respect disappears, no one, no matter who they are, has the right to stay.
The walls were cold. My palms pressed flat against them, searching for air like it was hiding somewhere between the cracks. I could hear my mom's voice above me, sharp, impatient. "You're fine. Stop making a scene." Her words didn't reach me the way she thought they did. They were muffled, like she was yelling through water. I tried to respond, but my chest wouldn't open. Every inhale felt like a thief breaking in and taking half before leaving. From the other side of the counter, my sister laughed, the sound thin and cruel. "She's being dramatic again," she said. "She's always like this when she wants attention." Attention? I wanted air. My vision tightened, edges turning black. The room tilted like the floor was sliding away from me. Somewhere, a door opened. Boots on tile. A low voice, male. "EMT here. Where's the patient?" He crouched beside me, gloved hands lifting my chin gently. His eyes flicked to my lips. I didn't understand the look that passed over his face until he squeezed his radio. "Dispatch, we're gonna need police backup." Quietly. "Why police? Why now?" I tried to ask, but no sound came out, just a wheeze that scared even me. And then, for the first time since I hit the kitchen floor, my mother's voice broke. "What are you talking about?" "She's fine." The EMT cut her off, his voice calm but razor sharp. "She's not fine. And I think we both know why." The siren outside didn't wail. It purred low, almost hidden. Through the corner of my dimming vision, I saw the faint strobe of blue and red lights bouncing off the window. The EMT had placed an oxygen mask over my face by then. The first rush of air hit like a wave, burning its way into my lungs before settling in my chest. My hands trembled as I held onto it, as if it could disappear any second. "Pulse ox is low, oxygen improving," he muttered into his radio. But then, leaning closer, his tone changed, almost too soft for the room to hear. "Stay with me. We're not letting this get covered up." Covered up. The words buzzed in my head, jagged and loud. From behind him, my mom paced. "She's fine. She's just overreacting," she said, her voice brittle now like glass about to crack. The EMT didn't look at her. Instead, he turned to the officer who'd just stepped in. Uniform neat, eyes scanning the kitchen like he was reading a crime scene. "Ma'am, we'll need you to step into the other room," the officer said to my mother. My sister's smirk faltered. "Wait, this is ridiculous. She's just being..." "Ma'am," the officer repeated, sharper this time. "Now." They didn't see me watching, my breathing still ragged under the mask. They didn't see the way the EMT slipped a small evidence bag into the officer's hand, something he'd picked up from the floor near my spilled water glass. The officer glanced inside, then his jaw tightened. He whispered something I couldn't hear, but the EMT's answering nod told me one thing: this wasn't an accident. And for the first time, a cold realization wrapped itself around me, tighter than the panic ever had. I wasn't just fighting to breathe, I was fighting to stay alive. The ride to the hospital was a blur of white ceilings and muffled voices. Every bump in the road rattled my ribs. Every whisper between the EMT and the officer in the front seat made my stomach churn. When we arrived, the EMT wheeled me straight past the waiting area, his pace quick, urgent. The officer stayed close behind, his hand resting lightly on his holster, as if he wasn't sure what we'd walk into next. In the exam room, a nurse drew blood, while another attached monitors to my chest. My oxygen mask hissed softly, but underneath it, I could taste something strange, metallic, bitter. The doctor came in minutes later, flipping through my chart. His eyes scanned the numbers on the screen, then flicked up to meet mine. "We're running a talk screen," he said evenly. "Do you remember what you ate or drank in the last hour?" I swallowed hard. Just water. From the glass on the counter. The EMT and officer exchanged a glance. "That glass is in evidence," the EMT said quietly. The doctor didn't react, just nodded and stepped out. But I could feel the tension pulsing in the room, like everyone knew something they weren't ready to say. Through the open doorway, I caught a glimpse of my mom and sister in the waiting area. My mom was leaning forward, speaking fast to someone on the phone. My sister, she was scrolling through her phone, one leg bouncing nervously. The officer's radio crackled. A voice came through, low but clear. Tuck screen on the glass came back positive. Same compound found in the patient's blood sample. The officer's eyes shifted back to me, steady and unflinching. "Miss, this wasn't random," he said. And just like that, the kitchen, the gasps, the laughter, it all snapped into place. They hadn't just dismissed me. They had tried to erase me. The officer stepped fully into the room, his voice low but cutting through the hum of machines. "Ma'am, I need to ask you, do you feel safe going home tonight?" The question hung there like a loaded gun. Safe? The word felt foreign. I thought of the kitchen floor, the way my mom's voice had sliced through my panic like it was nothing. Of my sister's smirk, that small, satisfied curl at the corner of her mouth. Of the bitter taste that still clung to the back of my throat. My silence must have been enough of an answer, because he continued, "We're going to keep you here for observation. I've requested protective detail." Protective detail. For me. Because of them. From the hall, I could hear the shuffle of movement, the unmistakable weight of boots against linoleum. 2 more officers had arrived. The doctor returned, this time with a printout in his hand. "Confirming it's ethylene glycol," he said grimly. "We're starting treatment now." I blinked. "That's antifreeze, right?" He nodded, his expression a mix of pity and controlled fury. "It doesn't take much." Through the doorway, I caught sight of my sister finally looking up from her phone as one officer approached her. She straightened, confusion flickering across her face, until she saw me watching. Her lips formed a single word. "You." My mom's voice rose sharply then, loud enough for the whole ward to hear. "She's making this up. She always exaggerates." But the officer didn't even flinch. "Ma'am, I'm going to need you to come with us." In that moment, I realized, whatever happened next, the story they'd been telling about me for years was about to collapse. And this time, I wasn't the one struggling to breathe. They led my mother and sister down the hall, their voices still sharp, still dripping with the same false confidence they'd always carried. But it didn't matter. For the first time, their words didn't stick to me like chains. The door to my room shut with a soft click. The sudden quiet was almost too much. The doctor sat beside my bed, setting the printout on the tray table. "Do you know how this could have gotten into your system?" I stared at the paper, at the ugly lines of numbers I couldn't fully understand. "I drank tea," I said slowly. "At the kitchen table. My mom made it." He nodded once, writing something down. "I'm obligated to tell you. This was deliberate." Deliberate. The words sank in deep. The officer from earlier returned, his expression gentler now. "They'll be questioned separately," he said. "We've secured your home. You won't be going back there tonight." I closed my eyes for a moment, the image of my little box of belongings flashing in my mind, the things I'd have to collect eventually. But there was no grief in the thought, only release. When I opened them again, I saw someone standing just outside the glass panel of my room. A man in a dark coat, his hair dusted with gray. My uncle. Mom's older brother. The one person in our family who'd ever told me to keep a bag packed, just in case. When they let him in, he didn't say hello. He just put a set of car keys on the table. "You're not going back," he said quietly. "I'll make sure of it." For the first time all day, I felt my shoulders lower. I didn't know what tomorrow would bring, but tonight, I wouldn't be alone. And I knew they would never see me the same way again. By morning, the story had already begun to spread, not through gossip, but through official channels. A detective came by with a folder, laying it open so I could see the photographs they'd taken from the kitchen. The tea mug, the container on the counter, the residue inside the sink drain. It was surreal, staring at evidence that had nearly stopped my heart. "They aren't admitting to anything," he said, his tone calm but weighted. "But the lab results are solid. It's going to move forward whether they cooperate or not." I sat there, clutching the thin hospital blanket, feeling the lines of my life rearrange themselves. The family I'd spent years defending gone. The home I thought I had gone. My uncle walked in just as the detective left. He was carrying a bag, heavy with the sound of zippers and metal. "Everything you need to get started," he said simply. When I opened it, I saw clothes, a prepaid phone, and a neatly folded sheet of paper. It was a lease agreement. Signed. Paid in full for 6 months. "You don't have to thank me," he said. "Just promise me you won't go back there." That promise felt like the only thing I could keep. Later, when I stood at the hospital's glass doors with my bag over my shoulder, the air felt different. Lighter, colder, but clean. My uncle's car was waiting at the curb, but across the street, 2 familiar figures stood behind the yellow police tape that now wrapped around my childhood home. My mother's arms were crossed. My sister's eyes were red, not from guilt, but from rage. I didn't wave. I didn't speak. I simply turned away, letting the door close behind me. The new apartment was small, barely big enough for a bed, a table, and a single chair, but it was mine. No echoes of slammed doors. No footsteps creeping up behind me. Just silence, the good kind. For the first week, I didn't leave much. Not out of fear, but because I was learning how to breathe without waiting for permission. Then the calls started. Unknown numbers. Voicemails from blocked IDs. My sister's voice would come through, dripping venom. "You've ruined everything. Mom's a wreck. I hope you're happy." Then my mother, pretending at softness. "Come home and we'll talk. You're making this worse than it is." Worse? They had almost buried me. The detective had warned me this would happen, that the moment consequences touched them, they'd rewrite the story, paint themselves as the victims. But I didn't expect the next message. It wasn't a call. It was a video. The screen lit up with footage of my old bedroom. Every drawer pulled out. Every wall stripped bare. My books, my photographs, my clothes gone. And then, my sister's face appeared on screen. "Consider this your final wake-up call," she sneered, before shutting the camera off. I should have felt rage. But instead, I smiled. Because what she didn't know was that I had already taken every document, every important possession, every piece of my real life, weeks before the night in the kitchen. Everything she destroyed, replaceable. And tomorrow, she was going to learn just how replaceable her comfort was too. Morning broke with a soft gold light through my blinds, a new kind of dawn. The kind where I wasn't bracing for footsteps or shouts. The kind where I got to choose what came next. I had been patient. Too patient. When the police investigation concluded, charges were filed. Not just for assault, but for something far uglier. The tests had revealed deliberate poisoning, traces of a substance no one could accidentally sprinkle into food. The evidence was irrefutable. My mother's fingerprints on the container. My sister's text to a friend bragging about finally teaching her a lesson. Court day came fast. I walked in quietly, dressed in navy, my hair pinned back, calm, collected. They shuffled in from the other side, both pale, both glancing at the reporters gathered in the back. The judge read the charges. Gasps filled the room when the medical report was entered into evidence. The EMT who had saved me took the stand. And when the prosecutor asked if my life had been in danger, he didn't hesitate. Yes. Minutes away. The verdict came before lunch. Guilty. Sentencing deferred, but strict no-contact orders issued immediately. Outside, cameras flashed, voices shouted questions. I didn't answer a single one. I simply walked past, my heels clicking on the courthouse steps, my breath steady for the first time in years. Later that night, I made one call, not to gloat, not to argue, just to leave a single sentence on my sister's voicemail. Turns out, I was fine after all. And for the first time, they had no words. Sometimes the people we expect to protect us are the ones who hurt us the most, and that betrayal cuts deeper than any wound a stranger could cause. This story shows how cruelty can hide behind the mask of family, disguised as jokes or lessons, until the truth rips that mask away. The mother and sister in this story didn't just ignore suffering, they mocked it, dismissed it, and turned it into entertainment. What they didn't realize is that every laugh, every cruel remark, was building a case against them without them even knowing. It's a reminder that silence is not weakness. The narrator could have fought back in the moment, argued, screamed, tried to defend herself. But she chose to observe, gather the truth, and let the facts speak for themselves. When the EMT quietly called for backup, when the tests came back, and when the fingerprints and messages were exposed in court, justice arrived without the need for shouting matches or public scenes. That's a powerful lesson. Sometimes the loudest form of strength is the quiet confidence that the truth will surface. It also teaches us about paying attention to the small signs. Many people would brush off dizziness, shortness of breath, or even the strange taste in food, telling themselves not to make a fuss. But ignoring those instincts can be dangerous. Listening to your body and trusting that something is wrong could save your life, just as it did here. This story forces us to ask hard questions. Why do some families treat kindness as weakness? Why does jealousy or resentment fester in people who are supposed to love us? And most importantly, how much are we willing to tolerate before we finally say, enough? The narrator didn't just survive, she reclaimed her life. She walked out of court free, breathing fully, no longer trapped in a home that minimized her existence. The final call to her sister wasn't revenge in the traditional sense. It was closure, a single, calm reminder that they had lost all power over her. If you've ever been dismissed, mocked, or gaslight when you were at your lowest, remember this. You don't owe explanations to those who choose not to see your pain. Protect yourself. Document everything. And when the time comes, let the truth do the talking. Justice doesn't always roar. Sometimes it arrives in complete, devastating silence.
Welcome to Revenge with Lyra.
Ladies and gentlemen, Marcus declared, raising his glass, seems our beloved sister's been borrowing from everyone. Laughter erupted around the dining table, sharp, cruel, echoing against the chandelier. Dad's 65th birthday, the whole family gathered in our childhood mansion, and there it was, my public humiliation served right next to the champagne. My sister leaned in, her voice dripping venom. Ava, honestly, do you ever stop taking? You're like a leech in designer heels. Everyone laughed again, everyone but me. I didn't flinch. I didn't defend myself. I simply picked up my phone, unlocked it, and placed it on the table. The laughter faded. Check your accounts, I said quietly. Mom frowned. What are you talking about? I turned the screen toward her, the light reflecting the numbers like fire. $127 million. Gasps filled the room. Marcus blinked. My sister's wine glass slipped, shattering on the marble floor. I wasn't borrowing, I said calmly. I was paying. They looked at each other, confused, guilty. For 3 years, I continued, I've been covering your mortgages, your car loans, your credit card debt, all in silence. Mom's hand shot to her mouth, trembling. Ava, that can't be true. I smiled, not cruelly, just tired. You should check before calling me a leech. The room went silent. The only sound left was the quiet buzz of my phone, and the sound of everyone realizing the power had just shifted. The silence was thick enough to choke on. Marcus's smug grin vanished as he fumbled for his phone. My sister did the same, her manicured nails tapping frantically across the screen. Then came the gasps. Oh my God, she whispered, her voice trembling. My mortgage paid off. Marcus's face turned pale. My credit lines, everything cleared? I just sat there, swirling my wine. You're welcome. Mom's eyes filled with confusion. Ava, where did you get that kind of money? I smiled faintly. You remember when Dad told me investing was a hobby for men? Turns out, my hobbies paid better than his advice. A few guests chuckled nervously, sensing the tension between shock and awe. Marcus slammed his phone down. So, what, you're some big shot now? You think this makes you better than us? No, I said, my voice calm measured. It just makes me free. Dad finally spoke for the first time, his voice low and uneasy. You should have told us, Ava. Why? I asked, meeting his eyes. So, You could have stopped me? Or worse, taken credit for it. My sister shot up from her chair. You think we owe you now? You can't buy family. I leaned forward, my tone like ice. I wasn't buying family. I was buying silence, mine. And just then, the staff entered with the birthday cake. 65 candles flickered, and in their trembling light, every secret face around that table looked exposed. The candles flickered, throwing uneven shadows across the table. Dad forced a smile, muttering, "Let's just enjoy the evening, everyone." But the tension was already poison in the air. No one sang. No one clapped. Marcus sat with his jaw tight, scrolling through his phone, desperate for a loophole that didn't exist. My sister kept glancing at me, eyes darting between fury and fear. Finally, Dad broke. "Ava, you embarrassed your family tonight." I blinked slowly. Embarrassed? I told the truth. His voice rose. "You humiliated your brother and sister. You could have kept this private." I tilted my head, smiling faintly. "Like you kept your offshore account private?" The room went still again. Marcus froze mid-breath. Dad's face flushed crimson. Mom stammered, "Ava, please." But I was done playing the quiet one. "I spent years fixing your mistakes while you called me reckless. You said I'd ruin this family, and yet here we are, standing on the foundation I built." My sister scoffed. "Oh, please, what foundation?" "Your little tech investments." I leaned forward, voice low, sharp. "The same investments that bought Dad out of foreclosure, paid off Marcus's gambling debt, and saved your brand from bankruptcy." Her smirk vanished. For a moment, no one spoke. Just the sound of candles sizzling as wax dripped onto the cake. Then I said it, the line that made Mom's hand tremble. "I didn't come to ruin this birthday. I came to end the performance." The chandelier light flickered above us, as if the house itself were holding its breath. Dad stood up slowly, his voice trembling with restrained anger. "End the performance? You think you're the hero here?" I met his glare.
"No, Dad."
"I think I'm the audience finally walking out of a bad play." Mom gasped, clutching her pearls as if my words were bullets. Marcus muttered something under his breath, probably another excuse about family loyalty. I turned toward him. "Do you even know how many times I saved you from jail, Marcus? How many loans I paid off to keep your name clean?" His face twisted. "I never asked you to." "Exactly," I replied coldly. "You just expected it." The room pulsed with humiliation, every lie unraveling under the weight of truth. Dad slammed his hand on the table. "Enough. You don't talk to me like that." I rose slowly, matching his stare. "You're right. I shouldn't. Because from this moment on, you're not my boss, not my banker, and not the god you've always tried to be." Mom whispered, voice trembling, "Ava, stop this madness." But I didn't stop. I reached into my purse and placed a sleek black folder on the table. "This," I said, "is the documentation transferring all your mortgages, your debts, and your business shares back to you." Marcus's eyes widened. "Well, what does that mean?" "It means," I said softly, "I'm done cleaning up your mess." The folder sat in the middle of the table like a live grenade. No one dared to touch it. Marcus finally broke the silence, his voice cracking. You can't just walk away from family obligations." I smiled, quiet and sharp. "Marcus, obligations end when respect dies." Dad snatched the folder, flipping through the papers, his face growing darker with each page. "You revoked the transfers? Ava, this will destroy us." I met his gaze. "You destroyed us the day you made money your god." Mom covered her mouth, tears filling her eyes. "We needed help, Ava. We were drowning. And I gave it," I said. 3 years of it. But instead of gratitude, I got mockery. My sister scoffed. "You're punishing us because we didn't worship you?" I turned toward her, my tone like ice.
"No, darling."
"I'm punishing you because you learned from them." Her smirk faltered. "I don't want repayment," I continued, standing now, my chair scraping softly against the marble. "I just want distance. And peace." Dad slammed the folder shut. So, what? Now you'll watch us fall? I looked at him, the man who once told me success without approval meant failure. No, I said. I'll watch you rebuild the way I did, without anyone saving you. The silence that followed wasn't anger anymore. It was fear, the kind that comes when people realize the game has ended and they've lost the only player who ever knew how to win. Marcus stood up, his chair scraping the marble floor. You think you're better than us now? Just because you have money. I turned slowly, my heels clicking against the tile like punctuation. No, Marcus. I'm better because I remembered where I came from, and you all forgot who raised you. Mom wiped her tears, shaking her head. We're still your family, Ava. You can't just erase us like some bad investment. I softened for a moment, but then I saw the way my sister's husband was smirking behind his glass of wine, whispering something that made her laugh. Something snapped. You called me a leech in front of strangers, remember? I said, turning to my sister. You told your friends I begged you for money when I was paying for your wedding, your car, your house. You said I was desperate. Her smile vanished. Ava, that was just a joke. Funny, I cut in, because now the joke's on you. I pulled my phone from my bag, tapping the screen. The Bluetooth speaker in the living room chimed. And then the room filled with my sister's voice, her recorded call with Mom, laughing about bleeding Ava dry before cutting me off completely. Dad froze. Mom's face drained of color. My sister went white as marble. You wanted proof of betrayal? I said calmly. I brought receipts. The recording ended with my sister's voice. Ava's too soft to ever fight back. I smiled. Guess I finally learned. The room exploded in chaos. Mom lunged toward the speaker, shouting, "Turn that off, Ava." But I didn't move. I just stood there, still, calm, watching years of manipulation unravel. Dad's face was gray with shame. Is this true, Carol? He asked, voice trembling. My sister stuttered. Dad, it was just venting. But the truth was already out, echoing in the walls of that mansion they built on my silence. I turned to Mom. You taught me loyalty, remember? You said family means never turning your back. But you forgot the other side of that. Family shouldn't stab you in yours. Her lips quivered. Ava, I only said those things because I was angry. I stepped closer, my voice barely above a whisper. You weren't angry. You were comfortable. You liked the version of me that stayed quiet and kept you rich. She reached for my arm. Please, we can fix this. I pulled back.
No, Mom.
You fix things you love. You bury things you've used. Marcus tried to speak, but Dad silenced him with a raised hand. His voice was low now, defeated. You recorded your own family. Why? Because I knew the day would come when I'd need to remind you who you turned me into, I said. And then I reached into my purse, pulling out an envelope and dropping it on the table. That's your final payment and my goodbye. The envelope slid across the table, landing between Mom's trembling hands. Inside were cashier's checks, one for each of them. Enough to start over, but not enough to control me again. Mom whispered, Ava, you don't mean this. I do, I said softly. For years, I was your backup plan. Now I'm my own. Marcus's eyes flickered to the checks, greed battling guilt. You're seriously cutting us off? I smiled faintly. I'm setting you free. There's a difference. Dad's voice cracked. You'll regret this, Ava. Family is all you'll have when the money runs out. I looked around the room. The house that once smelled like comfort, now thick with deceit. Then I'll make sure my peace lasts longer than my money. I picked up my coat. The night air outside was cold and pure, the kind of cold that feels like cleansing. As I walked toward the door, Mom called out one last time, Ava, please stay. I turned back, meeting her eyes for the final time. You all taught me something valuable, I said quietly. That sometimes love without respect is just captivity dressed in kindness. Their faces blurred behind me as I stepped into the night. Outside, the city lights stretched endlessly ahead, bright, silent, free. I took a deep breath, letting go of the weight I'd carried for years. Tonight, I wasn't the family's scapegoat or savior. I was something far rarer. I was finally free.
I watched 12 pairs of eyes drill into me across the Mountain Lodge conference room. The rustling of papers stopped. The clicking of keyboards ceased. Every chair angled toward me in an almost perfect circle, leaving me exposed in the center like an animal caught in a hunt. Outside, snow fell in thick flakes against floor-to-ceiling windows. But inside, the atmosphere burned with something far from cozy. "We've been talking, Aurelia," Niles said, rising from his chair. My manager's voice carried that artificial concern that made my stomach twist. "As a department, we've reached a decision." The overhead lights seemed to intensify, highlighting every face turned toward me. I counted them silently, 12 colleagues I'd worked alongside for 3 years. "You're the problem here," Niles continued, his fingers tapping against the wooden table. The tension, the missed deadlines, the constant questioning of established processes. Octavia nodded vigorously, her tortoiseshell glasses catching the light. "Every project I've managed with you has fallen behind schedule." "You challenge everything," added Kip, the shadows under his eyes more pronounced than usual. "It's exhausting." One by one, they built their case against me. Everly claimed I undermined team morale. Jasper said I was too fixated on unnecessary details. Dahlia complained that my excessive caution cost us a major account last quarter. Their words washed over me like acid rain as I studied their expressions. The practiced concern, the rehearsed disappointment. This wasn't spontaneous. The synchronized nods, the prepared examples, the way they'd positioned themselves in the room. They'd planned this ambush for weeks. I remained silent, my fingers moving discreetly beneath the table as I typed on my phone. The mountain retreat was meant to be 3 days of team building and strategy. Instead, it had become my public execution. "We want you to succeed," Niles finished, his tone suggesting the opposite. "But changes need to happen immediately." The silence that followed hung heavy, everyone waiting for me to crumble, to argue, to give them the emotional outburst they'd clearly anticipated. Instead, I simply nodded and pressed send on an email I'd been composing. "Thank you for your feedback," I said, meeting each gaze steadily. Confusion flickered across their faces. This wasn't the script they'd expected. Before anyone could respond, Niles glanced at his watch. "The CEO's keynote starts in 5 minutes. We should head to the main hall." As we filed out, I felt their sideways glances, their whispered confusion. The retreat schedule continued, but beneath the surface, something fundamental had shifted. 2 presentations later, Roland, our CEO, took the stage, tablet in hand. 10 minutes into his speech about quarterly projections, I saw him pause to check an incoming message. His eyes narrowed slightly as he scrolled through what I'd sent. He looked up, scanning the crowd until his gaze found mine. "Actually," he said, setting aside his notes, "we need to address something more urgent first. Something about integrity and accountability." Niles straightened in his chair beside me. The others exchanged nervous glances. "Effective immediately," Roland continued, "I'm announcing a comprehensive audit of all departmental activities from the past year." The blood drained from Niles's face. "Additionally, I'm implementing a new ethics compliance system, because clearly our current approach isn't working." He never looked directly at our department. He didn't need to. I hope you're enjoying this so far. If this story resonates with you, please hit that like button and subscribe to hear more stories like this one. Your comments mean everything. They help me understand what stories connect with you most. Now, let's get back to what happened after that bombshell at the company retreat. My name is Aurelia Frost, and until 6 months ago, I was living what I thought was my dream career. As a financial compliance specialist at a rapidly growing firm, my job was to ensure our practices matched our promises. I was meticulous, thorough, and utterly devoted to doing things right. That's how the trouble began. I spotted the first inconsistency in March. A client project marked 100% complete that barely existed beyond a fancy presentation. When I questioned it, Niles smiled thinly and told me to focus on your actual responsibilities. 2 weeks later, I discovered inflated hours billed to our biggest client. Niles called it standard industry practice and suggested I stop creating problems where none exist. I might have let it go if I hadn't accidentally received an email thread not meant for me. It revealed that Niles and several senior team members were systematically manipulating project data to inflate performance metrics tied directly to their substantial bonuses. When I brought my concerns to Iris, our HR director, she listened sympathetically before suggesting I might be overthinking things. The next day, my access to certain financial systems was revoked due to system updates. The retaliation escalated quickly. My tasks were reassigned. Critical meetings happened without my knowledge. Decisions were made, then I was blamed when they backfired. The isolation was subtle but effective. Lunch invitations disappeared. Conversations stopped when I entered rooms, and colleagues who once sought my input now avoided eye contact. I began documenting everything, not just the financial discrepancies, but the coordinated effort to push me out. Each conversation, each exclusion, each contradictory instruction became part of my growing file. The weekend before the retreat, I received the agenda. There it was, a 2-hour block labeled Department Alignment Discussion. No details provided, just a room number and a note to bring an open mind. I knew exactly what it meant. The only question was how I would respond when cornered. That morning, as we gathered in that Mountain Lodge conference room, I watched them arrange their chairs in that perfect circle. I saw the glances they exchanged as I entered. I noticed how Niles had positioned himself closest to the door, as if needing a quick escape route. When the accusations began, I didn't interrupt. I let them speak, each one reading from their mental script of complaints. And I composed the email that would change everything, not with threats or accusations, but with meticulously organized evidence of what they'd been hiding. After Roland's announcement at the keynote, the retreat continued in name only. The team-building exercises felt hollow, every trust fall and problem-solving activity undermined by the knowledge that something massive was shifting beneath the surface. Niles avoided me completely. The others either did the same or approached with sudden, transparent attempts at friendship. Dahlia cornered me by the coffee station, her voice hushed. "What exactly did you say to Roland?" she asked, stirring her coffee with unusual intensity. I simply smiled, just sharing some observations. The retreat ended a day early. As we boarded the company shuttle back to the city, the silence was broken only by the occasional ping of incoming messages. News travels fast, and by the time we reached the office, everyone knew. Auditors would arrive Monday morning. The Monday after our return, the elevators opened to reveal a team of unfamiliar faces carrying briefcases and tablets. The auditors had arrived, their presence sending ripples through every department. People hurried between offices with strained expressions, whispers trailing behind them like smoke. I sat at my desk, working as usual, while chaos unfolded around me. The team that had surrounded me at the retreat now avoided looking in my direction. When they passed my desk, their footsteps quickened. The smug certainty from the Mountain Lodge had evaporated, replaced by something brittle and anxious. Mid-morning, Niles called an emergency department meeting. His usual polished appearance had slipped, his collar uneven, a light sheen of sweat visible on his forehead. "The audit team will request access to all our files," he announced, eyes darting around the room but never landing on me. "This is routine, nothing to worry about. Just answer their questions truthfully and directly." Everly raised her hand. "What exactly are they looking for?" Niles cleared his throat. "General compliance review. Standard procedure." "It doesn't seem standard," Jasper muttered, arms crossed tightly. "They've never pulled in external auditors before." I felt Octavia's gaze burning into me from across the room. When our eyes met, she quickly looked away. The meeting disbanded with nervous energy. As everyone filed out, Niles caught my arm. "Aurelia," he said, his voice low. "Whatever you think you know." "Yes?" I responded calmly. His grip tightened briefly, then released. "Never mind. Just remember, we're all on the same team here." I smiled. "Are we?" The following days unfolded in slow motion. The auditors set up in the corner conference room, calling people in one by one. I watched as my colleagues emerged from their interviews, some composed, others visibly shaken. Kip cornered me in the break room 3 days into the audit. "What did you tell them?" he demanded, close enough that I could smell the coffee on his breath. His usual easygoing demeanor had vanished. "The truth," I replied simply, just like Niles instructed. His face darkened. "You have no idea what you've done." "I think I do," I said, stepping around him to leave. "But I'm curious if you do." That afternoon, an email arrived from Roland's assistant requesting my presence in his office at 5 p.m. I felt 12 pairs of eyes tracking me as I walked through the department toward the elevators. Roland's office occupied the entire northeast corner of the top floor. Floor-to-ceiling windows showcased the city skyline, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across his minimalist furniture. Sit, he said, not looking up from his computer. I settled into the chair across from him, waiting silently. The only sound was the gentle hum of the ventilation system and the occasional click of his keyboard. Finally, he turned his attention to me. The auditors are finding discrepancies. I nodded but offered nothing. Major discrepancies, he continued, studying my reaction. In project reports, client billing, resource allocation. I'm not surprised, I said quietly. No, I don't imagine you are. He leaned back, fingers forming a steeple. What I don't understand is why you didn't come directly to me when you first noticed. I met his gaze steadily. I tried the proper channels. I spoke to Niles. I went to HR. Each time, I was told to stay in my lane. Each time, the retaliation escalated. And you documented all of this. Every instance. Roland nodded slowly. Smart, though some might call it calculating. I call it survival, I replied. A hint of something like respect flickered across his face before he turned back to his computer. The audit continues. In the meantime, I'm placing Niles on administrative leave. Effective immediately. My heart lurched, but I kept my expression neutral. And the rest of the department? We'll see where the evidence leads. He dismissed me with a nod. Word of Niles's suspension spread like wildfire. By morning, his office was empty, his personal items gone as if he'd never existed. The department operated in stunned silence, everyone walking on eggshells. Dahlia approached me as I worked, her voice barely above a whisper. They're saying 3 more people will be suspended by the end of the week. I continued typing, not looking up. Where did you hear that? Jasper overheard the auditors talking. She hesitated. They mentioned Octavia, Kip, and she swallowed. Me. Now I did look up. Dahlia's perfectly composed appearance couldn't hide the panic in her eyes. What did you know, Dahlia? I asked quietly. Nothing concrete, she insisted. I noticed things didn't add up sometimes. But Niles assured us it was all approved methodology. And the campaign against me? Was that approved methodology too? Color flooded her cheeks. That wasn't my idea. Niles said you were becoming a liability, that your constant questioning would bring down the entire department. So you helped corner me at the retreat. I didn't know what else to do, she whispered. Please, Aurelia. I have 2 kids and a mortgage. I can't lose this job. I regarded her for a long moment. You should have thought about that before you joined the mob. By Friday, the predicted suspensions became reality. Octavia, Kip, and Dahlia were escorted out by security, their access badges collected. The remaining team members moved through the office like ghosts, hollow-eyed and jumpy. That evening, Everly and Jasper were waiting at my car in the parking garage. We need to talk, Everly said, her usual confidence replaced by something desperate. I unlocked my car. I have nothing to say to either of you. Jasper stepped forward. Look, we know we messed up, but you have to understand, Niles controlled everything. If we questioned him, we were cut out completely. Like you cut me out? I asked, opening my car door. That was different, Everly insisted. You were threatening the entire structure. The fraudulent structure, I corrected. We didn't know how deep it went, Jasper said. Not really. Not until the auditors started digging. I paused, studying their faces in the harsh fluorescent lighting of the garage. What do you want from me? They exchanged glances. Put in a good word, Everly finally said. Tell Roland we were just following directions, that we didn't understand the implications. Everly finally said. A laugh escaped me, sharp and without humor. You want me to save you after you tried to destroy me? We were wrong, Jasper admitted, his voice cracking. We know that now. I got into my car and closed the door, rolling down the window just enough to say, you'll get exactly what you deserve. Nothing more, nothing less. As I drove home, rain began to fall, streaking across my windshield like tears. The city lights blurred into watery constellations. My phone buzzed repeatedly with messages from various team members, all suddenly eager to explain, to justify, to rewrite history. I ignored them all. 3 weeks into the audit, Roland called me to his office again. This time, his demeanor was different, more decisive, less cautious. The preliminary findings are worse than expected, he said without preamble. Systematic fraud extending back at least 2 years. Falsified client reports, phantom projects, diverted resources. He shook his head. The question now is how to proceed. Meaning? I asked. Meaning, do we handle this internally or involve authorities? He studied me carefully. You've been at the center of this storm, Aurelia. I'd like your input. The power of that moment wasn't lost on me. With a word, I could determine the fate of everyone who had tried to crush me. My heart pounded in my ears as I considered my response. Before I answer that, I said slowly, I'd like to know what happens to the department moving forward. Roland leaned back. It needs new leadership. Someone with integrity and attention to detail. Someone who values compliance over convenience. His eyes never left mine. I'm offering you Niles's position. The words hung in the air between us. Department head. The role Niles had dangled before me as bait, then snatched away when I refused to ignore the discrepancies. And if I accept? I asked. You would have complete authority to restructure as you see fit, he replied, starting immediately. I felt a smile form, slow and certain. Then I know exactly what needs to happen next. The following Monday, I arrived at the office an hour early. As the new department head, I wanted time to prepare before facing what remained of my team. I stood in Niles's former office, as my office now, and absorbed the strange reality of my situation. 3 weeks ago, they had surrounded me like predators sensing weakness. Now I held their professional futures in my hands. Roland had given me complete authority to rebuild. The question wasn't whether to clean house, but how thoroughly to do it. At precisely 9 a.m., I called my first departmental meeting. The 8 remaining team members filed in, their expressions ranging from nervous to calculating. I noticed how they chose seats, Everly and Jasper together, the others spread out, nobody wanting to appear too aligned with anyone else. Good morning, I began, remaining standing while they sat. As you know, I've been appointed to lead this department following the results of the audit. Murmurs rippled through the room. I let my gaze move from face to face, noting how many couldn't maintain eye contact. 4 of our colleagues are gone. Their actions were inexcusable and have damaged both our reputation and our integrity as a team. Everly nodded vigorously, clearly hoping to signal her alignment with my perspective. However, I continued, responsibility doesn't end with them. The room went still. Each person in this department had opportunities to speak up, to question, to refuse participation in activities you knew were questionable at best, fraudulent at worst. We were just following established protocols, Jasper interjected, voice tight. We didn't have the full picture. I let his words hang in the air for a moment. Is that your position, Jasper? That you never noticed anything wrong until the audit? Color crept up his neck. Not exactly, but because the evidence suggests otherwise, I cut in. The audit revealed that everyone in this room was aware of at least some aspects of the misconduct. The question now is what we do moving forward. Relief visibly swept through the room. They thought I was offering redemption, a path forward, second chances. I've spent the weekend reviewing personnel files and audit findings, I said, opening a folder on the table. I've made decisions about the future structure of this department. Tension returned, electric and immediate. I began distributing envelopes to each person. Inside, you'll find your new role description and reporting structure. Some of you will be reassigned to different teams. Some will remain here under new guidelines. All of you will participate in mandatory ethics training beginning next week. They opened their envelopes with varying degrees of urgency. Watched expressions shift from relief to confusion to, in some cases, indignation. Everly was the first to speak. This says I'm being demoted to associate level. That's 3 steps down. Reflecting your level of involvement and the skills you've demonstrated, I replied evenly. This is punishment, she sputtered, after I specifically explained my situation to you. No, Everly, punishment would be termination, which was my initial recommendation. Roland and I reached a compromise. The room temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Others were now staring at their own reassignments, with new understanding. You can't do this, Jasper said, voice low with anger. We have contracts, performance reviews, rights, all of which have been reviewed by legal in light of the audit findings, I replied. The alternative was to recommend criminal charges for the 8 of you as well. Would you prefer that option? Silence fell. They looked at me with new eyes, no longer seeing the colleague they had tried to eliminate, but someone with power they hadn't anticipated. You have until end of day to accept your new positions, I concluded. After that, we'll proceed with termination paperwork instead. The meeting disbanded in stunned silence. As they filed out, Mason, the newest team member who had been mostly silent during the retreat ambush, lingered behind. You didn't reassign me, he said quietly, looking at his letter. I'm still in the same role. You spoke up once, I replied. In the quarterly review last month, you questioned the Westward project numbers. Niles shut you down, but you tried. That counts for something. His expression showed surprise that I remembered. I thought no one noticed. I noticed everything, Mason. That's why I'm here, and Niles isn't. Throughout the day, my inbox filled with messages from team members, each taking a different approach. Everly threatened to involve her attorney. Jasper attempted to negotiate better terms. Others sent lengthy apologies, as if words could erase their actions. By 5 p.m., 7 acceptance letters sat on my desk. Only Everly had chosen termination over demotion. I should have felt victorious. Instead, I felt hollow. That evening, as I packed up my things, Roland appeared in my doorway. "How did it go?" he asked, though from his expression he already knew. "About as expected," I replied. "Most of them accepted the reassignments. And you? How are you processing all this?" I paused, considering his question. "I'm not sure yet." He nodded thoughtfully. "Power reveals character, Aurelia, both when people have it and when it's used against them." He studied me closely. "I'm curious which path you'll choose." "What do you mean?" "You could destroy them completely if you wanted. Push for criminal charges. Release the evidence publicly. Ensure they never work in this industry again." He tilted his head. "But that's not what you're doing. Would you prefer I did?" I asked. "I want to understand your strategy," he replied. "Help me see what you see." I closed my laptop, gathering my thoughts. Destroying them would be easy, expected even. But then what? I lead a department of new hires, with no institutional knowledge? I spend years rebuilding what took a decade to create? "So it's pragmatic," he said. "Not merciful." "It's both," I admitted. "And neither. I want something sustainable. Breaking everything would feel good for a moment. But revenge isn't your end goal," he finished for me. Interesting. 2 months passed. The department restructured under my leadership. The reassigned team members either adapted to their new roles or left voluntarily. New hires brought fresh energy. Clients responded positively to our renewed commitment to transparency. On paper, everything looked perfect. But beneath the surface, resentment simmered. The remaining original team members formed a silent coalition, undermining me in subtle ways. Deadlines mysteriously slipped. Information reached me last. Client meetings happened without proper preparation. I documented everything, just as before, but took no immediate action. I knew what they didn't, that my apparent forgiveness was more calculated than they imagined. 6 months after the retreat, Roland announced the annual Leadership Summit, a gathering of department heads and executives to set strategy for the coming year. My first time attending as part of leadership, the night before the summit, I finalized my presentation, reviewing the materials one last time. Everything was in place. The summit opened with Roland's vision for the company's future. Other department heads shared their success stories and challenges. Then came my turn. I walked to the podium, feeling every eye in the room on me. The executives who had heard rumors about our department's upheaval. The other department heads curious about how I'd managed the transition. And in the back row, watching with barely concealed hostility, the 4 team members I'd insisted on bringing, Jasper, Mason, and 2 others from the original confrontation. 6 months ago, I began. Our department faced a crisis of integrity that threatened this company's reputation and financial stability. Murmurs rippled through the audience. Roland nodded slightly, encouraging me to continue. Today, I'm not here to talk about what went wrong. I'm here to share how we're building something better. I launched into my presentation, highlighting our restructured compliance protocols, improved client satisfaction metrics, and innovative reporting systems. As I spoke, I noticed the tension in Jasper's posture slowly relax. The others began taking notes, their expressions shifting from suspicion to grudging respect. But transformation isn't just about systems, I continued, approaching the crucial moment. It's about people. About creating an environment where integrity isn't just encouraged but expected, where speaking truth isn't punished but rewarded. I clicked to the next slide. There, listed prominently, were the names of team members receiving special recognition bonuses for exceptional contributions to our new initiatives. Jasper's name was there. So was Mason's. And the others who had chosen the difficult path of earning back trust through consistent, honest work. These individuals, I said, meeting their startled gazes, could have left when things got hard. Instead, they stayed. They rebuilt. They proved that a single mistake, even a serious one, doesn't have to define a career. The room erupted in applause. Roland joined me at the podium, shaking my hand as he announced the substantial bonus amounts. In the back row, I watched comprehension dawn on their faces. This wasn't just recognition, it was rehabilitation, a public restoration of their professional standing. And in that moment, I achieved what no amount of punishment could have accomplished: genuine loyalty, not from fear or manipulation, but from the profound relief of redemption when destruction was expected. That evening, Roland pulled me aside at the summit reception. "Masterful," he said quietly. "You've bound them to you more completely than fear ever could. They'll walk through fire for you now." I sipped my sparkling water. That wasn't the goal, wasn't it? His eyes sparkled with something like admiration. "You found the one thing they never expected, the chance to reclaim their reputations. And you gave it to them publicly, ensuring everyone knows you had the power to destroy them but chose elevation instead. Is that how you see it?" I see a leader who understands that true power isn't about punishment. It's about transformation. He raised his glass in a toast. "The department that tried to end your career is now the most loyal team in the company. If that's not the perfect revenge, I don't know what is." As I looked across the room at my team, now genuinely my team, I realized he was right. I had destroyed the people who cornered me that day at the retreat, not by firing them or humiliating them, but by transforming them into something better. The ultimate revenge wasn't their downfall, but their redemption under my terms. And that, I discovered, tasted sweeter than destruction ever could. If this story resonated with you, please hit that like button and subscribe for more content like this. I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. Have you ever experienced workplace betrayal? How did you handle it? Your engagement means everything to me, and it helps these stories reach more people who might need to hear them. Thanks for listening until the end. Higher-ups feel your methods don't align with company protocol. You're giving new hires unrealistic expectations. Dean leaned against the break room counter, arms crossed over his chest. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. "Between us, they think you make the rest of management look bad when your trainees praise your approach." I stood there, coffee growing cold in my hand, as 3 years of dedication evaporated in 30 seconds. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, suddenly too bright. "I don't understand," I said, keeping my voice steady despite the hollow feeling spreading through my chest. "My trainees consistently exceed targets weeks ahead of schedule. Customer satisfaction scores have never been higher." Dean shrugged, not quite meeting my eyes. "Numbers aren't everything, Iris. Who's taking over?" The question felt like gravel in my throat. "Preston starts Monday, regional manager's nephew." Dean checked his watch. "He has a business degree from somewhere prestigious." "Has he ever worked the phones?" Dean's silence was answer enough. I nodded, carefully placing my untouched coffee on the counter. "Is that all? You'll need to turn over your training materials by end of day." Dean pushed himself off the counter. "And Iris? Don't make this difficult. The decision came from above." I spent the weekend boxing up my personal items from the training room. 3 years of carefully crafted guides, situation cards, and troubleshooting flowcharts, all developed after hours on my own time. I'd made the mistake of never formally copywriting them as my own intellectual property. Monday morning arrived with Preston strutting through the door in a suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent. He was younger than I expected, maybe 25, with carefully styled hair and a smile that seemed permanently fixed to his face. "You must be Iris." He extended his hand. "I've heard so much about you. I'm looking forward to taking training to the next level." Behind him, 5 new hires waited nervously, their eyes darting between us. "The training room is through there," I said, ignoring his outstretched hand. "Materials are on the desk." His smile faltered for just a moment. "Actually, I brought my own curriculum, very cutting-edge stuff from my graduate studies." As I turned to leave, he called after me. "Oh, and Dean mentioned you should stick to your regular duties from now on. No dropping by training sessions. Might confuse the new folks." I looked back at the new hires, seeing the uncertainty in their eyes. They had no idea what they were in for. "Good luck," I said, and meant it. Before I continue with what happened next, if you're enjoying this story so far, please hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. Trust me, what happens over the next few weeks in that call center is something you won't want to miss. Drop a comment letting me know if you've ever had your hard work dismissed like this. My name is Iris Meadows, and until that morning, I'd been the top trainer at Midwest Customer Solutions for 3 years running. I wasn't supposed to be good at this job. It was just something to pay bills after college while I figured out my next move. But somehow, the temporary job became permanent, and I discovered I had a knack for training people. What made my approach different? I was honest. I showed new hires the unfiltered reality of handling angry customers, navigating outdated systems, and managing impossible metrics. But I also gave them the tools to succeed, shortcuts through the clunky software, phrases that diffuse tension, and workarounds for common problems. Management never knew about half my methods. They didn't need to, they just saw the results. My trainees rarely quit, unlike the revolving door in other departments. Customers asked for them by name. Satisfaction scores climbed month after month. I'd trained over 200 new hires in my time. Some moved on to better opportunities, but most stayed, creating a loyal base of employees who respected me. I'd never wanted a management position. I preferred working directly with people, rather than drowning in reports and meetings. By Wednesday of Preston's first week, whispers reached me. The new training consisted entirely of slide presentations about company history and generic customer service platitudes. When trainees asked practical questions, Preston directed them to the outdated manual or told them they'd learn on the job. Ling, one of the new hires, caught me in the break room. Her eyes were red from crying. "I don't understand anything he's teaching us," she whispered, glancing over her shoulder. "We haven't even practiced using the system yet, and we're supposed to take calls tomorrow." I wanted to help her, but I'd seen Dean watching me closely all week. "You'll figure it out," I said, hating myself for the words. "Everyone does, eventually. But Tasha said you used to have special guides that made everything simple." Tasha was one of my former trainees, now a team lead. "Things change," I said. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing Ling's desperate expression. By morning, I'd made my decision. I arrived an hour early and slipped a flash drive onto Ling's desk with digital copies of my old training materials. Nothing proprietary, just the guides I'd created myself. "Don't tell anyone where you got this," I whispered when she arrived, "and share it only with people you trust." Her grateful smile was worth the risk. By the end of week 1, the new hires were on the phones, and the disaster began. Call times stretched to triple the target. Customers demanded supervisors. Hold times ballooned. The ever-present board displaying real-time metrics flashed red all day. Preston blamed the new hires. "This group just doesn't have what it takes," he told Dean loud enough for everyone to hear. "Maybe we should reconsider our hiring standards." I bit my tongue and focused on my own calls, setting personal records for efficiency while chaos swirled around me. Several of my former trainees did the same, creating islands of competence in a sea of confusion. Week 2 brought the first performance reviews. Not a single new hire had met their targets. Dean paced the floor, stress evident as complaint emails piled up from frustrated customers. The new hires looked shell-shocked, jumping at the sound of incoming calls. I was getting coffee when Preston cornered me in the break room. "I know what you're doing," he said, voice low. "Making coffee?" I raised an eyebrow. "You're sabotaging my training program, setting me up to fail." I stirred my coffee slowly. "I haven't done anything. The new hires keep mentioning your methods. Someone's sharing information. Sounds like people talking about what works. That's not a crime." His face flushed. "I've spoken with Dean. From now on, you're banned from all training sessions and discussions. You're not to speak to any new hire about procedures or methods. You're making management look bad. By doing my job well? By undermining authority," he snapped. "This isn't just about you anymore. The regional director is visiting next month, and these numbers need to improve. Stay in your lane, Iris." As he stormed out, Tasha slipped in. "Trouble with the golden boy? Nothing I can't handle." I sipped my coffee. "How's your team doing?" "Drowning. The new system update makes everything worse, and these new hires don't know the basics." She lowered her voice. "Some of us are teaching them after hours, but there's only so much we can do." "Be careful," I warned. "Apparently I'm contagious." Tasha snorted. "Too late for warnings. Half the floor already thinks you were done dirty. Just keep your head down. This will sort itself out." "Will it?" She gave me a searching look. "You've been here longer than I have. When has anything sorted itself out without someone forcing the issue?" She was right. Problems didn't solve themselves. But direct confrontation wasn't my style. I'd learned long ago that the loudest voice rarely won in the end. By the end of week 2, the metrics were worse. Customer complaints had doubled. Call abandonment rates were at an all-time high. Dean started taking long meetings that everyone knew were just him hiding in his office. On Monday of week 3, Ling didn't come in. Her desk sat empty, her resignation email brief and to the point. This position is not as described during the interview process. I have accepted employment elsewhere. Preston acted as if nothing had happened. The remaining 4 new hires looked increasingly desperate. One, Marco, asked me for help when Preston stepped out. I don't understand the billing system at all, he admitted. Every time I try to process a refund, I get locked out. I glanced around to make sure no one was watching. There's a workaround, I whispered, leaning over as if checking his screen for another reason. When it asks for the authorization code, enter the date backward, followed by the first 3 digits of the customer ID. His eyes widened. That's not in any of the training materials. Because it's not official, but it works. As I showed him the steps, Preston returned. His face darkened when he saw us. Marco, I believe you have calls waiting, he said sharply. Iris, a word? Marco scrambled back to his station while Preston pulled me aside. I thought I made myself clear, he hissed. You are not to interfere with my trainees. He asked a simple question about the system. Then he should have asked me. Preston straightened his tie. This is your final warning. Next time, I go straight to Dean. I nodded, the familiar heat of anger rising in my chest. Understood. As I walked away, I heard Marco's voice behind me, speaking to a customer. Yes, ma'am, I can process that refund right away. For the first time that day, he sounded confident. Small victories, I told myself. Sometimes that's all we get. By the end of week 3, the situation had deteriorated further. 2 more resignation letters appeared on Dean's desk. The remaining new hires looked like they'd aged years and days, dark circles under their eyes, jumping at every sharp noise. Preston maintained his slideshow training sessions while the department fell apart around him. Somehow, he always had an excuse ready. The quality of recruits, system issues, unreasonable customers, never his inadequate training methods. Thursday afternoon, I overheard Dean on the phone with someone from the regional office. His voice carried through his partially open door as I passed by. I understand the numbers are concerning, he said, pacing behind his desk, but we're implementing new strategies as we speak. Yes, I'm aware of the resignation rate. No, I don't think returning to the previous training method is necessary. There was a long pause. With all due respect, sir, that trainer had unorthodox methods that didn't align with company policy. Yes, I'm aware her results were good, but yes, sir, I understand. The regional director's visit is still scheduled for the 15th. We'll have things turned around by then. He hung up and dropped heavily into his chair, not noticing me outside his door. I continued walking, mind racing. The regional director was still coming, and clearly, the higher-ups had noticed the sudden drop in performance. Week 4 brought a tense Monday morning meeting. Dean stood at the front of the room, dark patches of sweat visible under his arms, despite the aggressive air conditioning. Our Q3 numbers are the worst in company history, he announced, voice strained. Customer satisfaction is down 42%. Call resolution times have nearly doubled. We've lost 5 new hires in 3 weeks. Preston sat in the corner, typing furiously on his laptop as if documenting every word. The regional director will be here next Friday, Dean continued. She'll want explanations, solutions, results. His eyes scanned the room, avoiding mine. I need everyone at their best. No exceptions, no excuses. After the meeting, Tasha caught up with me at my desk. This is insane, she muttered. Everyone knows what the problem is, but no one will say it. That's office politics for you. It's more than that. She lowered her voice. Word is, Preston's uncle is grooming him for a regional position. This training gig is just a stepping stone. Whether he succeeds or fails doesn't matter. He's moving up regardless. The injustice of it hit me like a physical blow. So we all suffer while he builds his resume? Welcome to corporate America. Tasha squeezed my shoulder. Some of us are updating our resumes. You might want to do the same. I nodded absently, but inside, something hardened. I'd spent 3 years building something valuable here. I wasn't ready to walk away just because someone with connections had decided I made management look bad. That afternoon, I noticed Marco helping another new hire, Zoe, with a difficult customer. He was showing her my refund trick. Preston saw it too, marching over immediately. That's not the approved procedure, he said loudly. Where did you learn that? Marco froze. I figured it out myself. No, you didn't. That's one of Iris's unauthorized shortcuts. All heads turned toward me. I kept my eyes on my screen, heat crawling up my neck. It works, Marco said quietly. The official way takes twice as long. That's not the point, Preston's voice rose. We follow approved procedures here, not shortcuts. but the customer was getting angry. That's enough, Preston cut him off. Both of you, in the training room. Now. I watched as they followed Preston. Zoe's shoulders slumped in defeat. An hour later, Marco emerged alone, face grim as he gathered his things. What happened? I whispered as he passed my desk. I quit, he said simply. Life's too short. By the end of day, Zoe had submitted her resignation too. 6 down, 6 to go. That night, I stayed late, waiting until the office emptied. When everyone had gone, I logged into the system and pulled reports, call statistics, customer satisfaction scores, employee retention rates. I created graphs comparing the 3 months before Preston's arrival to the month after. The contrast was stark, undeniable. I printed a single copy, slid it into a folder labeled Suggestion for Improvement, and dropped it into the company suggestion box. No name, no fingerprints, just data telling its own story. The next morning, Dean looked like he hadn't slept. His hands shook slightly as he poured his coffee. Iris, he called as I passed the break room. A word? I stepped inside, keeping my expression neutral. How are things going on the floor? He asked, stirring his coffee absently. About as well as the metrics suggest, I replied carefully. He winced. Look, I know things have been challenging since the training transition. That's one way to put it. The thing is, he lowered his voice. Preston's uncle and the regional director have history. Bad history. She's looking for any excuse to push back against his influence. Understanding dawned, and Preston's failure would give her that excuse. Dean nodded slightly. I'm caught in the middle here. If I undermine Preston, his uncle makes my life hell. If I support him while the department crashes, the director might clean house entirely. Sounds like you made your choice 3 weeks ago, I said, unable to keep the edge from my voice. I did what I thought was best at the time. He looked genuinely distressed. But now, I need your help. The director arrives in 8 days. Is there any way you could, I don't know, share some of your methods with Preston, just to get us through the inspection? The audacity of the request left me speechless for a moment. After forcing me out, after banning me from training, after watching half the new hires quit, now he wanted my help? Let me get this straight, I said slowly. You want me to teach Preston how to do the job you took from me, so he can impress the director and take credit for my methods? Dean had the grace to look ashamed. When you put it that way, that is the only way to put it. I stepped toward the door. You made this bed, Dean. Now you get to lie in it. As I walked away, another resignation appeared in Dean's inbox, the 7th in a month. The next few days brought a strange, tense calm to the office. Preston continued his training sessions with the remaining 5 new hires, but there was a desperate edge to his voice, audible even through closed doors. Dean barely left his office, emerging only for essential meetings, his face growing more haggard by the day. Thursday afternoon, I received an unexpected email from the regional director herself. Miss Meadows, I've reviewed the anonymous suggestions submitted to your branch last week. The data presented is concerning, to say the least. I'd appreciate the opportunity to speak with you privately during my visit tomorrow. Please clear your calendar for 2 p.m. Regards, Eleanor Vance, Regional Director. My heart raced as I read it. How had she connected the suggestion to me? I'd been careful not to include any identifying information. As if sensing my thoughts, Tasha appeared at my desk. The director's assistant called me yesterday, she said quietly. Asked a lot of questions about the training changes and how they've affected the floor. I hope you don't mind, but I might have mentioned your name several times. I shook my head, unable to suppress a small smile. Throwing me under the bus? More like throwing you a rope. She grinned. A bunch of us got calls. Seems the director is doing her homework before tomorrow. That evening, as I was leaving, Preston stepped into the elevator with me. We rode in silence until he spoke, his voice unusually subdued. I know you submitted that report to the suggestion box. I kept my eyes on the floor numbers. I don't know what you're talking about. The metrics comparison, the retention rates. It could only have been you. The elevator stopped at the parking level. As I stepped out, he caught my arm. I could lose everything tomorrow, he said, a note of desperation in his voice. My uncle stuck his neck out to get me this position. Maybe you should have thought about that before tearing apart a working system. I had to make my mark, prove I could do things differently. For the first time, he looked genuinely distressed. Help me, Iris. Tell me what to do. I studied his face, searching for sincerity and finding only fear. There's nothing I can do for you now, Preston. The numbers speak for themselves. As I walked to my car, I heard him call after me. I'll remember this, Iris. This isn't over. His words followed me home, echoing in my mind as I prepared for the next day. The director's visit. The reckoning that had been building for a month. That night, I barely slept, running through scenarios in my head. What would I say to Eleanor Vance? How honest could I be without seeming vindictive? What did I actually want to happen? By morning, I still didn't have all the answers, but I knew one thing. After weeks of silence, it was finally time to speak. When I arrived at the office, the atmosphere was electric with tension. Dean stood by the entrance in his best suit, checking his watch every few minutes. Preston was nowhere to be seen. At precisely 10 a.m., Eleanor Vance strode through the front doors. She was shorter than I expected, perhaps in her early 50s, with steel gray hair cut in a practical bob and sharp eyes that missed nothing. Two assistants trailed behind her, tablets in hand. "Mr. Wilson," she greeted Dean with a firm handshake. "I trust you're prepared for our review?" Dean's smile looked painful. "Of course, Director Vance. We've prepared a presentation in the conference room." "I'm not interested in presentations," she said crisply. "I want to see your operation as it is. No rehearsals, no staging." As she swept past him onto the call center floor, Dean shot me a panicked look. I turned back to my computer, heart pounding in my chest. The morning unfolded like a slow-motion car crash. Eleanor observed calls, questioned processes, and examined metrics in real time. Preston finally appeared, sweating through his expensive shirt as he attempted to explain the training program. The remaining new hires stumbled through their calls, clearly intimidated by the director's presence. At 1:45, I received a message to meet Eleanor in the small conference room. As I made my way there, I passed Dean's office. Through the glass, I could see him sitting with his head in his hands. Eleanor Vance sat alone in the conference room, a stack of papers spread before her. She didn't look up when I entered, just gestured to the chair across from her. "Sit, Miss Meadows." I sat, hands folded in my lap to keep them from shaking. "I've spent the morning observing your department," she said, still reviewing documents. "Frankly, it's worse than the numbers suggested." "It wasn't always like this," I said quietly. Now she looked up, her gaze analytical. "No, it wasn't. According to these reports, this department was the top-performing customer service center in the region for 2 years running." She tapped a graph showing a steep decline. "Until approximately 1 month ago." She slid a folder toward me. Inside was the report I'd submitted to the suggestion box. "Did you create this?" There was no point denying it. "Yes." "Why anonymously?" "I was told not to interfere with the new training program." "By whom?" "Dean Wilson and Preston Hayes." She made a note. "Tell me about your training program, Iris, the one that was replaced." For the next 20 minutes, I explained my approach. The practical hands-on training, the troubleshooting guides, the authentic preparation for difficult customers. She listened without interruption, occasionally making notes. "And all this was developed on company time?" she asked. "Some during, most after hours," I admitted. "I saw problems that needed solutions. Yet you never sought promotion to management?" "I preferred working directly with people, making an immediate difference." She studied me for a long moment. "Do you know why I requested this meeting?" I assumed it was about the report, partially. She closed her folder. 3 weeks ago, I started receiving emails from former employees of this center. All recent resignations, all citing the same issues: inadequate training, unreasonable expectations, lack of support. One mentioned you specifically, saying the company had sidelined their best asset. My throat tightened. "I didn't ask anyone to contact you." "I know. That's what makes it significant." Eleanor leaned forward. "When employees who've quit go out of their way to defend someone still employed, I pay attention." She pulled another document from her stack. "Yesterday, I received this." It was an email with dozens of names attached, current and former employees, all vouching for my training methods, all describing the decline since Preston took over. "I didn't know about this," I whispered, genuinely surprised. "Your colleagues organized it themselves. Rather impressive solidarity in an industry not known for it." She paused. "What would you do, Iris, if you were in my position right now?" The question caught me off guard. "I'm not sure I understand. If you saw a department in freefall with clear evidence pointing to the cause, what action would you take?" I considered my answer carefully. I'd remove the cause and restore what worked. "Simple as that?" "Simple doesn't mean easy," I acknowledged. "There would be complications, such as Preston's uncle, Regional VP Hayes." Eleanor's mouth curved slightly. "Yes, I'm aware of that particular complication." She gathered her papers, straightening them with precise movements. One last question. If you had the opportunity to rebuild what was dismantled, would you take it, even knowing certain people would resist? My heart raced. Yes, without hesitation. Good, she stood. Wait here, please. Eleanor left me alone in the conference room for nearly 30 minutes. Through the glass walls, I watched her move across the floor, speaking with various employees, inspecting workstations. Eventually, she entered Dean's office, closing the door behind her. 10 minutes passed. 15. The glass walls of Dean's office prevented me from hearing anything, but the body language told its own story. Eleanor speaking firmly, Dean's shoulders progressively slumping, occasional glances toward the training room where Preston was working with the remaining new hires. Finally, Eleanor emerged, Dean following like a scolded child. They headed straight for the training room. Another closed-door conversation I couldn't hear. When Preston emerged, his face was flushed deep red. He stormed to his desk, yanked open drawers, and began throwing personal items into his messenger bag. Dean stood in the training room doorway, looking shell-shocked as Preston brushed past him and headed for the exit. As he passed the conference room, Preston caught sight of me waiting inside. He stopped abruptly, veering toward the door. I tensed as he pushed it open. "Happy now?" he spat, knuckles white on his bag strap. "You've ruined everything." I maintained eye contact. "You did that yourself. This isn't over," he hissed. "My uncle will hear about this, and he doesn't forget when people cross his family." Before I could respond, Eleanor's voice cut through the tension. "Mr. Hayes." She stood in the hallway, her expression glacial. "Your exit interview is scheduled for 4:30. HR is expecting you. I suggest you don't miss it." Preston's jaw worked silently. With one last venomous glance at me, he turned and stalked toward the exit, shoulders rigid with fury. Eleanor watched him go before turning to me. "Are you all right?" "Fine," I said, though my heart was still racing. "What happens now?" "Now we rebuild." She gestured for me to follow her. "Come with me." She led me to the large conference room where most of the staff had gathered. Uncertainty hung in the air as Eleanor took position at the front. Dean stood to one side, looking both relieved and apprehensive. "I've completed my initial assessment," Eleanor announced. "The situation is as serious as the numbers indicated, but not irreparable. Effective immediately. I'm implementing several changes." She outlined a restructuring plan, new performance metrics, revised scheduling, and most significantly, an overhaul of the training program. "To lead this overhaul," she continued, "I'm creating a new position, Director of Training and Development." She paused, eyes finding mine in the crowd. "Iris Meadows will assume this role, with full authority to implement her methods across all regional centers." A murmur swept through the room. Tasha caught my eye from across the table, giving me a subtle thumbs up. "Additionally," Eleanor continued, "Dean Wilson will be transitioning to a new role as floor supervisor, reporting directly to Iris." Dean's face went slack with shock. I felt a similar disbelief washing over me. "These changes take effect immediately," Eleanor concluded. "Details will follow by email this afternoon." "That's all for now." As people filed out, buzzing with the news, Eleanor motioned for me to stay behind. When we were alone, she spoke candidly. "I need to be transparent with you, Iris. This promotion will make you enemies." Preston's uncle, I guessed. Among others, there's a faction in upper management that preferred Preston's approach. Less empowerment, more rigid adherence to scripts. It's cheaper, easier to control, but less effective, I pointed out. Significantly, she nodded, which is why I can justify this change based on metrics alone. But make no mistake, they'll be watching for any slip-up, any excuse to say I made the wrong call. "I understand the risk," I said. "I'm willing to take it." "Good." She handed me a folder. "Your new contract. Review it tonight. We'll finalize tomorrow. For now, you might want to speak with your team. They'll have questions." As I left the conference room, Dean was waiting in the hallway. He looked 10 years older than he had that morning. "Congratulations," he said stiffly. "Thank you." I kept my tone professional. "We should talk about the transition." "Yes." He swallowed hard. "Iris, I want you to know." "Not here," I interrupted quietly. "My office tomorrow morning." He nodded, relief flickering across his face. "Tomorrow, then." The rest of the afternoon passed in a blur. News of the restructuring spread quickly. 3 of the recently resigned employees called asking if they could return. The remaining new hires approached me cautiously, asking when real training would begin. By 6 o'clock, the office had emptied except for me and Tasha, who perched on the edge of my desk as I packed up. "Director of Training," she mused. Pretty impressive for someone who needed to stay in her lane. It hasn't fully sunk in yet, I admitted. Well, while you're waiting for reality to catch up, some of us are celebrating at Riverside Grill. You should come. I don't know, Tasha. It's been a long day. All the more reason. She bumped my shoulder with hers. Besides, everyone wants to toast the new boss. I raised an eyebrow. Everyone? Well, maybe not Dean. She grinned. Though I'd pay good money to see his face when you give him his first assignment. I thought about Dean, about Preston, about the month of watching everything I'd built crumble. The victory felt sweet, but incomplete. Something still nagged at me. You coming or not? Tasha prompted. I'll meet you there, I promised. There's something I need to finish first. After she left, I sat alone in the quiet office. My new office would be ready Monday, the one previously occupied by the department director who'd retired last year. The position had remained vacant, with Dean handling the duties unofficially while hoping for a promotion that now would never come. I opened my laptop and began typing, a detailed outline for the new training program, expanding on my previous methods but incorporating new elements. As I worked, a plan began forming in my mind, not just for training, but for ensuring what happened with Preston could never happen again. By the time I finished, it was past 9. The celebration at Riverside would be winding down. Instead of joining them, I drove home, the outline safely emailed to my personal account as backup. As I pulled into my apartment complex, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Congratulations on your promotion. Enjoy it while it lasts. Preston's parting shot. I should have been worried, but instead, I felt a strange calm. He still thought this was about him, about personal grievances and office politics. He had no idea what was coming. The weekend gave me time to prepare. I spent Saturday organizing my notes and creating a structured timeline for the training overhaul. Sunday afternoon, I received an unexpected call from Eleanor. I hope I'm not interrupting your weekend, she began, but something's come to my attention that you should be aware of. What is it? I asked, setting aside my laptop. Preston's uncle is pushing for a full audit of your department. He's claiming the performance issues stem from fundamental problems that preceded Preston's arrival. That's absurd, I said. The numbers clearly show. I know, she cut in, but he has enough influence to make this happen. The audit begins next Monday. My mind raced. What does this mean for the restructuring? It proceeds as planned, Eleanor assured me. But be prepared for intense scrutiny. Document everything. This is their attempt to undermine you before you've even started. I understand, I said, already mentally revising my plans. Thank you for the warning. One more thing, she added. Preston has accepted a position at the Eastern Regional Office. Different department, but you should know he'll still be within the company. After we hung up, I sat motionless, absorbing this new information. An audit. Preston's still in the company. His uncle gunning for me. The game had changed, but so had the stakes. My initial satisfaction at regaining control of the training program now seemed naive. This wasn't just about restoring what worked, it was about defending it against people with the power and motivation to tear it down again. Monday morning arrived with a sense of expectation humming through the office. My new office had been prepared over the weekend, larger than my previous workspace, with glass walls offering a view of the entire floor. Someone had placed a small plant on the desk with a card signed by several team members. At 9 sharp, Dean knocked on my open door, looking uncomfortable in business casual rather than his usual suit. The demotion had already altered how he presented himself. Come in, I said, gesturing to the chair across from my desk. Close the door, please. He sat stiffly, hands resting on his knees. I've prepared a transition report, he said, placing a folder on my desk. All current projects, schedules, and personnel notes. Thank you. I set it aside without opening it. Dean, we need to discuss what happened last month. He shifted in his seat. I know I owe you an explanation. You owe me more than that, I said quietly. But right now, I need honesty more than apologies. For the next hour, Dean laid out the full story, how Preston's uncle had pressured the previous regional director to place his nephew in a position to prove himself. How Dean had been promised support for his own promotion if he facilitated Preston's success. How the decision to remove me from training had come directly from above, with threats rather than suggestions. I should have stood up for you, he finished, unable to meet my eyes. I was a coward. Yes, I agreed simply. You were? He flinched but didn't argue. The question is, I continued, what are you now? Because an audit team arrives next Monday. and I need to know if you're with me or against me. His head snapped up. An audit? Already? I nodded. Preston's uncle is moving quickly. Dean ran a hand through his thinning hair. They'll tear everything apart, looking for any mistake, any weakness. I'm aware. That's why I need to know where you stand. He was quiet for a long moment. I've worked here 12 years, he finally said. This company has been my whole career. If I help you against Preston's uncle and we lose, we won't lose, I said with more confidence than I felt. But only if everyone is aligned. Dean studied my face, perhaps seeing something there that helped him decide. What do you need from me? Everything you know about Preston's uncle. Every email, every conversation, every directive that came down regarding the training program. I need a paper trail. Some of it was verbal only, he warned. Then write it down, with dates and times, to the best of your recollection. He nodded slowly. I can do that. What else? I need you to run interference with the floor supervisors. Some of them are still loyal to the old way. I need them on board or out of the way. That won't be easy, he cautioned. Jason and Kim were both pushing for Preston's approach. Then they can join him at the Eastern office, I said flatly. I don't have time for resistance. Dean looked at me with new respect, or perhaps apprehension. You've changed, Iris. No, I corrected him. I'm exactly who I always was. You're just seeing it clearly for the first time. After Dean left, I spent the morning meeting with my new team, 5 senior representatives who would help implement the training overhaul. They were eager, motivated by the prospect of fixing what had broken. Lunch brought another surprise. An email from Preston's uncle himself, Regional VP Hayes. Miss Meadows, I understand congratulations are in order on your promotion. Director Vance speaks highly of your capabilities. I look forward to reviewing your department's progress during next week's audit. In preparation, please provide comprehensive documentation of all training materials, methodologies, and metrics from the past calendar year. Our audit team will require complete access to all systems and personnel. Best regards, Richard Hayes, Regional Vice President. The message was professional, even cordial on the surface, but the subtext was clear. Prepare to be dissected. I forwarded the email to Eleanor with a simple question. Standard procedure? Her response came minutes later. No, this is targeted. Proceed carefully. By mid-afternoon, word of the audit had spread through the department. Tasha appeared in my doorway, concern evident on her face. Is it true? Hayes is sending in his people? Next Monday, I confirmed. That's not enough time to fix everything Preston broke. No, I agreed. It's not. She closed the door and lowered her voice. Some of us were talking. If they're coming to find problems, we could give them the opposite. Make everything look perfect for the week they're here. You mean fake the numbers? I shook my head. That would only make things worse when discovered. Not fake, she clarified. Just everyone working at their absolute best. No breaks, no complaints, everyone helping the new hires. We can maintain it for a week. I considered her suggestion. It wasn't dishonest, exactly, but it wasn't sustainable either, and it wouldn't address the fundamental issues the audit would uncover. I appreciate the loyalty, I told her, but we need to take a different approach. This isn't just about surviving an audit. It's about making sure this never happens again. What do you have in mind? I smiled slightly. I'm still working on the details, but when I'm ready, I'll need everyone on board. You've got us, she assured me, whatever it takes. As the day ended, I reviewed what I'd learned. The audit scope, Preston's new position, his uncle's influence. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, revealing a picture more complex than I'd initially imagined. This wasn't just about one department or one training program. It was about a system that allowed connections to override competence, that valued appearance over results. And systems, I reminded myself, can be changed if you understand how they work. I stayed late again, researching company policies, reviewing the employee handbook, examining the corporate structure. Somewhere in this tangle of procedures and hierarchies was the answer I needed. Around midnight, I found it, a clause in the company charter regarding intellectual property developed by employees. I read it 3 times to be sure I understood the implications. Then I began to write, not just a training program this time, but something much more significant. By the time I left the office, the first pieces of my plan were in place. Not just a defense against the audit, but something that would reshape the entire company's approach to training and development. Preston had threatened that this wasn't over. He was right, but not in the way he imagined. It was just beginning. The audit team arrived Monday morning, 5 stern-faced professionals in matching charcoal suits. Their leader, Veronica, introduced herself with a thin smile that didn't reach her eyes. "We'll need a dedicated workspace," she informed me, "and immediate access to all training materials, employee records, and performance data for the past 18 months. I showed them to the conference room we'd prepared. "Everything you've requested is ready for review. My team is available for any questions." Veronica raised an eyebrow. "That was efficient." "We believe in transparency," I said pleasantly. "The sooner you complete your audit, the sooner we can all focus on improving customer service." Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Indeed." As they settled in, Dean appeared at my elbow. "They're already requesting individual interviews with staff, starting with the new hires. Should we be concerned?" "Not at all," I assured him. "Everyone should speak honestly about their experiences." "Even about the past month?" he whispered. "Especially about that," I smiled. "Truth is our greatest ally right now." By midday, the audit team had established a rhythm: 2 members reviewing documents, 2 conducting interviews, and Veronica overseeing it all, occasionally making phone calls from a private office. Tasha caught me in the break room. They just spent an hour grilling Marco about why he came back after resigning, asked if he was promised special treatment. "What did he say?" "That he left because of inadequate training and returned when he heard you were in charge." She grinned. "Said he'd document it in writing if they wanted." I nodded, satisfied. "Perfect. They're digging for dirt, Iris, but they seem frustrated by what they're finding." "Good. Keep me posted." On Wednesday, Veronica requested a meeting. She arrived in my office carrying a thick folder, her expression unreadable. "Miss Meadows, we've identified several concerning patterns." She placed the folder on my desk. "Most notably, an inconsistency in training methodologies." I opened the folder to find printouts of my original training materials alongside Preston's slideshows. Different approaches, certainly. The results speak for themselves. That's precisely the issue. Your methods produce significantly better outcomes despite directly contradicting approved corporate protocols. She tapped Preston's materials. "These follow the standardized training manual. Yours do not. Corporate protocols should serve the company's goals, not the other way around," I replied calmly. "When they fail to produce results, they should be reevaluated." "That's not your decision to make," she countered. "Standardization exists for a reason." "And what reason would that be?" I asked. "Because from where I sit, standardization, in this case, led to 12 resignations and a customer satisfaction score that dropped 40% in a month." Her mouth tightened. "We're also concerned about the speed of your promotion. Director Vance appears to have bypassed several normal procedures, perhaps because the situation was deteriorating rapidly and required immediate intervention." Veronica made a note. "One last item. Several employees have mentioned unauthorized training materials you created and distributed. These were never submitted for corporate approval." Here it was, the trap I'd been expecting. I kept my expression neutral. "May I see the company charter? Section 27? Surprised by the request, she paused before pulling up the document on her tablet and sliding it across to me. I scrolled to the relevant section and began reading aloud. "Intellectual property created by employees during non-working hours, using personal resources, remains the property of said employee, unless specifically commissioned by the company." I looked up. My training materials were developed primarily after hours, on my own time, using my personal laptop. I have time-stamped drafts to verify this. "That's irrelevant," Veronica argued. "You distributed them during work hours for work purposes." "I shared my personal intellectual property with colleagues," I corrected. "Section 27.3 specifically permits employees to share their own intellectual property with coworkers without corporate approval, provided it does not violate confidentiality agreements or compromise proprietary systems." Veronica stared at me, clearly not expecting this response. "Mr. Hayes will want to review this interpretation." "I'm sure he will," I agreed. "As will our legal team, who provided me with written confirmation yesterday." I pulled out an email from corporate legal, dated the previous day, outlining exactly the position I'd just stated. She took the paper, eyes scanning it rapidly. "You consulted legal before our audit was complete?" "I wanted to ensure I understood my rights and responsibilities correctly," I said innocently. "Transparency, remember?" Veronica left visibly unsettled. As soon as my door closed, Tasha slipped in through the side entrance. "That looked intense," she observed. "They found what they were looking for," I explained, "just not in the way they expected." "The IP angle worked?" I nodded. "Phase 1 complete. Time for Phase 2. Thursday morning, I received an email from Richard Hayes himself. requesting a video conference at 2 p.m. I forwarded it to Eleanor, who responded immediately. I'll join you. Don't engage alone. When the call connected, Hayes appeared on screen, a silver-haired man with Preston's same tight smile. Eleanor sat beside me, her presence, a silent statement of support. Miss Meadows, Director Vance, Hayes greeted us with professional coolness. I understand our audit has uncovered some interesting findings. If by interesting you mean evidence that your nephew's training approach caused significant damage to one of our best-performing departments, then yes, Eleanor replied before I could speak. Hayes's smile tightened further. The audit is ongoing. I wouldn't draw conclusions prematurely. With respect, Mr. Hayes, I interjected. The data is unambiguous. Customer satisfaction dropped 42%. Call resolution times doubled. 12 employees resigned in 4 weeks. Those aren't conclusions. They're facts. Facts can be interpreted in many ways, he countered. A transitional period often shows temporary declines before improvement. There was no sign of upcoming improvement, Eleanor stated flatly. Quite the opposite. Hayes shifted his attention to me. Miss Meadows, I understand you've made claims regarding intellectual property rights to certain training materials. Not claims, Mr. Hayes. Facts, supported by company policy and legal confirmation. Indeed, he steepled his fingers. It puts us in an interesting position. If these materials are truly your personal property, then the company has no right to use them without proper compensation or licensing. I felt a chill. This was the counterattack I hadn't anticipated, using my own argument against me. Are you suggesting, Eleanor asked slowly, that you would rather lose access to training materials that demonstrably work than acknowledge Miss Meadows' contribution? I'm merely following the logical conclusion of her position, Hayes replied smoothly. If we accept her ownership claim, we must either license the materials or cease using them entirely. Corporate consistency demands it. The trap was elegant. Either I surrendered my claim to the materials, allowing them to be controlled by Hayes and potentially shelved, or I maintained ownership and watched them be removed from use altogether, harming the department I was trying to save. There is a third option, I said carefully. Both turned to look at me. Section 31 of the company charter allows for intellectual property licensing with revenue sharing based on performance metrics. I pulled up the document on my tablet. I'm prepared to license my training materials to the company under specific conditions. Hayes frowned. What conditions? Implementation across all regional centers, quarterly performance reviews, and if metrics improve as projected, a percentage of the cost savings as licensing fees. That's unprecedented, Hayes objected. So is losing 12 employees in a month due to inadequate training, I countered. Unprecedented problems require unprecedented solutions. Eleanor was watching me with newfound respect. Hayes seemed to be calculating his options. I've already drafted the proposal, I continued, sending the document to both of them. As you'll see, it includes provisions for ongoing development and adaptation of the materials. The company benefits from improved performance, and I'm compensated fairly for my work. This would need board approval, Hayes said, but I could see his resistance weakening. The board meets next week, Eleanor pointed out. I'm happy to present it. Hayes studied me through the screen. You've thought this through quite thoroughly, Miss Meadows. I've had a month to watch everything I built fall apart, I replied evenly. It provided ample motivation. After Hayes disconnected, Eleanor turned to me with a questioning look. How long have you been planning this? Since I found the IP clause in the charter, I admitted, but the licensing idea came to me during the audit, when I realized they might try to use my ownership claim against me. It's brilliant, she acknowledged. If the board approves, you've not only protected your work, but ensured its implementation company-wide, and made it virtually impossible for someone like Preston to dismantle it again, I added. The financial incentives alone will keep it in place. Speaking of Preston, Eleanor said carefully, he's requested a transfer back to this region. I felt a cold spike of alarm. Under whose authority? His uncle's, naturally. But after this, she gestured to my proposal. I think that request may be quietly withdrawn. Friday morning, the audit team departed, with significantly less confidence than they'd arrived with. Veronica handed me their preliminary findings, a document notable for its careful wording and lack of concrete recommendations. The final report will be submitted next week, she said stiffly. I look forward to reading it, I replied, knowing it would likely be rewritten several times before reaching any meaningful audience. As they left, Dean appeared in my doorway. Is it over? Not quite. I handed him a folder. I need you to implement this immediately. He opened it to find a revised training schedule, one that integrated my original methods with new elements developed over the past week. This is for the entire department, not just new hires. Everyone needs a refresh, I explained, including the trainers themselves. And the supervisors? He asked tentatively. Especially the supervisors. I gave him a pointed look. Starting with you. To his credit, Dean nodded without argument. When do we begin? Monday. And Dean? I waited until he met my eyes. This is your chance to be part of the solution. Don't waste it. The following Wednesday, Eleanor called with the news. The board had approved my licensing proposal with minor modifications. My training materials would be implemented across all regional centers, with quarterly reviews and performance-based compensation. There's more, she added. Richard Hayes has announced his early retirement, effective next month. I sat back in my chair, absorbing the implications. And Preston? Transferred to the Western region, far from his uncle's influence. He'll be starting over with no special treatment. That evening, I stayed late again, but not to work. I walked the floor of the call center, now quiet, after hours. 6 months ago, I'd been a trainer with no official authority, building something I believed in despite limited support. Now I stood as a director with a company-wide mandate and the means to ensure my work would continue regardless of office politics or personal connections. As I passed Dean's desk, I noticed a small frame he'd recently added, the customer satisfaction score chart from the past week, showing the first upward trend since Preston's arrival. A reminder of failure transformed into evidence of recovery. My phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. You won this round. Doesn't mean the game is over. Preston's final attempt to unsettle me. I deleted it without responding. He still didn't understand. This had never been a game to me. It was about building something that worked, something that helped people succeed. The fact that it had also brought down those who tried to destroy it, that was just justice finding its own path. 2 months later, I stood before a room of trainers from all regional centers, conducting the first unified training certification program. Faces both familiar and new looked back at me, eager to learn the methods that had transformed our department's performance. The system we're implementing today isn't just about scripts or procedures, I told them. It's about honesty, showing new hires the real challenges they'll face while giving them the tools to overcome them. It's about building confidence through competence. From the back of the room, Eleanor nodded approvingly. Beside her sat 2 board members who had specifically requested to observe the program that was already showing promising results across the company. Most importantly, I continued, it's about listening to the people doing the actual work. The best solutions rarely come from the top down. They emerge from those who face the problems every day. As I guided them through the first module, I thought about how far we'd come. The department was now fully staffed, with a waiting list of applicants. Customer satisfaction scores had returned to their previous highs. Dean had found his place as a floor supervisor, his management ambitions replaced by a genuine desire to support his team. And Preston? According to company gossip, he was struggling in his new position, no longer protected by his uncle's influence. Without special treatment, his lack of practical experience was finally catching up to him. I didn't take pleasure in his difficulties. That wasn't the point of all this. The victory wasn't seeing him fail. It was building something he couldn't tear down, creating a system that valued results over relationships, substance over style. The last session of the day ended with enthusiastic applause. As trainers filed out, many stopped to share stories from their own centers, eager to implement what they'd learned. Eleanor approached as the room emptied. The board is impressed, she said quietly. There's talk of expanding your role to include all customer-facing training, not just call centers. One step at a time, I smiled. Let's make sure this works first. It's already working, she pointed out. The numbers speak for themselves. Yes, I thought. They certainly did. Numbers had started this journey. The stark decline after Preston took over. The 12 resignations that couldn't be explained away. And numbers had completed it. The licensing agreement that ensured my methods would continue regardless of who held what title. The improved metrics that validated what I'd known all along. The ultimate revenge wasn't getting Preston fired or seeing his uncle retire in disgrace. It was creating something so demonstrably effective that the company had no choice but to embrace it, protect it, and spread it throughout the organization. I'd turned a personal setback into institutional change, transformed individual vindication into collective improvement, and that was worth more than any momentary satisfaction of watching someone who wronged me suffer. It was lasting, meaningful, real. As I packed up my materials, I glanced at the customer satisfaction board now prominently displayed in every department, a constant reminder that results matter more than politics. That competence eventually overcomes connection. The system that had once pushed me aside now ensured my vision would continue long after any individual's career. That was true victory, not defeating a person, but changing a culture. If you've ever been sidelined despite doing excellent work, I hope this story resonates with you. Sometimes the best revenge isn't fighting back immediately. It's playing the long game, documenting your value, and letting results speak for themselves. Have you ever been in a situation where your contributions were dismissed or minimized? How did you handle it? Let me know in the comments below. And if this story helped give you some perspective, please like and subscribe for more real-life workplace stories. Remember, your worth isn't determined by how others treat you, but by the impact your work has on those around you. My name is Nira, and I was completely annihilated by the man who was supposed to be my mentor. Picture me sitting in that conference room, 20 of my colleagues staring at me while my boss Caspian's words echoed off the walls. "You're the biggest failure this company has ever seen." The laughter that followed felt like tiny daggers piercing every inch of my confidence. My entire body felt like it was on fire from the inside out. 3 years of dedication, 3 years of pouring my heart into this company, and this is how it ends. Everyone I had worked alongside, people I considered friends, were now pointing and snickering at my expense. I wanted to disappear into the floor, to become invisible, to escape this nightmare that was unfolding in real time. But then something happened that nobody, including myself, could have predicted. Before I tell you exactly what happened next, can you guess what my boss didn't know about me? Because what I'm about to reveal will completely change how you think about workplace revenge. And also, don't forget to subscribe, and click the bell icon, later only if this story gives you the chills you never expected. Let me take you back to where this all started, because the betrayal runs so much deeper than you can imagine. 18 months ago, I was the golden child of Krypton Global Solutions. Wait, I can't use that name. Let me call it Nuven Dynamics Corporation. Every project I touched turned into pure success. My innovative marketing campaigns increased client retention by 47%. My process improvements saved the company over $2 million in the first year alone. People in other departments would specifically request to work with me. I had this ability to see solutions where others saw problems, to turn disaster into opportunity. My direct supervisor back then was this gentle woman named Cordelia, who recognized my potential immediately. She would say things like, "Nira, you have something special. Don't let anyone dim that light." Cordelia had been grooming me for a management position, teaching me the ins and outs of client relationships, budget management, team leadership. I was her protege, and everyone knew I was next in line for promotion when she retired. Then Cordelia got diagnosed with early onset dementia. She had to step down immediately. The timing couldn't have been worse because the company was in the middle of our biggest client acquisition in 5 years. We were competing for a contract worth $15 million, and I had developed the entire strategy. Every presentation slide, every cost analysis, every timeline projection came from my brain. That's when Caspian Rothwell entered my life like a tornado. Caspian had been working in our satellite office in Portland for 3 years. Nice enough guy, or so I thought. Tall, always wore these perfectly pressed shirts, had this way of making you feel like you were the only person in the room when he talked to you. He had decent experience, but nothing groundbreaking. His numbers were solid, but not spectacular. When corporate announced he would be taking over Cordelia's position, I felt disappointed, but not devastated. I figured I could work with him, maybe even help him succeed while continuing to grow my own career. The first red flag should have been during his introductory meeting with our team. He presented my $15 million strategy as if he had developed it himself. Not once did he mention my name. Not once did he acknowledge that every single innovative element came from months of my research and planning. I sat there watching him take credit for my late nights, my weekend research sessions, my breakthrough moments in the shower at 6 in the morning. But I convinced myself maybe he just forgot to mention it. Maybe he was nervous. Maybe he would give me credit later. He never did. Over the next 6 months, Caspian systematically began stealing every major idea I produced. I would send him detailed proposals in our Monday morning meetings, and by Thursday, he would be presenting them to upper management as his own brilliant insights. When I tried to speak up, he would interrupt me with things like, "Actually, Neera, I think what you're trying to say is," and then proceed to repeat my exact words back to me as if he was clarifying my confused thoughts. The worst part wasn't even the theft itself. It was watching him get praised for my creativity while simultaneously criticizing my performance in front of others. He would say things like, "Neera struggles with big picture thinking," right after implementing my big picture strategies. Or, "She needs to work on her presentation skills," while using the exact presentation techniques I had taught him during our one-on-one meetings. I started documenting everything. Every email, every meeting note, every timestamp of when I submitted ideas versus when he presented them. I thought maybe I could build a case, prove what was happening. But Caspian was smart. He never put the theft in writing. Everything happened in verbal conversations, in closed-door meetings, in casual hallway discussions where there were no witnesses. Meanwhile, my official performance reviews started declining. Caspian would write things like, "Shows potential but lacks leadership initiative," and "needs improvement in innovative thinking." The same innovative thinking he was stealing and getting promoted for. I felt like I was losing my mind. Was I imagining this? Was I being paranoid? But then I started paying closer attention to his patterns, and I realized something crucial. Caspian was completely dependent on my ideas. Without my creativity feeding his success, he had absolutely nothing original to offer. That's when I decided to run an experiment. I started submitting mediocre work. Not terrible enough to get fired, but bland enough to be forgettable. When he asked for my input on projects, I would offer safe, conventional suggestions that any average employee could have thought of. I stopped staying late to perfect my proposals. I stopped researching innovative solutions. I stopped being the creative powerhouse he had been relying on. The results were immediate and devastating for him. His next presentation to the executive team was a complete disaster. Without my insights to steal, he had nothing but generic corporate speak and recycled ideas from our competitors. The client we had been courting for months walked away because our proposal lacked originality. 3 team members requested transfers to other departments because they were tired of his inconsistent leadership. But while I was deliberately tanking my visible performance, I was secretly building something much bigger. I had noticed that our CEO, Thaddeus Blackstone, had an open-door policy for employees with genuine company improvement ideas. Most people were too intimidated to approach him directly, but I wasn't most people. I started requesting 15-minute meetings with him under the guise of discussing operational efficiency initiatives. During these meetings, I presented him with real solutions, game-changing strategies for market expansion, revolutionary approaches to client retention, detailed plans for streamlining our supply chain that could save millions. I never mentioned Caspian, never complained about my situation. I simply demonstrated my true capabilities while letting Caspian destroy his own credibility through his increasingly desperate attempts to compensate for his lack of original ideas. Thaddeus was impressed, more than impressed. He started scheduling longer meetings with me. He began asking for my input on major company decisions. He would say things like, "Neera, you have a mind for business that reminds me of myself at your age." 3 weeks ago, he told me something that made my heart race. "I've been watching your work, and I think you're ready for a bigger platform. I want you to present your 5-year growth strategy to our board of directors." The board presentation, the holy grail of corporate advancement, the opportunity that could catapult my career into the stratosphere. But here's what made it perfect. Thaddeus scheduled the board presentation for the same day as our quarterly team meeting. The same meeting where Caspian had been planning to publicly humiliate me for my recent poor performance. So there I was, sitting in that conference room, listening to Caspian systematically tear apart my character in front of everyone I worked with. He had prepared this whole speech about accountability and how some people just aren't cut out for the demands of our industry. 20 pairs of eyes watching me like I was some kind of cautionary tale. Some people, Caspian continued, his voice getting louder with each word, refuse to take responsibility for their declining performance. They make excuses. They blame others. They lack the integrity to admit when they're simply not capable of meeting our standards. Every word felt like a physical assault. People were nodding along. Some were checking their phones like they were bored by my public execution. Others were whispering to each other, probably wondering how long before I got fired. Then Caspian delivered his final blow. "You're the biggest failure this company has ever seen." The laughter that followed was the most humiliating sound I had ever heard. 20 people I had helped, people whose projects I had saved, people who had benefited from my ideas that Caspian had stolen, were laughing at my downfall. That's when the conference room door opened. Thaddeus Blackstone stepped inside, his eyes scanning the room until they found mine. The laughter died instantly as he walked directly toward me with purpose and confidence. "Sorry I'm late for our board presentation," he said, his voice carrying across the now silent room. You could have heard a pin drop. 20 faces went from amusement to confusion to absolute shock as they realized what was happening. Caspian's expression shifted from triumph to terror as he began to understand that everything he thought he knew about the situation was completely wrong. I stood up slowly, gathering the presentation materials I had been hiding under my regular meeting notes. As I walked toward the front of the room, I could feel every set of eyes tracking my movement. The same people who had been laughing at me 60 seconds earlier were now staring in stunned silence. "Shall we begin?" Thaddeus asked, taking a seat at the head of the conference table. What happened next was the most satisfying moment of my entire career. I began presenting the revolutionary 5-year growth strategy I had been developing during my secret meetings with Thaddeus. Every slide was perfection. Every financial projection was meticulously researched. Every innovative solution was genuinely original, born from my own creativity and strategic thinking. As I spoke, I watched Caspian's face transform from confusion to recognition to absolute horror as he realized what was really happening. This wasn't just a presentation. This was an interview for his job. The board members were asking detailed questions about implementation timelines, budget allocations, risk assessments. I answered every single question with confidence and precision because I had lived and breathed this strategy for months. This was my vision, my creation, my masterpiece. When I finished, the room erupted in applause. Not polite corporate clapping, but genuine enthusiasm for what they had just witnessed. Thaddeus stood up and shook my hand, saying loud enough for everyone to hear, "Neera, this is exactly the kind of visionary leadership our company needs moving forward." Then he turned to address the room. "I want everyone to know that Neera will be taking over as our new Director of Strategic Development, effective immediately." The silence was deafening. 20 people who had been laughing at my failure were now witnessing my triumph. But the best part wasn't my promotion. The best part was watching Caspian realize that his own behavior had been the architect of his destruction. Every time he had publicly criticized my performance while privately stealing my ideas, he had been digging his own grave. Every time he had humiliated me in front of the team, he had been demonstrating his own lack of character to people who were watching more carefully than he realized. Every time he had taken credit for my work, he had been proving that without me, he had nothing to offer. Thaddeus continued, "Caspian, I'll need to see you in my office after this meeting to discuss your transition to a different role within the company." Different role. Corporate speak for demotion or termination. As people began filing out of the conference room, several of my colleagues approached me with congratulations and apologies. They had witnessed the injustice, but hadn't known how to address it. Now they were seeing the full picture, understanding that my recent poor performance had been strategic rather than authentic. But I wasn't finished yet. I walked over to where Caspian sat frozen in his chair, his face pale and his hands trembling slightly. "Caspian," I said quietly so only he could hear, "thank you." He looked up at me with confusion. "Thank you for teaching me the most valuable lesson of my career. You showed me that sometimes the best way to expose someone's incompetence is to stop compensating for it. You taught me that people who steal credit can only succeed as long as they have something to steal. And most importantly, you proved that genuine talent will always rise to the surface, no matter how many obstacles are placed in its way. I paused, watching him process the full scope of what had just happened. You destroyed your own career by trying to destroy mine, and you never even realized I was deliberately handing you the rope. As I walked out of that conference room, I felt something I hadn't experienced in months: complete and total vindication. Not just professional success, but emotional justice. Caspian had tried to break me, to humiliate me, to steal my future. Instead, he had inadvertently orchestrated his own downfall, while elevating me to exactly where I belonged. The revenge wasn't just about getting his job. It was about proving that integrity and genuine talent will always triumph over theft and manipulation. It was about showing everyone in that room that the person they had been laughing at was actually the person they should have been respecting all along. But the story doesn't end there, because what happened over the next few days revealed just how deep the betrayal had really gone. 3 days after my promotion, I was cleaning out my old desk when I discovered something that made my entire body go numb with rage. Hidden in the back of my filing cabinet, underneath a stack of old quarterly reports, I found a folder I had never seen before. Inside were photocopies of every single email I had ever sent to Caspian with my ideas, my strategies, my innovations. But these weren't just copies. They were annotated in his handwriting with notes like, "Present this as my concept at Friday meeting," and "Remove Neera's name from attribution," and "Claim this came from Portland office research." He had been systematically documenting his theft, creating a paper trail of his own criminal behavior. But why would someone keep evidence of their own wrongdoing? I kept digging through the folder and found something even more disturbing. There were printed screenshots of text messages between Caspian and someone named Derek M. discussing me specifically. The messages made my skin crawl. "She's too smart for her own good. Need to discredit her before she figures out what's happening. Just keep taking her ideas and making her look incompetent. Eventually, she'll quit or get fired. The beauty is she can't prove anything. It's all verbal theft." Derek M. Derek Morrison, our head of human resources. My promotion suddenly felt hollow. This wasn't just about one corrupt manager stealing credit. This was a coordinated campaign to destroy my career, involving multiple people in positions of power. I photographed every single document with my phone, then carefully returned everything to exactly how I found it. My hands were shaking as I realized the scope of what I had stumbled upon. That evening, I called my older brother Kai, who happens to be an employment attorney in Seattle. I sent him the photos and waited while he reviewed everything. "Neera," he said after 20 minutes, "this is a textbook case of workplace harassment, discrimination, and intellectual property theft. You could sue this company for millions and probably win." But something inside me resisted the idea of a lawsuit. Legal battles take years. They drain your energy and your bank account. They turn you into a victim forever defined by what someone else did to you. I wanted something more immediate, more personal, more devastating to the people who had tried to devastate me. I wanted them to destroy themselves, just like Caspian had. So I developed a different plan. The next morning, I requested a meeting with Thaddeus under the pretense of discussing my transition into the new role. But what I really wanted was to understand the company's internal power structure better. During our conversation, I casually mentioned that I was interested in learning more about our human resources, policies, and procedures. "Derek Morrison would be the person to speak with about that," Thaddeus said. "Though between you and me, I've been concerned about some inconsistencies in his department lately." Inconsistencies. That was interesting. "What kind of inconsistencies?" I asked, trying to sound like I was just making conversation. Thaddeus hesitated, then leaned forward. "Several high-performing employees have left the company over the past year, all citing concerns about management support and career development. When I review their performance records, their numbers were excellent right up until their last few months, when suddenly everything declined dramatically. It's a pattern that doesn't make sense to me." My heart started racing. "Have you noticed this pattern with any specific managers?" "Well, most of these employees worked under Caspian at some point. But Derek assured me it was just coincidence. Said some people simply can't handle increased responsibility. Derek had been covering for Caspian, protecting him, enabling him to continue his systematic destruction of talented employees. I spent the next week quietly investigating those former employees who had left the company. Using LinkedIn and professional networking, I reached out to 5 people who had worked under Caspian before transferring or quitting. Their stories were heartbreakingly similar to mine. Amelia Chen had developed an innovative client communication system that increased satisfaction scores by 30%. Caspian took credit for it, then began criticizing her attention to detail until she requested a transfer to a different department with lower pay. Marcus Rivera had created a cost reduction strategy that saved the company $800,000 annually. Caspian presented it to executives as his own idea, then started writing negative performance reviews claiming Marcus lacked strategic thinking. Olivia Santos had designed an employee training program that reduced onboarding time by 40% and increased retention by 25%. Caspian implemented it company-wide under his name, then began spreading rumors that Olivia was difficult to work with until she eventually quit. Every single person had the same experience. Create something valuable, watch Caspian steal credit, endure systematic harassment designed to make them quit or transfer. And in every case, Derek Morrison had documented their declining performance while ignoring their complaints about Caspian's behavior. I realized I was looking at a criminal enterprise disguised as corporate management. But here's what Caspian and Derek didn't know. Thaddeus had been watching much more carefully than they realized. During my next meeting with Thaddeus, I decided to take a calculated risk. "I've been thinking about the employee retention issues you mentioned," I said carefully. "I'd love to do some research into what might be causing talented people to leave." His eyes lit up. "Actually, I've been hoping someone would take initiative on that exact issue. What did you have in mind?" "Well, I thought I might reach out to some former employees, get their perspective on what could have been done differently to keep them here." Thaddeus nodded enthusiastically. "Excellent idea. I'll give you access to exit interview records and contact information. Derek Morrison keeps all that documentation." "Perfect." I scheduled a meeting with Derek under the pretense of accessing those employee records. When I walked into his office, I immediately understood why he and Caspian worked so well together. Derek had the same oily charm, the same way of making you feel like he was doing you a personal favor by doing his job. "Of course I can help you with that research," he said, pulling up files on his computer. "Though, I should mention, most of these employees left for personal reasons rather than anything work-related." As he scrolled through the records, I noticed something interesting. Every exit interview for former Caspian employees had been conducted by Derek himself, and every single one cited personal reasons or better opportunities elsewhere, rather than any specific complaints about management. But I also noticed something else. Derek's computer screen showed his email inbox, and I could see several messages from Caspian marked as high priority, all sent within the past week. "Derek," I said casually, "I'm curious about something. When employees make complaints about their managers, what's the typical process for investigating those concerns?" His smile faltered slightly. "Well, we take all complaints seriously, of course, but we have to be careful not to create unnecessary workplace drama based on personality conflicts." Personality conflicts. That's what he called systematic theft and harassment. "Have there been many complaints about management in Caspian's department specifically?" "Not really," Derek said quickly. "Caspian runs a tight ship. Some people just can't handle high standards." He was lying, and I could see it in his eyes, but I had what I needed. That evening, I called each of the former employees I had contacted earlier. This time, I asked them a specific question. Did they ever file formal complaints about Caspian's behavior with human resources? Every single one said yes. Detailed complaints, documented incidents, requests for investigation. Derek had buried every single complaint and lied to Thaddeus about it. I now had enough evidence to destroy both Caspian and Derek, but I wanted to be strategic about it. A direct accusation would put them on the defensive and give them time to cover their tracks. Instead, I decided to let them destroy each other. I started leaving subtle hints with Thaddeus about inconsistencies I was noticing in the employee retention research. Nothing direct, just observations that made him start asking his own questions. Meanwhile, I began a delicate psychological operation with Caspian and Derek. Caspian was already paranoid about his job security after my promotion, so I started feeding that paranoia. During casual conversations, I would mention things like, Thaddeus was asking interesting questions about employee satisfaction in your old department, or Derek seemed nervous when I was reviewing those exit interview records. With Derek, I took a different approach. I started suggesting that Caspian might be trying to blame him for the employee retention problems. Caspian mentioned that HR policies might need to be updated to better support high-performing employees. I would say, watching Derek's face tighten with concern. Within 2 weeks, their alliance began cracking. Caspian started sending increasingly frantic emails to Derek, which I knew about because Derek's assistant Priya had become friendly with me after my promotion. Priya mentioned that Derek seemed stressed about something and was working late reviewing old employee files. Derek, meanwhile, began distancing himself from Caspian. When Thaddeus asked him direct questions about specific former employees, Derek started providing information that contradicted his earlier claims about their reasons for leaving. The beautiful thing about criminals is that they usually have no honor among themselves. When pressure builds, they turn on each other to save themselves. The breaking point came during a routine management meeting 3 weeks after my promotion. Thaddeus had invited me to observe as part of my leadership development, and the agenda included a discussion about employee retention strategies. When Thaddeus brought up the concerning pattern of talented employees leaving Caspian's department, Derek immediately threw Caspian under the bus. "I've been worried about that pattern too," Derek said. Several former employees did express concerns about management style and recognition during their exit interviews. Caspian's face went white. "That's not what you told me before. You said they all left for personal reasons." "I was trying to protect your feelings," Derek replied smoothly. "But since we're discussing it openly, I think we need to address some legitimate concerns that were raised." "What concerns?" Thaddeus asked, his voice sharp with interest. Derek pulled out a file I had never seen before. Well, there were allegations about idea attribution, public criticism of employees, and general management approach. Caspian stood up so fast his chair rolled backward. "You told me you had handled those complaints? You said they were just personality conflicts." "I never said that," Derek lied effortlessly. "I said we needed to document everything carefully before taking action." That's when I realized Derek had been keeping detailed records of everything all along, not to protect Caspian, but to protect himself. He had been documenting Caspian's crimes so he could throw him under the bus if necessary. But Derek had made one crucial mistake. He assumed that Caspian was too stupid to have kept his own evidence. Caspian reached into his briefcase and pulled out his phone. "Really, Derek?" "Because I have text messages where you specifically told me to keep taking credit for employee ideas because it would make them quit faster." The room went completely silent. Thaddeus looked back and forth between them, his expression darkening with each passing second. "Are you telling me," Thaddeus said slowly, "that both of you have been deliberately sabotaging our employees?" That's when they both started talking at once, each trying to blame the other, each revealing more evidence of their conspiracy with every word. I sat there watching two grown men destroy each other in real time, exposing years of systematic employee abuse while trying to save their own careers. Within an hour, both Caspian and Derek were escorted out of the building by security. But my revenge still wasn't complete. The next day, I received a call from our company's legal department. Apparently, the evidence that had emerged during that meeting was serious enough to warrant a full internal investigation. They wanted to interview me as a potential witness. During that interview, I provided them with copies of all the evidence I had gathered, including the photos from Caspian's secret folder and the statements from former employees. What I learned during that investigation was even more disturbing than I had imagined. Caspian and Derek hadn't just been targeting me. Over the past 3 years, they had systematically driven away 17 high-performing employees, stealing their ideas and harassment them until they quit. The company had lost millions of dollars in talent and innovation because of their scheme. But here's the part that made everything worth it. The legal department discovered that many of the ideas Caspian had stolen and presented as his own had generated significant revenue for the company. Since those ideas had been developed by employees during work hours using company resources, the company owned the intellectual property. However, since Caspian had fraudulently claimed credit for ideas he hadn't created, he had violated his employment contract in a way that voided his severance package and potentially made him liable for damages. The company sued Caspian for fraud and intellectual property theft. Derek was fired without severance for his role in covering up employee complaints. Both of them are now facing potential criminal charges for their conspiracy to defraud the company and its employees. As for me, 6 months later, I was promoted again to Vice President of Strategic Innovation, making more money than Caspian ever did and leading a team of 12 brilliant people who actually get credit for their ideas. But the sweetest part of this whole story isn't my professional success. It's knowing that Caspian destroyed his entire career by trying to destroy mine, and he did it so thoroughly that he can never work in our industry again. Every company he applies to now will find out about the lawsuit when they run a background check. Every reference he tries to use will know about his fraud conviction. Every job interview will end with questions about why he was terminated for theft. He tried to steal my future, so I let him steal his own. The last I heard, he was working at a retail store in a mall somewhere, making minimum wage and living in his mother's basement. Meanwhile, I'm literally living my dream career, getting recognized for my actual contributions and building something meaningful with people who respect and value my ideas. That's what happens when you try to break someone who refuses to stay broken. So if you're dealing with someone who's stealing your credit, undermining your success, or trying to sabotage your career, remember this. Sometimes the best revenge is simply stopping yourself from saving them from their own incompetence. Give them enough rope, and they'll hang themselves. Trust me on that one. Now I want to hear from you in the comments below. Have you ever dealt with someone who tried to steal credit for your work? How did you handle it? Did you fight back immediately? Or did you play the long game like I did? Drop your story in the comments because I read every single one. And don't forget to smash that like button if this story gave you the satisfaction you needed today. Subscribe for more stories about people getting exactly what they deserve, and hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. Because trust me, I have plenty more stories about karma coming back around in the most unexpected ways.
On my 27th birthday, the room smelled like money. Crystal glasses, perfume, laughter that didn't belong to me. My grandfather lifted his champagne and smiled. "How do you spend your $400,000 trust fund, Evelyn?" The world tilted. I blinked twice. What trust fund? The fork stopped clinking. My mother's hand froze mid-gesture. My father's throat moved like he'd swallowed a stone. Then Grandpa turned calm as ever. Where did the money go? His question split the air open, and in that silence under chandeliers and fake smiles, I realized this dinner wasn't a celebration. It was an execution. My name is Evelyn Hart, and until that night, I thought I understood my family. I grew up believing success was measured in silence. Smile at the table, don't ask too many questions, and never talk about money. I lived in San Francisco now, far from their marble floors and polished cars, working as a freelance designer out of a small apartment in the Mission District. The walls peeled, the pipes hissed, but it was mine. I'd spend nights sketching logos while the city hummed outside coffee cooling beside overdue bills. My parents, James and Victoria, lived 20 minutes away in Marin County, 4 bedrooms, a pool, a Tesla for each. We talked, but never about real things. Calls began with "how's work" and ended before I could answer. The last time they'd surprised me was at my college graduation. I'd walked the stage holding $70,000 in student loans and a diploma I'd earned alone. They hugged me, handed me a wrapped box, and said, "We're so proud." Inside was a hardcover book, Financial Literacy for Young Adults. I smiled for the photos. That night I cried over the sink, realizing they hadn't planned to help. Still, I kept my head down. I paid rent, skipped dinners, took every freelance job I could find. When friends posted vacation photos, I laughed it off. One day I'd say, One day, I'd make enough to breathe. A week before my 27th birthday, my boss called me into his glass office. His face said everything before he spoke. "I'm sorry, Evelyn. We're downsizing." I boxed up my things, took the bus home, and sat on my couch with Madison, my roommate, my anchor, my only constant for 2 years. "Your parents will help, right?" she asked. I laughed, bitter and hollow. "They'll probably suggest a budgeting app." That night, I called anyway. "Mom, I lost my job." "Oh, that's too bad, honey," she said, her keyboard clicking in the background. "But you'll figure it out. You always do. I'm behind on rent, Mom. I don't know how." "Well, maybe this will teach you to save better. Anyway, we're making reservations for your birthday dinner, Atelier Cren, 7:30. Don't be late. Mom, that place is $300 a plate." She laughed. "Don't be cheap, Evelyn. It's your birthday. Dress nicely." The line went dead before I could say goodbye. I stared at my reflection in the dark TV screen, tired eyes, split ends, lipstick fading. $300 a plate, I whispered. "That's half my grocery budget." Madison looked up from the couch. "You don't have to go." "Yeah, I do. In my family, skipping dinner is worse than blasphemy." So I circled the date on the calendar the way people mark the day they'll face a firing squad. The week dragged toward my birthday like a slow leak. I tried to stay busy sending resumes, updating my portfolio, but rejection emails piled up faster than I could open them. My savings account dipped under 4 digits. Every noise from the hallway made me flinch, half expecting the landlord's knock. By Friday, I'd stopped sleeping. Madison found me at 2 a.m., still hunched over my laptop. "Eve, go to bed," she said softly. "I can't. If I stop, I'll think about it." "About what?" "That dinner. Them. Acting like everything's perfect while I'm falling apart." She squeezed my shoulder. "Then make it the last time they treat you like that." I didn't know what she meant yet, but those words stayed. Saturday came bright and sharp. I stood in front of my closet staring at the same 3 options. Jeans too faded, a blazer missing a button, and a black dress I'd bought 3 years ago for a job interview. I chose the dress. It still fit mostly. On the bus ride to the restaurant, I watched people through the window, tourists laughing, couples holding hands, a kid licking ice cream that dripped down his arm. I envied how simple their moments were. Atelier Cren shimmered with glass and gold. My parents were already seated when I arrived, my mother in a red silk dress, my father in his tailored navy suit. The table gleamed with wine glasses and silverware I couldn't name. "Happy birthday, sweetheart." Mom air-kissed me, her perfume so strong it made my eyes sting. Dad smiled. "You look tired. Rough week." "Lost my job," I said quietly. He nodded like I'd mentioned the weather. "Well, that happens. You'll bounce back." They launched into stories about their Europe trip, the new Tesla's autopilot feature, a renovation project for the guest bathroom. My words dissolved in the noise. I kept glancing at the door, counting the minutes. I was supposed to feel celebrated, but I felt like a prop in their perfect picture. Then the door opened. A ripple of surprise swept the room as my grandfather walked in. Robert Hart, silver-haired, tall, every step measured. The maitre d' nearly tripped, trying to escort him. My mother's smile faltered. "Dad, what are you doing here?" she asked, voice an octave too high. "Celebrating my granddaughter, of course." His eyes found mine. "Happy birthday, Evelyn." He hugged me real solid warm, and I felt the first breath I'd taken all night. "I didn't know you were coming," I said. "Wouldn't miss it for the world." He sat down beside me, ordered whiskey neat, and started polite conversation. But there was an edge in his voice I couldn't place, like he already knew something none of us did. Then he smiled at me, raised his glass, and said the words that changed everything. The whiskey caught the light as my grandfather lifted his glass. "So, Evelyn," he said tone casual, "how do you spend your $3.4 million trust fund?" The air shattered. I heard my heartbeat before the silence registered. I blinked. Once? Twice? What trust fund? Every fork stopped mid-air. My mother's smile cracked like porcelain. My father's throat moved as if he'd swallowed glass. My grandfather's expression didn't change. He simply leaned back in his chair. "The trust I set up when you were born. Your parents were supposed to transfer it to you when you turned 25. My mother laughed too fast. "Oh, Dad, you must be mistaken." "There was Victoria," he said quietly. Don't. It was the first time in my life I'd seen her go still. He turned to the waiter. Private room, please. Within minutes, we were ushered away, plates half-eaten, champagne forgotten. The door closed behind us with a soft click that sounded final. Inside, the air was colder. My grandfather's assistant, Michelle, was already there, tablet open. A man in a tailored suit waited beside her. Michael Anderson, his attorney. This won't take long, Grandpa said. I just want clarity. Michael opened a folder, slid a stack of papers across the table. Miss Hart, this is the trust account created under your name. Initial deposit, $1 million. Current value given market growth should be approximately $3.4 million. My fingers hovered above the paper. Should be. He nodded grimly. As of this morning, the balance is $200,000. The words landed like a physical hit. $200,000. 25 years of savings investments, interest gone. Grandpa's gaze never left my parents. Explain. Dad wiped his forehead. We used some of it just to cover the mortgage when the market crashed. Grandpa's voice stayed calm. That's over $3 million, James. Mom's hands trembled around her clutch. We were managing it for her future. We didn't want her to waste it. I laughed short, sharp, ugly. You mean like wasting it on rent or student loans or food? Mom turned to me, her eyes glassy. Sweetheart, we only wanted what's best for you. You gave me a book on financial literacy for graduation. My voice cracked. While you were draining my account. Grandpa raised a hand. The room went quiet again. Enough. He turned to Michelle. List the withdrawals. She read, her voice mechanical. Mortgage payoff, $450,000. Vehicle purchases, 2 Tesla Model S, $280,000. Home renovation, $320,000. Investment in Victoria Hart Real Estate, $500,000. Marked total loss. Each line felt like another blow. Then she paused. Purchase of property in Malibu, $1.8 million. Currently registered under James and Victoria Hart. I stared at them. A beach house. My father's face went slack. It was an investment. It was theft, Grandpa said quietly, from your own daughter. No one spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the air vent. Finally, Grandpa pushed back his chair. Give me the keys. Mom's eyes darted toward her purse. She hesitated, then pulled out a small key ring, 2 keys and a fob. Her hands shook as she set them on the table. Grandpa slid them across to me. These are yours, 2 years late. They were still warm from her palm when I picked them up. My keys, my apartment, my life that had been kept from me. Mom started to cry, soft, practiced sobs. Please, Dad, don't do this. We're family. Family doesn't steal from family, he said. You'll hear from my lawyers tomorrow. They left the room slowly as if gravity had doubled. The door closed and the air felt lighter but emptier. Grandpa turned to me. Evelyn, I'll have a full audit done. They'll face legal consequences. But the decision to press charges, it's yours. I looked down at the keys, metal cold against my skin. For years, I'd begged for scraps of approval. Now I held proof that their love had a price tag. I need time, I whispered. Take it, he said. But know this, they were planning to run. Michelle found tickets to Costa Rica bought 3 days ago. My chest tightened. They came to dinner knowing this was goodbye. He nodded, and they smiled while doing it. That night, I left the restaurant with the keys in my pocket and a storm in my chest. Outside, the city lights blurred through the fog. Madison was waiting up when I got home. When I told her everything, she stared at me like I just recited a crime scene report. They stole from you, she whispered. Your own parents. Not just money, I said. Years. I looked out the window at the sleeping city and felt something break and something else begin. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to beg. I was going to take everything back, quietly. 3 days after that dinner, I was summoned to my grandfather's office, a glass tower downtown that looked like it could slice the sky. I barely slept since the night of the reveal. The words, they were planning to run, played on loop in my head. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw my mother's trembling hand dropping the keys. My father's silence that felt like confession. When I arrived, Michelle was already waiting in the lobby, immaculate as always, tablet in hand. They're here, she said quietly. Robert wanted you present. My stomach tightened. Both of them. She nodded. They came to negotiate. Negotiate. That word tasted wrong. The elevator opened to the top floor, glass walls, leather chairs, the faint scent of cedar and old money. Grandpa sat behind his desk, posture, straight hands clasped. Across from him sat my parents. Dad looked 10 years older. Mom was trying to smile, but the gloss on her lips cracked at the corners. Evelyn Grandpa said, voice steady, "Sit." I sat opposite them. No one spoke for a moment. The only sound was the ticking of the antique clock on the wall. Finally, Dad cleared his throat. "We didn't mean for it to go this far. We were just..." Desperate Grandpa's voice was cold. "Trying to stay afloat," Dad said. "You wouldn't understand." "I understand, greed," Grandpa interrupted. "I built an empire on recognizing it." Mom reached forward, tears already in her eyes. "We love her, Dad. We were going to tell her eventually, when after you finish selling the Malibu house." Silence. Michael Anderson, the attorney, stepped forward, setting a stack of printed bank statements on the desk. "The forensic audit is complete," he said. "Every transaction traced, every property connected. We've recovered approximately $2 million through asset seizures and forced sales." My father rubbed his temples. $2 million? We already... "You didn't recover it," Michael said sharply. "We did, through the law." I watched the scene from what felt like outside my own body. Every lie peeled away, every secret dragged into the light. Michelle handed me a folder. Inside were photos of my parents' purchases. The Malibu property, luxury cars, jewelry receipts, cruise bookings, all funded by my trust. "You should know what they valued more than you," she said softly. I swallowed hard. "This is enough to press criminal charges, isn't it?" "Yes," Michael replied. "Felony financial fraud and breach of fiduciary duty. Up to 10 years. Mom gasped. "Evelyn, you wouldn't please." Her voice broke like a child's, but I didn't flinch. "I didn't do this," I said. "You did." My father leaned forward, desperation bleeding through the calm facade. "We made mistakes, but prison. We're your parents." "Parents protect," I said quietly. "They don't pillage." Grandpa turned to me. "It's your choice, sweetheart." The room blurred around me, the skyline behind glass, the papers, the trembling hands across the desk. I thought of 27 years of dinners where I smiled through silence, of student loans I'd paid with ramen and overtime, of birthdays where they sent flowers but not love. I met my mother's eyes. "You left me with nothing. Now you have exactly that." The words landed like thunder. Mom's shoulders collapsed. Dad looked away, jaw clenched. Grandpa nodded once to Michael. "File the necessary motions." Mom reached across the table, voice shaking. "Dad, please, she's your granddaughter, and you are my daughter," he said. "But there's a difference between blood and character." She began to sob, real this time. It wasn't for me. It was for everything they were losing. As the lawyers finalized the papers, I stood and walked to the window. The city stretched below, cranes, cars, the slow pulse of people living their lives. I pressed my hand to the glass, the cold grounding me. For the first time in years, I wasn't small. Behind me, I heard Grandpa say, "Keys, deeds, accounts all transferred back to Evelyn. Effective immediately." When I turned, Michelle handed me a slim envelope. "These are your property documents. Pacific Heights fully under your name now." I nodded. "Thank you." Mom whispered something, her voice barely audible. "You'll regret this." I looked at her, really looked. The woman who taught me to keep my voice soft, my needs smaller, my worth tied to approval. "No," I said. "For once I won't." They left soon after, escorted out by security. The door closed. The silence that followed wasn't heavy anymore. It was clean. Grandpa stood slowly, walking over to me. "You did the right thing." "I don't feel good," I admitted. "Justice rarely feels good," he said, "but it's necessary." He put a hand on my shoulder, firm and steady. "You're not alone anymore, Evelyn. You never were." That night I went to see the apartment, the one I'd never been allowed to step inside. Pacific Heights was quiet, all glass and steel and bay views. The doorman recognized my name immediately. "Mr. Hart said you'd be coming." When I unlocked the door, the smell of expensive candles hit me first. Everything was staged neutral tones, marble counters, a coffee table book about modern design. A stranger's life furnished with my money. I wandered through the rooms, fingertips brushing the walls, the furniture, the evidence. On the counter, a lease folder, tenants' names, rent deposits. My parents had been collecting money for years. I sank onto the couch and laughed, the sound raw. Then the laughter broke into tears. Not grief anymore, but release. Madison arrived 20 minutes later holding takeout. "You're really here," she whispered, eyes wide. "I'm home," I said. She looked around, smiled. "So, how does justice feel?" "Quiet," I said, "and heavier than I thought." We ate sitting on the floor cartons, spread out like old times. Through the windows, the bay shimmered with city lights. Somewhere behind me, the keys gleamed on the counter, a reminder of everything that had been stolen and everything I'd taken back. Before bed, I texted Grandpa moved in. "Thank you for fighting when I couldn't." His reply came a minute later. "You always could, Evelyn. You just needed proof." I stared at that message until the screen dimmed, proof of what they'd done and who I'd become. A month passed before I could sleep without waking in the middle of the night expecting another secret to surface. But the investigation moved quickly. My parents' assets, both Tesla's, the Malibu house, even the country club membership, were liquidated. The proceeds poured back into my account under my name where they should have always been. They moved into a roadside motel in Oakland. Grandpa told me in a quiet voice, "They're paying restitution. $500 a month." Court ordered. I didn't feel joy when he said it, just balance. I settled into the apartment in Pacific Heights. Each morning the fog rolled over the bay like breath. I'd sit on the balcony with coffee laptop open, freelancing again. Clients came fast, referrals from Grandpa's network startups that needed branding. For once I wasn't scrambling, I was building. Madison came over every weekend. We hung art unpacked boxes, made the place ours. "You realize," she said once, laughing, "you could buy this whole building now." "I don't want to own more things," I said. "Just more peace." Weeks turned into months. My name was on everything now, bank accounts, titles, deeds. But it wasn't the money that settled me. It was the ownership of my life. One evening, Grandpa invited me to dinner. He looked frailer but lighter, as if some weight had lifted. "You did what I couldn't," he told me. "You drew a line." I smiled. "You taught me how." That night, driving home through the city, I passed the restaurant where it all began. Through the glass, people were laughing, toasting, unaware of how fast a family can fracture over greed. I didn't stop. Some chapters deserved to stay closed. Finally, I learned that blood doesn't always mean loyalty. My parents stole my future and called it love, but I took it back piece by piece, quietly, legally, completely. Now, when I look out over the bay, I don't see what I lost. I see what I rebuilt. If you've ever been betrayed by the people you trusted most, remember this: you can still start over stronger than before. And if stories like mine hit close to home, stay with me. The next one might sound uncomfortably familiar. Hit subscribe and don't look away.
Came. Balloons curled in the heat. Pizza boxes untouched. A unicorn cake that took me 6 hours to decorate? Still perfect. Untouched. My daughter sat in the backyard wearing a paper crown and a white dress she picked herself. Every 10 minutes, she looked at the gate. Then up at me. Then down at her glittery shoes. 11 candles. No guests. Not even a text. I swallowed the lump in my throat and knelt beside her. "Maybe they got lost," I said softly. She nodded, but I knew better. Because this wasn't the first time. They didn't forget. They chose not to come. A week later, my phone pinged.
Mom.
The same woman who didn't call, didn't show, didn't even like the photo I posted. Text message. "You're invited to Eliza's Sweet 16. Theme, luxury lavender. $2,100 per person. Venmo me." No apology. No explanation. Not even a fake excuse. I stared at the screen, fingers trembling, pulse flatlining into fury. That night, I sent exactly $1. Memo. "Congratulations. That's all you'll ever get from me again." Then I changed the locks. Blocked every number. Erased every group chat. 3 days of silence. Then, 2 days later, I opened the door in pajamas and a robe to flashing lights. 2 police officers. "Ma'am, are you redacted? We received a complaint from your mother." My stomach flipped. I blinked once, then stepped aside, calm as ever. Because this time I wanted a record. I'm sorry, what was the complaint? I asked. The officer checked his clipboard. She says you're withholding family funds and threatening to blackmail. I blinked. Blackmail? I hadn't said a word. I just sent $1. That's when I understood. They weren't mad about the money. They were mad about the silence. I invited them with open arms to my daughter's party. They ghosted us again. And now they wanted me to fund their $100 plate ego parade?
No.
Not this time. I have receipts, I said, stepping back inside. I handed the officer my phone.
Group chats.
Voicemails. The text asking for Venmo. My blocked call log. The officer scrolled, then glanced at me with a slow, tight-lipped nod. I'll file this as a civil dispute, ma'am. Not criminal. They left without another word. I closed the door and collapsed against it, not from fear, but release. It hit me like a wave. They really would have let me fund their lives forever. As long as I kept my mouth shut. As long as I smiled. As long as I kept swallowing my daughter's tears and saying, they love us. They're just busy. Not anymore. I made 2 calls that afternoon. To my lawyer, asking about trust restructuring. To my therapist, asking for help navigating toxic detachment. But the 3rd call, that came at 7:44 p.m. My cousin Mia, whispers in her voice. They're planning something. I overheard your mom and aunt talking about ruining your reputation before the Sweet 16. My heart paused. I looked out the window and quietly said, let them try. This time, I'm documenting everything.
I didn't sleep that night.
Neither did my daughter. She sat cross-legged on the couch, sketching quietly in her notepad, eyes dimmer than usual. I asked what she was drawing. A party, she mumbled, where people show up. I nearly broke, but I didn't. Instead, I stood, kissed her forehead, and whispered, we'll make one. The next day, I drove straight to the Garnet Ballroom, the exact venue my family had booked for the niece's $100 head Sweet 16. It was still under pending final payment. I asked the manager what the refund policy was if the pair backed out. She raised an eyebrow. Then I showed her the lease. They had used my business credit as backup collateral.
Classic.
I smiled. I'd like to assume the reservation, I said. Same date, new event. I paid in full. Venue, mine. Date, mine. Guest list? Every kid who had ever been overlooked, uninvited, or treated like an afterthought. We named it the Golden Ones Gala. I even got a cake vendor to recreate the original Sweet 16 order. Except this time, the frosting would read, to the ones they left behind. By Thursday, invitations were out.
Custom-made.
Hand-delivered. No Venmo required. Just presents. That evening, my sister texted, did you really hijack our event? Then Mom called. Fix this, or I'll make you regret it. I replied with a screenshot of my contract and a single caption. You should have read the fine print before writing me off. Outside, my daughter stuck stars on the ceiling and whispered, do you think they'll come? I smiled and said, they don't need to, because this time, the celebration wasn't for them. The night of the gala arrived like a secret the sky was keeping. Every inch of the Garnet Ballroom shimmered in gold and soft blues, a magical blend of elegance and innocence.
Kids trickled in shyly at first.
Some wore hand-me-downs. Some wore borrowed suits. Every single one wore the look of someone who thought no one remembered them. Until now. My daughter, in a glittery blue dress and tiny silver flats, stood at the entrance with a clipboard. Welcome to the Golden Ones Gala, she whispered with a smile. Then came the moment that stopped everything. 3 people walked through the door, not invited. My mother, my sister, and my niece still dressed for her Sweet 16. They paused at the entrance like they owned it. I calmly stepped forward. Sorry, this is a closed event. You can't be serious, Mom hissed. This was supposed to be our party. I smiled, reached into my clutch, and handed her something. A glitter-covered envelope. Inside, a printed screenshot of her original invite, the Venmo request, and my $1 reply. Looks like you already got your celebration, I said and turned away. Security didn't need prompting. They didn't yell. They simply redirected. As the doors closed behind them, my daughter stood beside me, watching. "Was that rude?" she asked softly. "No," I said. "That was called boundaries." By 9 p.m., a video of the gala had gone viral. One of the guests, a local teen vlogger, live-streamed everything. Caption: "The most beautiful party I've ever been to, and none of her family came. Except the one that mattered." Comments flooded in. My phone buzzed with messages. But for once, I didn't check them, because inside this ballroom, my daughter was seen. And that was worth far more than $2,100 a head. By morning, the messages turned to threats. "You embarrassed us publicly. Delete that video. We were family before this circus." I ignored everyone. What they didn't know was this: I didn't post the video. The teen who did? Her father was a local reporter, and his morning article headlined, "Single mom throws party for overlooked kids, turns her daughter's pain into joy." Then came the interviews, the podcast features, even a small grant from a local nonprofit who wanted to sponsor next year's gala. My daughter asked shyly, "Can we do it again?" I said yes, but with one condition: no guest lists with people who treat your pain like it's invisible. She nodded, and that's when it happened. 2 days later, a police car pulled into my driveway. My heart dropped. My daughter's fingers wrapped around mine, her eyes wide. I stepped outside. "Ma'am, we received a report of suspected fraud and child endangerment from a family member," the officer said, reading off a complaint. My chest clenched. Child endangerment? The same woman who mailed me a $2,100 invoice now wanted the state to punish me for joy? I asked one question. Was the report anonymous? The officer hesitated, then said, "Not exactly." He handed me a name. My mother's name. My pulse steadied. I looked him in the eye. "Would you like to see the event footage, officer? Or the article? Or the verified receipts?" "I have everything logged." He nodded slowly. "Actually, yes. That would help a lot." I opened the door. Behind me, my daughter whispered, "Is this because of the party?" I crouched down. "No, sweetie. This is because sometimes love makes people bitter when they can't control it." And today, I wasn't controlled. The officer sat on my couch with a pen, a notepad, and a surprising softness in his voice. He watched the video of the party, balloons, music, tables with hand-labeled names for kids no one else celebrated. He glanced at my daughter, playing quietly in the next room, coloring a picture of her and me under a big rainbow. "Ma'am," he said, "I apologize. We get these kinds of calls, sometimes vindictive reports meant to intimidate." I nodded, pushing a folder toward him. Inside, every receipt, background check on the volunteers, parental permissions, even allergy disclosures signed by guardians. He flipped through them. Then his eyes paused on one name. "Your mother claimed she paid for the event," he said slowly. I didn't laugh. Instead, I handed him a copy of the Venmo transaction. $1 sent from me, with the note, "Congratulations." He blinked, then smirked. "I see." When he stood to leave, he handed me a copy of the official report form. "This is now on record as a false claim. If they escalate, you're covered." I walked him to the door. Before leaving, he looked at me, really looked, and said, "You know, I've seen a lot of messy families, but not many people clean the mess with kindness." I shut the door after he left and leaned against it. My phone buzzed again. This time, a message from my niece, the sweet 16 girl. "Auntie,
I didn't know what they did.
can I still come over?" And that cracked something open. Not every seed grows bitter in a rotten garden. I texted her back.
Yes.
But bring your own glitter. That night, we sat under fairy lights, my daughter teaching her cousin how to make balloon crowns. There was no music, no photographer. Just real, untidy healing. 2 days later, my mom showed up. Not with flowers. Not with regret. But with a printed spreadsheet and a pen. "Listen," she started, walking right into my living room. "I've itemized everything. The party, the decorations, the food. If you just pay $1,050, You'll be invited again next year. It's fair." I didn't blink. Behind her, my daughter sat quietly on the staircase, hugging the same stuffed bunny from the birthday party no one came to. Mom noticed.
"She's too sensitive," she snapped.
That's the real issue here. I didn't say a word. Instead, I walked to the kitchen drawer and pulled out a small pink envelope. It still had glitter from my daughter's party. I handed it to her. Inside, a printed photo of the empty backyard, party hats scattered on chairs, and one candle lit on a cake that said, "You are loved." "She waited 3 hours," I whispered. "In her crown. By the front door." My mother didn't open the photo. She just said, "It's not always about your feelings. Family is messy, but you don't turn your back." I looked at her. "No," I said softly, "but sometimes you close the door before the mess ruins what you've built." She scoffed.
"So this is it?"
"You're going to exile us." I smiled gently. "I'm not exiling anyone. I'm protecting someone." Then I opened the door. She stood still for a moment. Then, without looking at me, she walked out. No screaming. No dramatics. Just the quiet realization that access had expired. That night, I deleted the group chat, changed my daughter's emergency contact to my best friend, and ordered glitter paper to send thank you notes to every vendor who stayed that rainy day, even when no one showed up. Some parties aren't for guests. They're for guardians of joy. Say next for the final part, where poetic justice lands quietly like a birthday wish whispered over an uncut cake. A week passed before I heard the knock again. But this time, it wasn't police. It was a courier, standing with a clipboard and a small, sealed envelope. Inside was a formal letter from my mother's attorney. "Your refusal to contribute financially to the Sweet 16 event has caused emotional and reputational damage. We're requesting a settlement of $2,100 to resolve this matter amicably." I read it 3 times. Then I laughed. Loudly. Honestly. My daughter looked up from her coloring book. "Is it another joke, Mom?" I nodded, kneeling beside her. The kind that only gets funnier with time. That evening, I typed a single-page response on crisp ivory paper. "Dear Counsel, I respectfully decline. Please inform your client that emotional damage cannot be claimed from those who never showed emotional presence." Attached is a Venmo screenshot of the $1 payment sent, with my final congratulations. Also attached, a photo of an 11-year-old girl blowing out candles in a backyard, surrounded by no one but hope. She deserved better. She will get better. This matter is closed. Do not contact me again. I signed it,
Sealed it. Sent it.
and for the first time in years, my heart felt weightless. Later that night, my daughter found an old invitation from her party. It still had glitter. "Should we throw another one?" she asked. I smiled. "Only if you want to."
She grinned.
"Only if it's just us." So we did. Just the 2 of us, a cake, and fairy lights strung in the hallway. She wore her crown again. And when she fell asleep, cheeks sticky with frosting, I whispered, "You are not anyone's backup. You are not invisible. You are the guest of honor in your own life."
Rain fell mercilessly on the cemetery as I stood frozen, staring at my son Michael's casket being lowered into the ground. The hollow sound of water hitting the polished wood seemed to echo the emptiness spreading through my chest. At 66, I never imagined I would outlive my only child, Scarlett. I barely registered my husband Richard's voice beside me. After 35 years of marriage, I could sense something different in his tone. A coldness I'd never heard before, not even during our worst arguments. "We need to talk," he said, his hand gripping my elbow with unusual firmness. The mourners had begun to disperse, black umbrellas bobbing away like crows taking flight. My sister Jane lingered nearby, her concerned eyes fixed on us, but Richard steered me toward our car, away from anyone who might overhear. "This seems inappropriate, Richard," I whispered, my voice raw from days of crying. "We've just buried our son." "That's precisely why this is the perfect time," he replied, his voice eerily calm as he reached into his suit jacket. The rain pounded against the car windows as Richard handed me a manila envelope. My hands trembled as I opened it, the paper inside almost slipping from my grasp. Divorce papers. My name was already filled in. I looked up at him, searching for any sign of the man I'd spent most of my life with. His face was impassive, almost smug. The wrinkles around his eyes that once creased when he laughed now seemed like harsh lines carved by a different person altogether. "What is this?" I asked, though the answer was painfully obvious. Richard's lips curved into what I could only describe as a smile. "Now that Michael is gone, nothing ties me to you anymore. I'm taking over his business, and his house legally belongs to me now." The words hit me like physical blows. Our son's funeral hadn't even ended, and here was my husband, discarding me like an outdated appliance. "You can stay at the house until I return from my vacation," he continued, starting the car. "I'll be gone for 3 weeks. Consider it a grace period." "Vacation?" I repeated numbly. "Our son just died, Richard." He shrugged, pulling out of the cemetery without a backward glance at our son's grave. "Life goes on, Scarlett. Mine will go on without you." I stared at his profile, the face I'd woken up next to for over 3 decades. How had I missed the stranger lurking beneath the familiar features? "Why now?" I managed to ask as we drove through the rain-soaked streets. "Why today of all days?" Richard's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. "Because I've waited long enough." His voice dropped to a near whisper. 35 years is a lifetime sentence. I've served my time." My mind raced through our years together, raising Michael, building our life, the small business we'd started that our son had eventually taken over and transformed into a successful enterprise. Had Richard been unhappy all this time? Had I been blind to his resentment? "Where will I go?" I asked, shocking myself with the smallness of my voice. "That's not my problem anymore," he replied. "You're smart, Scarlett. You'll figure something out." When we arrived home, Michael's home, where we'd moved to help him after his wife left him 3 years ago, Richard immediately went upstairs to pack. I sat in the kitchen, the divorce papers spread before me, the ticking of the clock on the wall, the only sound breaking the silence. My son was dead. My husband wanted me gone. At 66, the life I'd known had crumbled within a week. That night, as Richard slept in the guest room, I lay awake staring at the ceiling. My grief for Michael was a physical pain, a hollowness that seemed to consume me from within. But now another emotion began to surface, a quiet, simmering anger. I thought about the phone call I'd received just 3 days before Michael's car accident. He had sounded anxious, asking to meet me privately to discuss something important about Dad and the business. We'd planned to meet for lunch the following week, a lunch that never happened. The next morning, I watched Richard pack his suitcase into his car. He handed me a house key. "I'll be back in 3 weeks, he said flatly. "Have your things out by then." As his car disappeared down the driveway, I stood in the doorway, still wearing the robe I'd had for over a decade, the robe he'd given me for Christmas years ago. I walked slowly back into the house, my son's house, feeling like a ghost. In the kitchen, I noticed Richard had left his coffee mug in the sink. 35 years, and he still expected me to clean up after him. I picked up the mug, my thumb tracing the faded logo of our original family business. That's when I remembered the safe. Michael's safe, hidden in his office closet. The safe where he kept important documents. The safe whose combination he'd shared with me, just in case. A precaution after his divorce. A quiet voice in my head whispered that I should look inside. That perhaps whatever Michael wanted to tell me might be found there. That maybe, just maybe, there was more to Richard's sudden betrayal than I understood. With trembling hands, I made my way to Michael's office. The room still smelled like him, a faint trace of the cologne I'd given him last Christmas. The last Christmas we would ever share. I slid open the closet door and pushed aside the hanging suits that Michael would never wear again. The safe was behind them, mounted to the wall. My fingers fumbled with the dial as I entered the combination. The door swung open. Inside, on top of a stack of folders, lay a sealed envelope with a single word written across it in my son's handwriting. Mom. My hands trembled as I stared at the envelope with my name written in Michael's familiar handwriting. For several moments, I couldn't bring myself to open it, afraid of what secrets my son might have kept from me. Finally, I took a deep breath and broke the seal. Inside was a letter and a small USB drive. I unfolded the pages, my heart pounding against my ribs as I began to read. Mom, if you're reading this, something has happened to me, or I've finally gathered the courage to tell you the truth. I've been debating for months whether to burden you with this knowledge, but you deserve to know. Dad has been systematically draining money from the business for the past 2 years. At first, I thought they were accounting errors, but I've confirmed he's been moving substantial sums to private accounts. I confronted him 3 months ago, and he claimed it was for a surprise retirement plan for both of you. I wanted to believe him, but something felt wrong. I hired a private investigator who discovered Dad has purchased a beachfront property in Costa Rica under his name only. He's also been meeting regularly with Diane Miller, his former secretary. The USB drive contains copies of all the financial records I've gathered, including transfers to overseas accounts. I've also included recordings of conversations with Dad where he made alarming statements about starting fresh once he cuts ties with the past. I don't know what he's planning, but I'm worried about you. Please be careful. I'm meeting with our attorney next week to discuss options for protecting what's left of the company and your future. I love you, Mom. Whatever happens, remember, you're stronger than you think. Michael. I read the letter 3 times, each word making the floor beneath me feel increasingly unstable. The Michael I knew had always been honest to a fault, sometimes painfully so. If he believed Richard was capable of this level of deception, there was likely truth to it. With shaking hands, I plugged the USB drive into Michael's computer. File after file of bank statements, property deeds, and email correspondences opened before my eyes. I'm not a financial expert, but even I could see the patterns. Money moving from our family business to accounts I'd never known existed. Then I opened an audio file. Michael's voice came through the speakers, followed by Richard's. Dad, these transfers don't make sense for tax purposes. Where is this money actually going? You're looking at this all wrong, son. I've worked my entire life building this business. I'm entitled to securing my future. Your future? What about Mom's future? This is her legacy too. Your mother has always been content to let others make decisions. That won't change now. The coldness in Richard's voice made me recoil. There were more recordings, snippets of conversations where my husband discussed freedom and new beginnings, with an eagerness that turned my stomach. As morning turned to afternoon, I sat in Michael's office piecing together the truth. Richard hadn't just suddenly decided to leave me. He'd been planning it meticulously for years. Our son had discovered his betrayal and might have paid the ultimate price for it. The thought hit me like a physical blow. Was Michael's car accident truly an accident? I pushed the horrifying idea away. Even Richard couldn't be capable of that. Could he? I slumped back in the chair, overwhelmed. What was I supposed to do with this information? Go to the police? Confront Richard? At 66, I'd never imagined having to untangle such treachery, especially not while mourning my child. My phone buzzed. A text from my sister Jane. Checking on you. Can I come by? Jane had always been my rock, the practical one who faced life's challenges head-on while I tended to smooth over conflicts. I needed her clarity now more than ever. Please come, I texted back. While waiting for Jane, I explored more of Michael's files. There were photos of Richard with a woman I recognized as Diane Miller, his former secretary who was 20 years my junior. They weren't explicitly romantic images, just lunch meetings and coffee dates, but the familiarity in their body language told its own story. When Jane arrived, her expression shifted from sympathy to alarm as she took in my disheveled appearance. Scarlett, what's happened? She asked, guiding me to the living room sofa. I handed her Michael's letter without a word. Her eyes widened as she read, muttering curses under her breath. That bastard, she finally said, looking up at me. I always thought Richard was controlling, but this is criminal. What do I do, Jane? My voice sounded foreign to my own ears. I don't even know where to begin. Jane squared her shoulders in that decisive way I'd always envied. First, we make copies of everything. Then we call Martin. Martin was Jane's son-in-law, a well-respected attorney who specialized in financial crimes. The mention of legal action made everything suddenly feel very real. I don't know if I can handle a legal battle, Jane. Not after losing Michael. Listen to me, Jane said, taking my hands. Richard is counting on you being too devastated and too passive to fight back. That's why he chose this moment to strike. But you need to protect yourself. I nodded slowly, remembering Michael's words. You're stronger than you think. Over the next few days, Jane practically moved in with me. Together with Martin, we meticulously documented everything on the USB drive. Martin's face grew increasingly grim as he reviewed the evidence. Scarlett, Richard has been emptying company accounts and moving assets out of the country, he explained during one of our meetings. Based on what I'm seeing, he's been planning this exit for at least 3 years. 3 years? I echoed. That's around when Michael's wife left and we moved in to help him. Martin nodded thoughtfully. Richard may have accelerated his plans once he had direct access to Michael's home and business records. Jane, who had been pacing the room, stopped abruptly. What about Michael's accident? Could Richard have— No, I interrupted, unable to consider the possibility. He couldn't do that. Martin's expression remained carefully neutral. At this point, we should focus on securing your financial future. The rest, well, we'll cross that bridge if evidence leads us there. 1 week after Richard's departure, I found myself doing something I never imagined. Meeting with a forensic accountant and a private investigator. The woman Richard had left behind, the accommodating wife who avoided confrontation, was being replaced by someone willing to fight. That evening, as I was sorting through some of Michael's personal belongings in his bedroom, I found a small leather journal tucked between his mattress and box spring. Inside were detailed notes about his suspicions regarding Richard, dates of unusual financial activities, and observations about Richard's behavior. The last entry, dated just 2 days before the accident, sent a chill down my spine. Dad seemed agitated when I mentioned the Costa Rica property today. Said I was imagining things, but his hands were shaking. When I pressed about the overseas transfers, he made a strange comment. Some obstacles can't be negotiated with. Not sure what he meant, but something in his eyes scared me. Meeting with Mom next week. She needs to know everything. I sat on the edge of Michael's bed, my son's journal clutched to my chest, a cold realization washing over me. The obstacle Richard couldn't negotiate with was Michael's discovery of his plans. And now, our son was gone. My phone rang, startling me. Unknown number. Hello? I answered cautiously. Mrs. Scarlett Barrett? A woman's voice, unfamiliar. Yes. Speaking. My name is Cynthia Wells. I worked with your son at the accounting firm before he took over the family business. I think we need to talk. There's something you should know about your husband and your son's accident. My breath caught in my throat. What about my son's accident? Her voice dropped to almost a whisper. It wasn't an accident, Mrs. Barrett, and I can prove it. We shouldn't meet at your house, Cynthia Wells insisted over the phone. I don't think it's safe. Her words sent a chill through me. The idea that my own home, my son's home, might not be safe was yet another layer to this nightmare. There's a small cafe on Maple Street, Rosie's Corner, she continued. Can you meet me there tomorrow at 10 a.m.? Sit in the back booth near the emergency exit? After agreeing, I hung up and immediately called Jane. Her practical voice was my anchor in the storm. I'm coming with you, she declared after I explained the call. And I'm bringing Martin. This is beyond suspicious. That night, sleep eluded me. I lay awake watching shadows crawl across the ceiling, my mind racing between grief for Michael and terror at what I might learn tomorrow. Had Richard, the man who'd slept beside me for 35 years, the father of my child, actually been capable of murder? The next morning, Jane picked me up early. She'd aged well into her 70s, her silver hair cut in a practical bob, her movements still decisive. She took one look at my face and pulled me into a fierce hug. One step at a time, Liz, she murmured. Whatever we learn today, you're not alone. Rosie's Corner was a cozy establishment that had been a fixture in our community for decades. I'd celebrated birthdays there, had countless coffees with friends, and once, long ago, Richard had proposed to me in that very cafe. The memory felt like it belonged to another woman's life. We arrived early. Martin, Jane's son-in-law, was already waiting outside. tall and distinguished in his navy suit. His presence gave me a sense of protection I desperately needed. "I'll order coffees and sit at a nearby table," he said after we entered. Close enough to hear, but not so close as to make her nervous. Jane and I slid into the back booth. My hands wouldn't stop trembling, so I clasped them around a mug of tea, hoping the warmth would steady them. At precisely 10 a.m., a slim woman in her 30s with auburn hair pulled into a tight bun approached our table. Her eyes darted nervously around the cafe before she sat down. "Mrs. Barrett?" she asked quietly. When I nodded, she continued, "Thank you for meeting me. I've been debating whether to come forward since it happened. You said Michael's death wasn't an accident," I prompted when she hesitated. Cynthia reached into her bag and pulled out a manila folder. "I was Michael's assistant at the accounting firm for 3 years before he left to take over your family business. He trusted me, which is why he reached out when he found irregularities." She slid the folder across the table. Inside were more financial documents, but also something I hadn't seen before: photographs of Michael's car after the accident. "Michael asked me to keep copies of everything in case something happened to his records," she explained. "But it's not just the financial evidence that's concerning." She pointed to the accident photos. "Look at the brake line. See this clean cut? That's not consistent with an accident or normal wear and tear." Jane leaned forward, her eyes narrowing. "Are you suggesting the brake line was deliberately cut?" Cynthia nodded grimly. "The police report listed it as a tragic accident, brake failure on a curve. But Michael had his car serviced just 2 weeks before. He was meticulous about maintenance." My chest tightened. "Did you take this to the police?" "I tried," she said, lowering her voice. "I spoke to Detective Ramirez, but the next day my apartment was broken into. Nothing was taken except my laptop and the original copies of these documents. The implications hung heavily in the air. If Richard had orchestrated Michael's accident, how far would he go to cover his tracks? There's more," Cynthia continued. "The night before his accident, Michael called me. He was agitated, said he'd confronted your husband again about the missing funds. He told me Richard had made a threat, not directly but implied. Something about removing obstacles. The phrase matched what I'd read in Michael's journal. My stomach turned. "Why would Richard do this?" Jane asked, her voice tight with anger. "Michael was his son." Cynthia hesitated. "Money, partially. But I think it was also about control. From what Michael told me, your husband couldn't stand the idea of being exposed, especially by his own son." As she continued sharing details, a numbness spread through me. The Richard she described, calculating, ruthless, narcissistic, seemed a stranger to me. Yet glimpses of that man had always been there, hadn't they? The controlling behavior I'd dismissed as protectiveness. The financial decisions he'd made without consulting me, claiming I wouldn't understand the complexities. "What should I do?" I finally asked, my voice barely audible. Martin, who had been listening from nearby, joined our table. "First, we need to secure this evidence properly. Then we approach a different police department, maybe state investigators who won't be easily influenced if Richard has local connections." "You need to be careful," Cynthia warned. "If Richard realizes you're investigating, you could be in danger too." Her words should have terrified me, but instead, a strange calm descended. Michael was gone. Richard had betrayed me in the most fundamental way possible. I had nothing left to lose. "I've spent my entire adult life avoiding conflict," I said slowly. "Always smoothing things over, keeping the peace. But not anymore." That afternoon, Martin arranged for me to meet with a state investigator. Detective Sarah Blackwell was a no-nonsense woman with intelligent eyes and a reputation for integrity. She listened carefully as I presented the evidence, taking detailed notes. "Mrs. Barrett, these allegations are extremely serious," she said when I finished. "Financial crimes are one thing, but vehicular homicide is another entirely. We'll need to move carefully." "Will you investigate Michael's accident?" I asked. She nodded. "We'll petition for the car to be re-examined and look into the financial angle as possible motive. But I need to be honest with you. Your husband has a 2-week head start. If he's left the country, he's coming back," I said with certainty. "In 3 weeks. He needs to officially take control of Michael's business and house. The transfer paperwork isn't complete." Detective Blackwell's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Then we have a window of opportunity. The next few days passed in a blur of legal meetings and police interviews. Jane insisted I stay with her rather than remain in Michael's house alone. Just until we know you're safe, she argued. I didn't resist. The house held too many ghosts now. Michael's absence, Richard's betrayal, my own blind trust. 10 days after Richard's departure, I received an email from him. The first contact since he'd left me standing in the driveway. Scarlett, I trust you're making arrangements as discussed. I'll return on the 27th and expect the house to be vacant except for my belongings. My lawyer will contact you regarding the final divorce settlement. I'm being more than generous considering the circumstances. Richard. No mention of our son. No acknowledgement of our shared grief. Just cold, practical details as if we were dissolving a business partnership rather than a 35-year marriage. I forwarded the email to Detective Blackwell, who confirmed they would have surveillance in place when Richard returned. But the waiting was unbearable. You need something to focus on, Jane said one evening as we sat in her garden. Something besides Richard and the investigation. She was right. I'd spent decades being Richard's wife, Michael's mother. Without those roles, who was I? The next morning, I drove to our original family business location, a small office building now owned by a real estate company. As I stood on the sidewalk looking at the place where Richard and I had started with such hope, a memory surfaced. Before marrying Richard, I'd been studying architecture. I'd abandoned my degree when we decided to start the business together, convinced by Richard that our joint venture needed my full attention. It had seemed a reasonable sacrifice at the time. On impulse, I drove to the local community college. The architecture program I'd once dreamed of completing no longer existed, but they did offer courses in interior design and space planning. Our continuing education programs are quite popular with seniors, the admissions counselor told me, handing over a course catalog. Classes start next month. I left with registration forms, and for the first time since Michael's death, a small spark of possibility. That evening, Jane found me at her dining table surrounded by course catalogs and financial paperwork. "What's all this?" she asked. "I'm planning," I replied, looking up. "For after." She nodded in approval. "Good. Richard doesn't get to determine your future." 2 days before Richard's scheduled return, Detective Blackwell called with an update. "We've made progress, Mrs. Barrett. The forensic examination of Michael's car confirmed tampering with the brake line, and we've tracked some of the missing funds to an account in Panama." My heart raced. "So you can arrest Richard when he returns?" "We're building the case," she said cautiously. "But we need to be strategic. Your husband is coming back believing he's won. People are careless when they think they're untouchable." "What do you need from me?" I asked. There was a pause before she answered. "We'd like to wire your house. Audio surveillance. And we need you to meet with Richard when he returns." Fear gripped me at the thought of facing Richard, knowing what I now knew. "You want me to confront him?" "Not exactly," she replied. "We want you to play along. Make him think you're defeated, compliant. The more comfortable he feels, the more likely he is to incriminate himself." Could I do it? Could I face the man who had possibly murdered our son and pretend I knew nothing? "I'll need to think about it," I said finally. That night, I couldn't sleep. I wandered Jane's house restlessly, eventually finding myself in her study looking at old family photographs. There was Michael at his high school graduation, his arm around me, Richard standing proudly on his other side. There we were at the grand opening of our first business location, cutting a ribbon together, our faces alight with possibility. Had Richard been planning his escape even then? Had our entire life together been a calculation on his part? In the early hours of the morning, I made my decision. I would meet with Richard. I would look into the eyes of the man who had shared my bed for 35 years and possibly taken our son's life. I would find the truth, whatever it cost. I called Detective Blackwell at first light. "I'll do it," I told her. "I'll meet with Richard when he returns." "Are you certain?" she asked. "It could be dangerous." "I'm certain," I replied, surprised by the steadiness in my voice. It's time I stopped hiding from confrontation. We arranged for technicians to set up surveillance in Michael's house the following day. The plan was for me to return there, making it appear as if I'd never left. as if I were still the same passive Scarlet that Richard expected to find. As the day of Richard's return drew closer, a strange sense of calm settled over me. Detective Blackwell had coached me on what to say and how to behave. Play vulnerable, appear defeated, don't push for information. The night before Richard's scheduled arrival, I returned to Michael's house. It felt different now, knowing it was under surveillance, knowing that in less than 24 hours, I would come face to face with a man I no longer recognized. I moved through the quiet rooms, touching Michael's belongings, drawing strength from the memory of my son. In his office, I opened the safe once more and removed a small item I'd discovered among his personal effects, a voice recorder disguised as a pen. Detective Blackwell had her official surveillance, but I wanted my own insurance. That night, I slept in Michael's room, surrounded by his things. As dawn broke, I stood before the mirror studying my reflection. A 66-year-old woman with silver-streaked hair and tired eyes. But behind that familiar face, I saw something new emerging. Determination. My phone chimed with a text message. It was from an unknown number. Flight landed early. We'll be home in 1 hour. Have your things ready. Our Richard was returning sooner than expected. I texted Detective Blackwell immediately, my hands trembling slightly. Her response came quickly. Stay calm. Officers in position. Remember the plan. I dressed carefully in clothes Richard would expect. Conservative, understated. I activated the pen recorder and slipped it into my pocket. Then I sat in the living room, waiting, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would give me away. At precisely 8:17 a.m., I heard the sound of a car in the driveway. He was home. The sound of Richard's key in the lock sent my heart racing. I remained seated, hands folded in my lap, the picture of submission he would expect. The recording pen weighed heavy in my pocket. He entered with the confidence of a man who believed he'd already won. Tanned from his vacation, he looked younger, more vital than when he'd left. The contrast between his sun-kissed appearance and my grief-worn face couldn't have been starker. "Scarlet," he said, nodding curtly as he set down his suitcase. "I see you're still here." "I needed time to make arrangements," I replied, my voice carefully modulated to hide the rage simmering beneath. Richard moved through the living room, examining things, touching Michael's possessions with a proprietary air that made my skin crawl. "Have you signed the divorce papers?" "Not yet." I kept my eyes downcast, playing the role of the defeated wife. "Richard, I still don't understand. After 35 years, why now? Why on the day we buried our son?" He sighed with exaggerated patience. "There's never a good time for these things. Michael's passing simply accelerated my timeline." "Your timeline?" I echoed, letting a tremor enter my voice. "You had this planned all along?" Richard poured himself a drink from Michael's bar cabinet, his movements casual, unhurried. "Let's just say I've been considering my options for some time. Now, about your departure, did those options include hurting Michael?" The question slipped out before I could stop it. His hand paused mid-air, the glass halfway to his lips. For a split second, something flickered in his eyes. Surprise, perhaps even fear. Then his expression smoothed over. What an absurd question. His voice was measured, controlled. "Our son died in a tragic accident. I'm grieving too, Scarlet." I watched him sip his drink, not a hint of that alleged grief visible on his face. "Michael told me he was concerned about the business finances. He wanted to meet with me about it." Richard's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. "Michael always was overly cautious. There was nothing to be concerned about." "Then why move funds to Panama?" I asked quietly. The glass froze at his lips. Slowly he lowered it, his eyes hardening as they met mine. "What exactly are you implying, Scarlet?" "I found Michael's records," I said, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure he could hear it. "The transfers, the Costa Rica property, the meetings with Diane." Richard set his glass down with deliberate care. "You've been going through my things?" "Michael's things," I corrected. "He kept copies of everything, including records of your conversations where you talked about removing obstacles." He laughed, but the sound lacked humor. "You're confused, Scarlet. Grief has clouded your judgment." The brake line on Michael's car was cut. I kept my voice steady, watching his reaction closely. It wasn't an accident. For the first time, Richard looked genuinely unsettled. He glanced toward the windows, then back at me. That's a serious accusation. It's not an accusation. It's a fact. The police are reinvestigating. The police? His voice rose slightly. You've been talking to the police? I nodded, feeling a strange power in the fear that flashed across his face. They're very interested in the financial records, too. The timing of the transfers, especially those that happened right after Michael's death. Richard's composure cracked. He slammed his glass down, amber liquid sloshing over the edges. You have no idea what you're doing. No idea who you're dealing with. I think I do, I replied, standing up slowly. I'm dealing with a man who spent decades pretending to be someone he wasn't. A man who valued money and control over his own family. He moved toward me, his face contorted with anger. You think you can threaten me? After all these years of me carrying you? You'd be nothing without me, Scarlett. Nothing. Did you kill our son, Richard? I asked, the direct question hanging in the air between us. He stopped, his breathing heavy. You've lost your mind. Answer the question. Did you tamper with Michael's car because he discovered what you were doing? A dangerous smile spread across his face. Prove it. In that moment, looking into the cold eyes of the stranger before me, I realized the extent of my blindness. This man, this monster, had shared my life for 35 years, and I had never truly known him. Why? I whispered. He was your son. He was becoming a problem, Richard hissed, stepping closer. Just like you're becoming a problem now. I backed away instinctively. The police know I'm here, Richard. Detective Blackwell is expecting my call. He laughed. Your word against mine, Scarlett. Who do you think they'll believe? The respected businessman or the emotionally fragile widow? They'll believe the evidence, I replied, reaching into my pocket. Richard's eyes widened as I pulled out the recording pen. You recorded this? Before I could respond, he lunged for it. I turned to run, but he grabbed my arm with bruising force, spinning me around. His face was transformed by rage, all pretense of civility gone. Give me that, he snarled, reaching for the pen. We struggled, his strength surprising me. The pen fell from my grasp, skittering across the hardwood floor. Richard shoved me aside, sending me sprawling as he moved to retrieve it. It's over, Richard, I managed, trying to regain my footing. He towered over me, the pen clutched in his fist. You're right about that. As he advanced toward me, his intent clear in his eyes, the front door burst open. Detective Blackwell entered, weapon drawn, flanked by 2 officers. Richard Barrett, you're under arrest for the murder of Michael Barrett and financial fraud, she announced. Richard froze, his face a mask of disbelief. This is ridiculous. She's setting me up. As the officers handcuffed him, Detective Blackwell helped me to my feet. Are you all right, Mrs. Barrett? I nodded, watching as the stranger who had been my husband for 35 years was led away, still protesting his innocence. We heard everything through the surveillance, she assured me, and we have the financial records. He won't get away with this. As Richard was escorted past me, he leaned in, his voice a venomous whisper. This isn't over, Scarlett. But looking into his eyes, I knew it was. The power he had held over me for decades had evaporated. Standing in the doorway of my son's home, watching the police car drive away with Richard in the back seat, I felt something unexpected amid the grief and trauma. Freedom. My phone rang. Jane. It's done, I told her. They've arrested him. Thank God, she breathed. Come home now, Liz. You've done enough for today. As I turned to leave, my gaze fell on a photograph of Michael on the side table. My beautiful boy, smiling brightly, unaware of the betrayal that awaited him. I did it, Michael, I whispered to his image. But this is just the beginning. Little did I know how right I was. Richard's final threat wasn't empty. He had one last devastating secret that would turn my world upside down yet again. The weeks following Richard's arrest passed in a blur of police statements, meetings with prosecutors, and legal paperwork. My husband, soon-to-be ex-husband, was denied bail. deemed both a flight risk and a potential threat to me. The evidence against him mounted. Forensic proof of tampering with Michael's car, financial records showing systematic theft, and most damning of all, his own recorded confession. Yet amid the chaos, I found moments of unexpected peace. Jane had become my constant companion, her steadfast presence a reminder that I wasn't alone. Martin handled the legal complexities with compassion and skill, shielding me from the worst of it. 1 month after Richard's arrest, I was sorting through Michael's papers when Detective Blackwell called. "Mrs. Barrett, we found something you should know about," she said, her voice unusually gentle. "Could you come to the station tomorrow?" The next morning, Jane drove me there, her hand squeezing mine reassuringly as we entered the building. Detective Blackwell led us to a private conference room where a middle-aged man in a suit waited. "This is Nathan Reynolds from the Insurance Fraud Division," she introduced. "Mrs. Barrett," he began, "in the course of investigating your husband's finances, we discovered several life insurance policies. 3, to be exact." I nodded. Michael and Richard both had policies. Standard practice for business owners. "Yes, but there's a third policy we believe you weren't aware of," Reynolds continued. "A policy on your life, taken out by your husband 5 years ago." The words hung in the air as their meaning sank in. "The payout is substantial, $2 million, he added. "But I'm alive," I said, confusion clouding my thoughts. Detective Blackwell leaned forward. "We believe that was about to change, Mrs. Barrett. Your husband returned early from his trip, before our surveillance was fully in place. In his luggage, we found a vial of potassium chloride, untraceable in an autopsy if administered correctly. It would have appeared like a heart attack." The room tilted momentarily. Jane's arm went around my shoulders. "His plan was comprehensive," Reynolds continued. "After Michael discovered the financial irregularities, Richard accelerated his timeline. He needed to eliminate Michael, divorce you, and then stage my death," I finished, the horrifying truth crystallizing. "To collect the insurance before disappearing to Costa Rica. My son hadn't been the only target. I had been next." Later that evening, sitting in Jane's garden, I felt strangely calm. The enormity of Richard's betrayal had reached a point where additional revelations no longer had the power to shock me. "What will you do now?" Jane asked, handing me a cup of tea. I looked up at the evening sky, watching as stars began to appear. Live. 3 months later, on a crisp autumn morning, I stood outside the courthouse where Richard's trial had just concluded. The verdict: guilty on all counts, including first-degree murder. The sentence: life without parole. I hadn't attended the sentencing. I didn't need to see Richard's face again or hear his voice. Instead, I'd chosen to spend the day at the community college where I was now taking courses in interior design. At 66, I was the oldest student in most of my classes, but I found an unexpected joy in learning again. My first project, redesigning a community center for domestic violence survivors, had received the highest grade in the class. As I walked across the campus, phone calls and messages of support poured in. The insurance money from Michael's policy had been released now that the trial was over. Combined with my portion of the business assets that had been recovered, I had more financial security than I'd ever expected at this stage of life. But it wasn't money that gave me purpose. It was the future I was building, a future Richard had never imagined I was capable of creating. That evening, I hosted a small gathering at my new apartment. Jane was there, along with Martin and his family. Cynthia Wells came too, the brave young woman whose testimony had been crucial in Richard's conviction. Detective Blackwell stopped by briefly, bringing a bottle of wine and a genuine smile. "To Michael," I said, raising my glass in toast, "who protected me even after he was gone. And to you, Scarlett," Jane added, "who found the courage to fight back." As my guests chatted around me, I slipped away to the balcony. Below, the city lights twinkled against the gathering darkness. Somewhere in those lights were other women trapped in relationships built on control and deception. Women who, like me, might one day need to find their voice and their strength. In the morning, I would meet with a foundation that supported older women rebuilding their lives after loss or divorce. They'd asked me to share my story, to help others who might be facing similar challenges. My story. Not as Richard's wife, or even as Michael's mother, but as Scarlett Barrett, a woman who, at 66, had finally discovered who she truly was. The night air was cool against my skin as I looked up at the stars. For the first time in decades, the future wasn't something to fear or endure. It was something to embrace.
My name is Mia Johnson. I'm 30 years old, and the night my parents tried to claim my house, my father arrived with a moving truck, a residency agreement, and the confidence of a man who believed my answer no longer mattered. Rain hammered the roof as he shoved the document beneath my door. It listed my address as their permanent residence and gave them access to every room except my office. They had already signed it. Mine was the only blank line. When I opened the door, my father stepped forward and pressed one hand against my shoulder. "Move, Mia. You have room for us." Behind him, my mother stood beside the U-Haul, while my younger brother watched from the passenger seat, avoiding my eyes. I shoved my father's arm away. "Not tonight." He tried to force his way across the threshold, and I pushed him back onto the porch. "Not ever." What they did not know was that I had already discovered why they lost their home, where their retirement savings had gone, and how many times they had secretly used my information to erase my brother's failures. They thought the worst outcome was my refusing to let them move in. They were wrong. Before the week ended, one of them would accuse me of destroying the family, another would beg me to hide evidence, and my brother would finally learn what happened when no one rescued him for the 16th time. Before I tell you what my father said next, and what happened when they realized I had prepared for them, tell me, what time is it where you are right now, and where are you watching from? I want to see how far this story travels. 3 days before the U-Haul appeared, my mother called while I was working in my home office. She did not ask how I was doing. She said, "Your father and I may need to stay with you for a few weeks." My parents had owned a 4-bedroom house outside Colorado Springs for 27 years. The mortgage should have been nearly paid off. They also had retirement accounts, a pension, and a rental property inherited from my grandmother. They were not people who should have needed my guest room. "Why?" I asked. Silence followed. Then she said they were restructuring. That word told me she was hiding something. My mother always softened my brother's disasters. An arrest became a misunderstanding. A failed company became a learning experience. Missing payments became temporary cash flow pressure. Is Jason involved? Don't make assumptions. That was confirmation enough. Jason was 26 and had already been rescued 15 times by my count. The first happened when he spent his tuition refund on a motorcycle. Then came unpaid rent, gambling losses disguised as investments, a luxury car, 2 failed restaurants, 3 business loans, tax penalties, and a lawsuit from a former partner. Every crisis followed the same pattern. Jason called my mother. She panicked. My father declared that family protected family. Money disappeared. Jason apologized, promised he had changed, and returned months later with a larger problem. I stopped contributing after rescue number 7, when I gave them $18,000 to prevent his eviction and learned he had used part of it for a ski vacation. My father called me cruel when I refused the next request. My mother said Jason needed encouragement. Jason told relatives I had become arrogant after buying my house. The truth was simpler. Every dollar I gave him purchased another excuse. During the call, I asked whether their house had been sold. "We'll explain everything in person," my mother said. Then she added, "You have 3 bedrooms, Mia. It isn't like you're using all that space." I looked around the home I had purchased after working 2 jobs and delaying vacations for years. 1 bedroom was my office, another stored equipment for my consulting business. The third was a guest room. But an empty bed did not create an obligation. "No one is moving in. Don't answer before you know everything." "Then tell me now." She refused. That evening, I checked county property records. Their home had been sold 12 days earlier. A second lien had been recorded before the sale, followed by a notice connected to a private lender. Their rental property had also changed ownership. I called my friend Priya, who worked in financial compliance. She warned me not to speculate, but told me to freeze my credit immediately. When I checked my report, I found 3 recent inquiries from lenders I had never contacted. None resulted in an open account, but someone had submitted my information. The inquiries were connected to a holding company registered to Jason. I placed fraud alerts, changed my banking passwords, and contacted an attorney. Then I searched my email. 6 months earlier, my mother had asked for a copy of my driver's license, claiming she needed it to update a family insurance policy. I had sent it without suspicion. Now I understood. My parents were not only asking for shelter, they had lost their assets, and someone had tried to use my identity to reach whatever came next. The following morning, my father texted, "We are coming Friday. We'll discuss arrangements when we arrive." "There are no arrangements. Do not bring your belongings." He replied, "You will not leave your parents homeless." He was not asking. He believed parenthood gave him permanent authority over everything I earned. I forwarded the message to my attorney, installed another camera above the garage, and changed the code on the side entrance. Then I made one decision. I would not argue about whether I was a good daughter. I would make them explain exactly what happened to every dollar. They arrived Friday at 7:18 p.m. during the heaviest rain of the week. The U-Haul stopped across my driveway, blocking my car inside the garage. My father climbed out first. My mother followed with a folder beneath her coat. Jason stayed in the cab, staring at his phone. My father removed 2 suitcases and carried them toward my porch. He did not ring the bell. He tried the handle, then entered the old keypad code. After 3 failed attempts, he struck the door. "Mia, open up!" I spoke through the intercom. "Move the truck and leave." My mother stepped toward the camera. "We drove 3 hours. Let us inside so we can talk." "You were told not to come." My father held up the folder. "We have a written agreement. This does not need to become dramatic." They had brought a moving truck to a house they did not own and prepared a contract I had never seen. Yet I was the dramatic one. "Slide it through the mail slot." My father pushed the document beneath the door. The first page was titled Family Residency and Property Contribution Agreement. According to its terms, my parents would live in my house indefinitely while contributing when financially possible. I would cover utilities, taxes, insurance, and maintenance. They would receive access to the kitchen, garage, laundry room, and 2 upstairs bedrooms. Another paragraph described their stay as permanent rather than temporary. If I sold the house, they would be repaid for any improvements. My attorney had warned me about agreements designed to establish tenancy. This one looked built to create a future claim. I opened the door but kept my foot behind the security bar. "Who wrote this?" My father shoved the door with his shoulder. "Move, Mia. You have room for us." The force knocked me backward. I released the bar, stepped onto the porch, and shoved his arm away. "Not tonight." He moved toward me again. "Not ever." Jason finally got out of the truck. He wore a designer jacket and held the newest phone model. For someone whose crisis had erased our parents' future, he looked comfortable. "Can everyone stop acting insane?" he said. "They just need somewhere to stay until we fix this." "What are you fixing?" "The business situation." "Which business?" "You wouldn't understand." I pulled another folder from the entry table. Would I understand Alpine Meridian Holdings, the company that submitted loan applications using my social security number? His face changed. My mother grabbed the railing. My father looked at Jason, then at me. "Lower your voice," he said. "Why? Are the neighbors supposed to believe this is a normal visit?" Jason stepped closer. "I never took out anything in your name. I said applications, 3 credit inquiries. 1 lender recorded the IP address and email used to submit them. The email belongs to your company." His eyes moved quickly, searching for an explanation. My father stepped between us. "Nothing was approved, so no damage was done." That answer revealed he already knew. "You knew he used my information?" My mother began crying. "We were desperate. The lender required a guarantor with stronger credit. Jason thought he could list you temporarily and remove you later. You gave him my license. She looked down. My father said, "We were protecting the family's investment." What investment? He ordered me to let them inside. I refused. He called me heartless. I asked where the money went. My mother reached for my hand. "Mia, please. We sold the house. We have nowhere else tonight. You sold it 12 days ago. Where have you been staying?" They exchanged a glance. Jason admitted they had been in an extended stay hotel. "And where were you staying?" "At my apartment." "Then they can stay with you. My lease doesn't allow long-term guests. Neither does my permission." My father struck the doorframe with his palm. "They cannot stay with Jason because his apartment is collateral." That was the first honest sentence anyone had spoken. "How much?" I asked. My mother opened the folder and removed a spreadsheet. The total at the bottom was $580,000. Retirement accounts, penalties, proceeds from the rental property, a home equity loan, and nearly all the money from selling their house. Everything had gone into Jason's companies, debts, and legal settlements. My father pointed at my house. "This property has enough equity to stabilize the situation." "My house is not part of your situation. You could refinance. With your credit, we could consolidate the debt, recover Jason's company, and protect everyone." There it was. They had not come only for a bedroom. They had come for my home equity. I stepped back inside and tried to close the door. My father caught it before it latched. "Move your hand or I'm calling the police." "You would call the police on your own father?" "A man is preventing me from closing my door after trying to enter without permission. His relationship to me does not change that." He released it. Through the glass, I saw disbelief spread across his face. He had used outrage as authority my entire life. When I was 12, he took my babysitting money because Jason broke a neighbor's window. At 17, I gave up a school trip because Jason needed tutoring. At 24, I delayed moving out so I could help pay his rent. Every sacrifice was presented as temporary. Each became evidence that I could be pressured again. I opened the door only after engaging the chain and placed my phone where the camera could capture everything. "You have 5 minutes to answer my questions." My mother said, "Please don't record us. This is my property. The recording stays." Jason returned to the truck, but I called him back. "No, you wanted my equity. Explain why." He leaned against the railing. I asked how the $580,000 had been spent. My father began talking about opportunity and market setbacks. Amounts and dates. My mother read from the spreadsheet. $48,000 covered Jason's tax debt. $72,000 settled a lawsuit from his first restaurant. $95,000 went into a delivery app that never launched. Another $110,000 paid private lenders after he guaranteed a loan using fabricated revenue projections. The rest disappeared into interest, legal fees, car payments, and his latest venture. Automated luxury storage facilities that existed only in renderings and investor presentations. Where are the investors? Jason said negotiations were ongoing. How much money did outside investors contribute? He did not answer. My father said they needed to demonstrate family confidence before institutional funding arrived. So no outside investor gave him anything. Not yet. And when the lender refused another loan, he used my information. Jason pushed away from the railing. "It was a preliminary form. Stop making it sound criminal. The lender's fraud department can decide how to describe it." His expression collapsed. "You contacted them?" "I contacted every lender that accessed my credit." My mother covered her mouth. My father demanded that I withdraw the complaints. "You are putting your brother at risk over paperwork that caused no financial loss." He tried to transfer the risk to me. Failing does not erase the attempt. Jason stepped closer. "Do you know what happens if they freeze the company accounts?" "You lose access to money that may not belong to you." "Those accounts pay my employees." "How many?" 12. I had already checked. State payroll records showed 2 employees, Jason and his girlfriend, listed as creative director. When I told him, he accused me of spying. "You submitted my identity to lenders. I checked public records." My father's anger shifted into panic. "There is a closing scheduled Tuesday. If the bridge financing is delayed, everything collapses." "What closing?" My mother looked at him sharply. She did not know. He admitted they had found a private lender willing to issue a $400,000 loan secured by real property. My house had been listed as the intended collateral. You cannot pledge property you do not own. The lender knows the title is in your name. They expected you to join after we explained the emergency. You told a lender I would sign before speaking to me? Jason muttered. Dad said you always come around. That sentence ended any remaining doubt. They had not mistaken my silence for consent. They had calculated that pressure, guilt, and arriving homeless would force me to cooperate. The lender will receive written notice tonight that I never consented. My father's face reddened. You will ruin us. No, I am refusing to be ruined with you. My mother gripped the folder. Where are we supposed to go? You received money from selling the house. She admitted only $32,000 remained. Use it for housing. My father said it was reserved for Tuesday's closing costs. There will be no Tuesday closing. You do not decide that for the family. I decide what happens to my name and my house. He pointed toward my staircase. That house is too large for one person. Your mother and I helped you get where you are. You gave me $2,000 after graduation. I repaid it within 4 months. We raised you. That was your responsibility, not a down payment on my property. He stared at me. What is the purpose of raising successful children if they refuse to provide when their parents need them? You did not raise me to become your emergency asset. I closed and locked the door. My mother knocked. My father threatened to enforce the residency agreement. Jason shouted that I was destroying a deal worth millions. I called the non-emergency police line and reported 3 people refusing to leave my property. When they heard me describing the attempted entry, they returned to the truck. Before leaving, Jason walked toward the camera. You're going to regret embarrassing us. I saved the footage in 3 places. The next morning, relatives began calling. My aunt said my parents had been displaced and implied I had invited them to stay. A cousin claimed I cared more about an empty house than my mother. Someone wrote in the family group chat that success had changed me. Their version was carefully edited. My parents had sacrificed their retirement to help Jason through a business setback. I had promised temporary housing, then cruelly withdrawn the offer. No one mentioned the residency agreement, the identity misuse, or the plan to borrow against my house. I did not defend myself immediately. My attorney, Lena, reviewed every document. She found that the residency agreement came from an online template modified by Jason. An attachment contained language from the proposed bridge loan. It described my home as family-controlled residential property and estimated its available equity at $310,000. A signature block had already been prepared in my name. My birth date, employment details, and income were listed correctly. An old bank statement I had once sent my mother was attached. By noon, Lena had sent preservation notices to Jason, my parents, and the lender, ordering them not to destroy communications connected to my identity or property. She advised me to file a formal police report. I did. That afternoon, Jason called from an unknown number. You need to stop before this becomes permanent. Using another number doesn't make the call private. He paused. Mom hasn't eaten. Dad's blood pressure is dangerous. They're in a hotel because you're proving a point. They have $32,000. That money is committed. Not by me. He insisted Tuesday's closing could save all of us. How does it save me when I have no debt connected to your company? Your equity contribution would convert into ownership. What percentage? Not finalized. Voting rights? Still being discussed. Guaranteed repayment? He hesitated. So, I mortgage my house, take responsibility for the loan, and receive an undefined interest in a company with no locations. He accused me of using technical language to avoid helping. Technical language separates an investment from a trap. I asked whether he submitted the applications. He blamed a consultant. Name the consultant. He refused. Then he asked, "Why do you always need me to fail?" That question revealed the story he had told himself. Refusing to finance him was sabotage. Asking for records was humiliation. Consequences were hatred. I don't need you to fail. You need me to absorb the failure so you never experience it. He swore and ended the call. 10 minutes later, my mother called. Your brother says you reported him to the police. I reported unauthorized use of my information. Can you say it was a misunderstanding? Was it? She started crying, but I asked a specific question. When you requested my license, did you know Jason would receive it? She claimed she believed my father needed it for estate planning. Did you send my bank statement? She admitted forwarding a folder after my father said the lender needed proof that the family had more resources. Did you ask why my resources mattered? Your father said it was temporary. Everything involving Jason is temporary until the bill becomes permanent. She admitted she had opposed selling their home, but my father promised the bridge loan would restore everything within 6 months. Jason supposedly had a guaranteed institutional buyer. What was the buyer's name? She did not know. Ask for the contract. Your father will think I don't trust him. You no longer own a home because you trusted him without reading. Then she revealed the $580,000 did not include a $90,000 personal guarantee my father had signed. So the actual exposure is $670,000. We haven't lost all of it yet. You no longer have the assets to pay it. She begged me to let them stay for 1 month. Jason has an apartment. The lender may take it. Then he can sell his car and designer clothes. He needs the car for meetings. Even after losing everything, she still protected his convenience. I will pay directly for 3 nights at a modest hotel, I said. After that, you need a housing plan that does not involve my property. I will not transfer cash, sign a loan, host Jason, or hide what happened. She called the conditions humiliating. The humiliation came from arriving with a moving truck and a contract that treated my consent as optional. That evening, my aunt posted another accusation. I responded once. I uploaded a photograph of the unsigned residency agreement with my personal information covered and a still image of the U-Haul blocking my driveway. I did not invite anyone to move into my home. I did not consent to have my property offered as collateral. I am handling unauthorized financial activity through appropriate channels. The group chat went silent. For the first time, my parents lost control of the story. Monday morning brought Jason's retaliation. One of my consulting clients forwarded an anonymous email claiming I was under investigation for financial misconduct and had exploited my parents. 2 other clients received similar messages. Because my work involved compliance projects, even a false accusation could damage my reputation. The sender used an encrypted service, but Jason made one mistake. He attached a property record downloaded at 2:14 a.m. The metadata listed the author as J. Johnson and the device as Jason MacBook Pro. I sent everything to Lena and the detective assigned to my report. Then I called Jason. You contacted my clients. He laughed. Prove it. The attachment preserved your device metadata. The laughter stopped. That doesn't mean anything. My attorney is sending preservation notices to the email provider and your internet service. He accused me of turning a family disagreement into a legal war. You contacted my livelihood because I refused to mortgage my house. You were already destroying my company. Your company had no right to use my identity. His voice turned cold. You've always thought you were better than me. I remembered every family dinner when my parents praised his potential and dismissed my results. When I earned a scholarship, my father warned me not to make Jason feel inferior. When I bought my house, Jason told relatives I had been lucky. This is not about who is better, I said. It is about who pays for your decisions. He threatened to tell the lender I had verbally agreed. Every conversation at my house was recorded. He ended the call. At 11:30 a.m., the lender contacted Lena. After receiving notice that I had never consented, its compliance officer suspended the Tuesday closing. The file described me as a committed guarantor and stated that I would provide an executed deed of trust. At 1 p.m., my father arrived alone. He stood beneath the camera without touching the door. I need 10 minutes. You can talk from there. He looked older, but exhaustion did not equal accountability. The lender froze everything. Jason's operating account is restricted. Payroll is due. He has 2 employees. There are contractors. Then he can provide invoices. He closed his eyes. Your brother may face charges. That depends on what he did. You know what he did. Then why are you asking me to hide it? Because a criminal record will destroy his life. Did that concern occur before he submitted my information? My father claimed Jason believed I would eventually approve. Belief is not consent. He admitted he had told Jason to prepare the paperwork because waiting for me might cost them the lender. So you authorized it. I authorized preparation, not forgery. You provided my income and property details. I knew you could help. You knew I would refuse. His silence confirmed it. He removed an envelope from his coat. There is another document. Your mother doesn't know. I told him to place it on the porch. Inside was a side agreement between him and Jason. My father had guaranteed another $90,000 and agreed to transfer the remaining proceeds from their house sale. In return, Jason promised repayment after an institutional acquisition. The supposed buyer was a shell company registered 2 months earlier. Its address was a virtual mailbox. One manager was Jason's college roommate. There is no real buyer. My father lowered his head. I know that now. When did you find out? Yesterday. After the lender suspended the closing. He nodded. He asked me to delay cooperating with investigators until he confronted Jason. No. Give me 48 hours. You gave him 16 rescues. I'm not giving him 2 days to alter records. He is my son. And I am your daughter. You are willing to risk my home, credit, and career to protect him. My father said I would recover because I was disciplined. Jason could not survive a complete collapse. That was the logic beneath every sacrifice. I was punished for being stable because they believed I could survive the damage. You keep taking from the person who prepares, because the person who refuses to prepare looks more desperate. Then you call it love. He said I lacked compassion. Compassion is paying for 3 hotel nights. Enabling is handing you the deed to my house. What are we supposed to do? Sell Jason's car, cancel the fake closing, report the false documents, find work, rent something you can afford. Stop believing one more loan will restore everything. He said those steps would expose Jason publicly. Then he should not have created facts that require exposure. Before leaving, my father said, "When this family breaks apart, remember that you chose the law over us. No, you chose Jason's 16th rescue over everyone else. I am refusing to become rescue number 17. The investigation moved quickly after the lender provided its records. Jason had not merely entered my information into a preliminary form. He submitted a financial statement claiming I had agreed to guarantee the loan. It included an electronic acknowledgement created from an email address designed to resemble mine by changing one letter. The file also contained fabricated revenue reports, false investor commitments, and an appraisal of my house, ordered without my knowledge. My father had supplied some details, but Jason assembled and submitted the package. My mother provided documents without understanding exactly how they would be used. That did not erase her responsibility, but it showed different levels of involvement. My attorney told me to separate emotional questions from legal ones. Emotionally, I could decide later whether I wanted a relationship with my parents. Legally, I had to protect myself immediately. I signed an affidavit denying consent and provided investigators with the camera footage, credit reports, client emails, and phone recordings. Jason's company accounts were frozen. His luxury car was repossessed after the lender discovered he had misrepresented business income. His apartment was leased through one of his companies and paid with money my parents had contributed. When the accounts froze, he received an eviction notice. For the first time in his adult life, no one could quietly pay the balance. My father contacted relatives for help, but the documents had already circulated through the family. The people who condemned me did not offer their savings or homes. They sent encouraging messages, recommended cheap motels, and suddenly became experts on personal responsibility. My aunt, who had called me heartless, offered my parents her basement for 2 weeks, but required them to sign a guest agreement. My father refused because he considered the conditions insulting. I did not point out the irony. My mother rented a furnished room through a former co-worker and began applying for administrative jobs. My father moved into an extended stay motel and sold his truck. For the first time, they lived separately. Without a house or public image to protect, their marriage began exposing fractures hidden beneath years of rescuing Jason. One evening, my mother called and said she had found emails proving my father knew there was no institutional buyer weeks before the U-Haul arrived. He had noticed inconsistencies, but convinced himself the bridge loan would give Jason enough time to turn the fictional acquisition into a real one. He knew? I asked. He suspected. That's what he keeps saying. She apologized for sending my documents and treating my house as the solution to a problem I did not create. I listened but did not rush to forgive her. An apology does not restore trust. I know. And being misled by Dad does not explain why you arrived with your belongings after I said no. She admitted she believed I would surrender once I saw them standing outside. That honesty mattered more than tears. She had participated in the pressure, even if she had not designed the fraud. I limited our contact to 1 call a week. She could not visit my house, request money, or ask me to intervene for Jason. She agreed. My father did not. He sent a 4-page letter accusing me of humiliating him and abandoning family values. The final paragraph said he would forgive me if I withdrew my statements and helped negotiate a civil resolution for Jason. I placed the letter in my legal file and did not respond. Jason eventually accepted a legal resolution requiring restitution, financial monitoring, and restrictions on managing investment funds. His company dissolved. The promised storage facilities were never built. No institutional buyer appeared because none had ever existed. My parents recovered almost nothing from the $580,000. The remaining $32,000 disappeared into legal expenses, housing, and neglected debts. They lost their home, rental property, savings, and the future they had planned. Those consequences were not my revenge. They were the result of their choices. My revenge was quieter and more permanent. I kept everything they had decided was available to them. I kept my house. I kept my credit. I kept my business. I kept the right to decide who crossed my threshold. 6 months after the night of the U-Haul, I converted the guest room into a library and recording studio. My father had pointed at that room as proof that I owed it to him. Every shelf reminded me that unused space still belongs to its owner. During the renovation, I found the residency agreement in my legal box. Their signatures remained at the bottom, confident and complete, while the line prepared for me was blank. I framed only that blank section and placed it inside my office closet. It was not a trophy. It was a reminder that a signature withheld at the right moment can protect an entire life. My father once told me the family would break because I chose the law over them. He was wrong. The family had been breaking for years, one rescue at a time. I was simply the first person who stopped pretending the cracks were love. They expected to take my house because they had already spent everything else. They believed arriving in the rain would transform their emergency into my obligation. They believed guilt would open the door when the keypad could not. But my answer was not temporary, emotional, or negotiable. Not tonight. Not next month. Not after another apology written to avoid consequences. Not ever.
We truly appreciate every viewer who supports our stories. Everything in this video is fictional and intended only for educational entertainment and dramatic reflection. We hope to remind you that when people minimize your pain, they may also be showing you why they no longer deserve access to your vulnerability. Your heart belongs with people who handle it carefully.
The cruel certainty in Brant's voice scraped against my skin like sandpaper as he cornered me by the coffee machine. His 6'2" frame blocked the exit, his cologne overpowering the coffee aroma as he leaned in, voice low but cutting. Isla, I wanted to give you a friendly heads up before tomorrow's meeting. His smile never touched his eyes. Don't get your hopes up about that executive promotion. A woman managing a $200,000 responsibility? The old boys won't have it. I gripped my mug tighter, scalding liquid sloshing dangerously close to the rim. The break room suddenly felt airless. Excuse me? I managed, hating how my voice sounded small. Look, you're good, for a product developer. But executive suite? That's different territory. He patted my shoulder with patronizing familiarity. I just don't want you to be blindsided tomorrow. I've been groomed for this position for years. Heat crawled up my neck that had nothing to do with the steam from my coffee. 3 years of 60-hour weeks, of sacrificed weekends and holidays, of brilliant solutions that saved failing projects, all dismissed in a 20-second conversation. Thanks for your concern, I said, forcing my voice steady. But I'll take my chances with the board's judgment. His laugh was soft, practiced. Of course, just looking out for you. As he walked away, he called over his shoulder, wear something nice tomorrow. At least you'll look good when they let you down easy. 24 hours later, I sat in the polished conference room, hyper-aware of every breath, every glance. I'd chosen a tailored navy suit, professional, uncompromising, despite Brant's suggestion to wear that cute red dress. The board members filed in, faces unreadable. Across the table, Brant radiated confidence in his custom suit, occasionally throwing glances my way as if I were already defeated. Each time our eyes met, his lips would quirk into that same condescending smile from yesterday. Chief Financial Officer Merrick arrived last, setting down a leather portfolio before taking his seat at the head of the table. The room hushed. Thank you all for coming, he began. As you know, we're here to finalize our decision for the new executive position. My pulse thrummed in my ears. 5 candidates had been shortlisted 3 months ago. Last week, it had narrowed to just Brant and me. Merrick reviewed the position requirements, speaking about strategic vision and leadership capacity. I focused on keeping my breathing even, my expression composed, while beside me, Brant nodded at key points as if agreeing with observations about himself. Both final candidates have impressive qualifications, Merrick continued. Brant has been with us for 7 years, showing consistent growth in our acquisition department. AITA joined us 5 years ago and has demonstrated exceptional skill in product innovation before her recent transfer to regional development. Brant's transfer of me, his strategic play to prove my incompetence in an unfamiliar department, a move he hadn't expected to backfire so spectacularly. Before we conclude, Merrick said, there's one element of performance I'd like everyone to consider that wasn't previously discussed. He tapped his tablet, and the wall screen illuminated with a series of graphs I'd never seen before. The room fell completely silent. This represents client loyalty shifts over 12 months, separated by who managed each relationship. 2 lines traversed the screen, one blue, steadily climbing, one red, erratically declining. My name labeled the blue line. Brant's labeled the red. I glanced sideways. Brant's expression transformed instantly. His smugness vanished, replaced by visible shock, then panic as he scanned the data points. As you can see, Merrick continued, there's been a significant shift in client retention patterns since AITA took over the accounts previously managed by Brant. Brant cleared his throat. Sir, with respect, these metrics weren't part of the evaluation criteria. Client retention has always been our primary metric, Brant. Merrick cut in. The question is, why we're only seeing the true numbers now? The board members exchanged glances. Tension thickened the air. Merrick turned to me. Ayla, 3 months ago you were transferred to regional development after 5 years in product innovation. This wasn't your requested move, correct? That's correct, sir. Yet instead of failing, as some might have expected, you excelled. Can you explain how? Brant shifted beside me. I could feel his panic radiating like heat. When I joined regional development, I began carefully. I noticed several concerning patterns in our client communications. Messages went unanswered for days. Follow-ups were generic. Relationship management seemed focused on acquisition numbers rather than satisfaction metrics. I paused, aware of every eye on me. What they didn't know when I was transferred was my background before joining the company. 2 years in relationship development at my previous workplace, plus specialized training in my MBA program. I simply applied those principles here. Merrick nodded, expression thoughtful. And you implemented a new response protocol without official authorization. I did, sir. The situation seemed urgent enough to warrant immediate action. Another board member leaned forward. Yet, you never brought these concerns to leadership directly. I met her gaze steadily. I believed actions would speak louder than accusations. Brant's breathing had become audible. His right leg bounced beneath the table. Merrick turned the screen to a new slide, a client satisfaction comparison that made several board members inhale sharply. The decision for this position, Merrick said slowly, must reflect not just past performance but future potential. Leadership isn't just about impressive presentations, it's about measurable results and integrity. He looked directly at Brant. Would you care to explain these discrepancies in your reported acquisition success versus actual client retention? The moment hung suspended. Brant's face had gone pale. There must be some mistake in the data, he stammered. There's no mistake, Merrick replied. We've had an independent audit. He turned to the board. I believe we have all we need to make our decision. The vote was unanimous. As Merrick announced my promotion to Executive Director of Client Relations, with its accompanying $200,000 salary, Brant's face twisted into something ugly and unfamiliar. When the meeting adjourned, board members approached to congratulate me. Through the crowd, I caught Brant's eye as he slipped toward the door. His expression promised this wasn't over. I had no idea then how right that intuition would prove. If you've ever been underestimated, if you've ever had someone try to sabotage your career, then you understand the burning in my chest that day. This story isn't just about revenge. It's about justice in a world where too often, talented women are pushed aside. If this resonates with you, please like this video and subscribe to hear more stories that expose workplace inequality. I promise. What happens next will show just how far some people will go when their privilege is threatened, and how sweet justice can be when it finally arrives. My name is Ayla Frost, and until 3 months ago, I led the product innovation team at Merrick Industries. At 34, I was the youngest team leader in company history, with a reputation for turning failing projects into successes. I'm methodical, detail-oriented, and I never make a move without considering all possible outcomes, a quality my chess champion father instilled in me from childhood. Growing up in a small Midwest town with my father, a mathematics professor, and my mother, a concert pianist, excellence wasn't just encouraged, it was expected. When other kids got ice cream for B+ grades, I got serious conversations about where I'd lost those few points. It wasn't cruel, it was preparation. The world will judge you twice as harshly, my mother would say, tucking my wild curls behind my ears, so you must be twice as good. I carried that lesson through college, through my MBA, through every professional step. I learned to work within systems while quietly changing them from the inside. I learned to smile through dismissive comments, to come prepared with twice the research, to speak with such authority that interruptions became awkward rather than expected. When I joined Merrick Industries, I quickly realized I'd entered a boys' club, where promotions often happened on golf courses and at whiskey tastings I wasn't invited to attend. Rather than fight the obvious, I decided to become indispensable. When projects faltered, I volunteered to fix them. When deadlines seemed impossible, I made them happen. I built a reputation not through networking, but through results no one could deny. Brant Pierce had been watching my rise with increasing discomfort. He'd joined 2 years before me, moving quickly into acquisition management where his charisma and confidence made him a natural. He became known for his impressive presentations, his bold promises, his ability to command a room. What few people noticed was how rarely his grand predictions materialized into actual results. Our paths rarely crossed until the executive position opened. Suddenly, Brant seemed to appear wherever I was, offering unsolicited advice, questioning my methods in meetings, making small remarks that undermined my confidence. Then came the transfer. Ayla, this is actually good news, Merrick had said, not meeting my eyes as he explained my move to regional development. Brant suggested you need broader experience before executive consideration. The board agrees. I'd sat there, stunned into silence, as my 5 years of specialized expertise was dismissed as insufficient. Regional development wasn't just outside my wheelhouse. It was widely considered a punishment post where difficult employees were sent to either reform or resign. The team was underperforming, clients were unhappy, and leadership had largely abandoned hope for improvement. That night, I sat in my apartment staring at the city lights, considering resignation. My phone buzzed with a text from Brant. Heard the news. Tough break. Let me know if you need any pointers on client management. Something hardened inside me. I'd spent my life proving people wrong. This would be no different. My first day in regional development revealed the depth of the problem. The office atmosphere was defeatist. Team members arrived late, left early, and spent the intervening hours shifting blame. Client communications were buried in overflowing inboxes. Follow-up calls were scripted and rushed. "We used to have systems," explained Nev, a talented but demoralized team member. But when Brant managed this department, he dismantled them for his relationship-based approach. Then he got promoted, and we were left trying to maintain his impossible standards. I spent that first week observing, cataloging issues, reviewing client histories. A pattern emerged. Brant had reported record acquisition numbers, but retention was abysmal. Clients signed on, experienced poor service, and left, only to be replaced by new acquisitions that followed the same cycle. Meanwhile, in executive meetings, Brant showcased impressive-looking results about new client numbers. Leadership was captivated. I spotted inconsistencies but kept quiet, choosing instead to build stronger relationships with existing clients while implementing systematic improvements to our response protocols. When a significant client threatened to leave, mentioning they'd received no attention to their concerns for months, I intervened personally. Looking deeper into previous interactions, I discovered dozens of similar complaints across many relationships, all supposedly handled through Brant's groundbreaking approach that had earned him his promotion. Rather than exposing him immediately, I suggested collaboration. "Your acquisition approach seems remarkable." I told him over lunch one day, "Let me handle some of the day-to-day relationship maintenance while you concentrate on the bigger picture. We could make an impressive team." His ego couldn't resist. "That's actually quite insightful, Isla. You focus on maintaining what I bring in. Smart division of labor." He eagerly accepted, not realizing I was now directly connecting with clients he'd neglected. I built ways to gauge actual satisfaction and loyalty, aspects nobody had properly measured before. The results were alarming, revealing a house of cards that had been carefully hidden beneath misleading statistics. As the executive promotion announcement drew closer, Brant intensified his efforts to undermine me. He'd challenge my ideas with questions designed to make me appear unprepared in meetings. He'd arrange competing priorities when I needed key decision-makers present. He began hinting to colleagues that I wasn't the right fit for executive expectations. Then came the coffee machine confrontation, his final attempt to shake my confidence before the board meeting that would decide our fates. What Brant didn't know was that I'd already spoken confidentially with Merrick the week before, presenting my findings not as accusations against Brant, but as opportunities for systemic improvement. I'd shown him the true client satisfaction metrics, the retention patterns, the discrepancies between reported acquisitions and actual revenue. I hadn't expected Merrick to use this information in the promotion meeting itself. I'd simply wanted the truth on record, regardless of the outcome. Now, walking back to my office with my new executive title, I struggled to process the dramatic reversal. Congratulatory emails were already flooding my inbox. My team waited with champagne and awkward hugs. Through it all, one thought kept circling. This wasn't over. Brant had built his career on the perception of success. I had just publicly shattered that perception. Men like Brant didn't accept defeat. They retaliated. As if summoned by my thoughts, my phone buzzed with a text message from an unknown number. "Enjoy your victory lap. It'll be brief." I stared at the screen, ice forming in my stomach. The champagne suddenly tasted sour. "Everything okay?" Neve asked, noticing my expression. I forced a smile, pocketing my phone. "Perfect. Just perfect." I had no idea then that the real battle was just beginning, that Brant's humiliation would fuel a vendetta I wasn't prepared for, or that my victory would prove far more dangerous than my defeat had ever been. The news of my promotion spread through the company with the speed of a digital wildfire. Emails flooded my inbox, most congratulatory, some surprised, a few suspiciously enthusiastic from people who'd never acknowledged me before. The executive suite welcomed me with professional cordiality, though I caught the occasional sidelong glance that suggested not everyone was thrilled with the board's decision. Brant, meanwhile, had disappeared. His office door remained closed for 3 days following the announcement. Rumors circulated. He was updating his resume. He was plotting a dramatic resignation. He was consulting with attorneys about age discrimination, though at 37, barely 3 years my senior, this seemed laughable. I focused on transition planning, determined to begin my executive tenure with clear objectives and measurable goals. Neve, who had quickly become my most trusted team member, helped me prepare a comprehensive briefing for my first executive committee meeting. "You know he'll try to sabotage you," she said as we worked late one evening. The office had emptied hours ago, leaving us alone with delivery food and spreadsheets. Brant doesn't lose gracefully. "I know," I admitted. "But what can he really do? The numbers speak for themselves." Nev's expression remained troubled. "Just watch your back. Brant has friends in unexpected places." I discovered how right she was the following Monday. Arriving early for the executive committee meeting, I found two board members, Hamilton and Weston, already seated, deep in conversation that abruptly halted when I entered. "Ayla," Hamilton acknowledged with a tight smile. "Settling in?" "Very well, thank you," I replied, arranging my materials at the table. "Ambitious first quarter projections," Weston remarked, glancing at my presentation notes. Perhaps unrealistically so. The comment stung. He hadn't even seen the full presentation yet. "They're based on current trajectory with moderate acceleration," I explained. "Actually conservative given our recent improvements." His skepticism hung in the air. "Well, we'll see, won't we?" As other executives filed in, the tension eased somewhat. Merrick arrived last, nodding encouragingly as I prepared to present. I'd just pulled up my first slide when the door opened again. Brant strode in, immaculately dressed, expression pleasant. "Sorry I'm late," he announced, taking the empty seat directly across from me. Traffic was brutal. The room went silent. Brant had no reason to attend this meeting. He wasn't part of the executive committee. Merrick frowned. "Brant, this is a closed meeting." "Oh, I know," Brant replied smoothly. "But given that Ayla will be presenting strategies built on the foundation of my work, I thought my insights might be valuable." He turned to me with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Just here to support the team." Before Merrick could respond, Hamilton spoke up. "Actually, I invited him." Given the transition, having both perspectives seemed prudent. I felt a chill. Hamilton had bypassed Merrick's authority. Clear signal of the alliance Neve had warned me about. Merrick's jaw tightened, but he nodded curtly. "Very well. Ayla, please proceed." For the next 30 minutes, I outlined my vision for client relationship management, including systematic improvements and retention strategies. Throughout, Brant nodded thoughtfully, occasionally jotting notes. His apparent cooperativeness was more unnerving than open hostility would have been. "Questions?" I concluded. "Just one," Brant said immediately. "These relationship protocols you're proposing, they seem remarkably similar to systems I implemented 3 years ago before moving to a more dynamic approach. Are you essentially suggesting we revert to outdated methodologies?" The trap was beautifully laid. If I acknowledged the similarity, I'd appear unoriginal. If I denied it, I'd seem defensive or dishonest. "Good observation," I replied calmly. "There are fundamental similarities because certain relationship principles are timeless. The difference lies in implementation and accountability. My approach incorporates real-time feedback loops and transparent metrics that weren't previously utilized." Brant's smile tightened fractionally. Fascinating reframing. Though I wonder if the board realizes these new strategies are essentially relabeled versions of existing protocols. "They're hardly relabeled," I countered, feeling heat rise in my cheeks despite my determination to remain composed. "The core difference, is primarily in presentation rather than substance." Brant interrupted smoothly. "Which is fine. Sometimes old ideas need new packaging to feel fresh. I'm just clarifying for everyone's benefit." Several committee members shifted uncomfortably. Doubt had been planted, exactly as Brant intended. Merrick intervened. "Let's focus on projected outcomes rather than methodology origins. Ayla, could you elaborate on the retention improvements you anticipate?" The meeting continued, but the damage was done. Brant had successfully positioned me as derivative rather than innovative, a critical blow in a company that prided itself on forward thinking. Afterward, as others filed out, Brant lingered. "Solid presentation," he said, voice low enough that only I could hear. "Very comprehensive. Was there something specific you wanted to add?" I asked, gathering my materials. "Just this." He leaned closer. You got lucky once. Don't count on it happening again. Before I could respond, he straightened and walked away, exchanging pleasantries with Hamilton at the door. That night, I received another text from the unknown number. First round goes to me. Sleep well, Executive Director. I forwarded the message to Neve with the caption, It started. Her response came immediately. Need to talk. Not on company devices or premises. Breakfast tomorrow. We met at a small cafe 10 blocks from the office. Neve arrived, looking exhausted, dark circles beneath her eyes. You look like you haven't slept, I observed as she slid into the booth. Been researching. She pulled out her personal tablet. About Brant. There are things you need to know. What she revealed over the next hour changed everything I thought I understood about my situation. Brant's history before Merrick Industries included 2 previous companies where promising female executives had resigned abruptly after conflicts with him. Both women had signed NDAs as part of their separation agreements. How did you find this? I asked, stunned. I have a friend in HR consulting who worked with one of these companies. She couldn't tell me details because of confidentiality, but she confirmed the pattern. Brant identifies female competition, undermines them systematically, then presents himself as the reasonable alternative when they eventually break under the pressure. My coffee grew cold as I processed this. So the executive committee meeting was just his opening move? Nev confirmed. He'll escalate gradually, make you doubt yourself, isolate you from allies, create situations where you appear emotionally unstable or professionally incompetent. I struggled for words. Methodical? Neve supplied. Calculated? Yes. And effective. Neither woman lasted more than 6 months after he targeted them. I pushed my untouched breakfast aside. Why are you telling me this? Why help me? Nev's expression hardened. Because I was at Western Solutions when Brant destroyed Tessa Rivera's career. She was brilliant, the most innovative product developer I'd ever worked with. After she left, I transferred here, only to find Brant had arrived 6 months earlier. The coincidence seemed impossible. And you never said anything? What could I say? I had no proof, just observations. Besides, he was in acquisitions. I was in regional development. Our paths rarely crossed until I was transferred to your department, I finished. The pieces suddenly aligned. That's why you were so quick to help me implement changes. She nodded. I recognized his pattern immediately. The transfer, the impossible expectations, the subtle undermining. But you did something neither Tessa nor the other woman managed. You turned his trap into your advantage. And now he's escalating, I murmured. Exactly. This isn't about the promotion anymore. It's about his reputation, his self-image. He can't allow you to succeed where he failed. I considered this, mind racing through implications. So, what's the play? Go to HR? Merrick? Nev laughed bitterly. With what? Vague texts from an anonymous number? A pattern only visible if you know to look for it? HR won't touch this without concrete evidence. And Merrick? She hesitated. Merrick may support you professionally, but he won't risk company reputation on what amounts to workplace politics. She was right. In the corporate world, even legitimate complaints were often buried to protect the institution. Without irrefutable evidence, I'd be labeled oversensitive at best, vindictive at worst. So I'm on my own. Not entirely. Neve met my eyes steadily. You have me. And more importantly, you have something Tessa and the other woman didn't. What's that? You know his playbook now. And forewarned is forearmed. Over the following weeks, Brant's campaign unfolded exactly as Neve had predicted. Projects I initiated faced mysterious delays. Reports I needed arrived incomplete or late. In meetings, my points were questioned with surgical precision, often based on information that should have been confidential. The most damaging incident occurred during my presentation to our largest client. Midway through, their CFO raised concerns about discrepancies in our projected delivery timelines, discrepancies that existed only in the materials they'd somehow received, not in my actual presentation. This is not the timeline we provided, I stated, maintaining composure while internally panicking. It came directly from your office yesterday, the CFO insisted, sliding a document across the table bearing my electronic signature. I recognized immediately what had happened but couldn't say it aloud. Someone had accessed my digital signature and applied it to falsified materials. The meeting dissolved into damage control, with the client departing unsatisfied despite my assurances. Back at the office, I discovered the security footage from the server room had experienced a technical glitch during the time frame when the false documents would have been created. IT could confirm only that someone with executive-level clearance had accessed the system. That evening, alone in my office, I received another text. Clients losing confidence already? Shame. I placed my phone face down on my desk, hands trembling with fury and frustration. This wasn't just professional sabotage. It was personal destruction, meticulously orchestrated to appear as my own incompetence. A soft knock at my door interrupted my thoughts. Merrick entered without waiting for response. "Rough day," he observed, settling into the chair across from me. "You could say that." I maintained a neutral expression, uncertain of his purpose. "The client situation. Unfortunate misunderstanding." "It wasn't a misunderstanding," I corrected. "It was deliberate sabotage." Merrick's expression remained impassive. "That's a serious accusation." "It's a serious situation." He studied me for a long moment. "You're suggesting someone intentionally undermined a 12 million client relationship too. What? Make you look bad?" Put that way, it sounded paranoid. "Exactly as intended." "I'm suggesting," I said carefully, "that the document they received was not created by me or anyone on my team, despite bearing my signature. Electronic signatures can be glitchy," Merrick offered. "It is investigating." We both knew IT would find nothing conclusive. The sabotage was too professional, too careful. "Ayla," Merrick continued, his tone shifting to something gentler, "the executive role is demanding. The pressure can be overwhelming. If you need support—" "I don't need support," I interrupted, recognizing the dangerous direction this conversation was taking. "I need security protocols that prevent tampering with official communications." He nodded slowly. "Of course. I'll speak with IT about enhancing our safeguards." He rose to leave, then paused. "Just between us, some board members have expressed concerns about your transition. This client situation hasn't helped." The warning was clear. I was being watched, and not favorably. After he left, I sat motionless, mind racing. Brant's strategy was working perfectly. Each incident isolated me further, made me appear less stable, less capable. If this continued, within months I'd be exactly where he wanted me, discredited, doubted, and ultimately dismissed. That night, I made a decision. If Brant wanted to play this game, I would play it too, but with different rules. He expected me to break under pressure, to become emotional, to make mistakes in my desperation, to prove myself. Instead, I would become the perfect executive, calm, rational, methodical. I would document everything, create redundant backups for all communications, record every interaction. Most importantly, I would give him exactly the target he expected: a woman increasingly paranoid, increasingly isolated. While behind that facade, I would build my case, piece by methodical piece. The next morning, I called Nev to my office and outlined my plan. Her eyes widened as I explained what I intended. "That's incredibly risky," she said when I finished. "If you're wrong about any part of this—" "I'm not wrong." My certainty surprised even me. This is what I've trained for my entire life without realizing it. Analyzing systems, identifying weaknesses, implementing solutions that others don't see coming. He's dangerous, Ayla. Not just professionally. So am I. I met her, concerned gaze steadily. My father didn't just teach me chess. He taught me that when conventional moves fail, you create new ones. Brant expects me to play defense. He won't see this coming. Neve hesitated, then nodded. "What do you need from me?" "Eyes and ears, information, and absolute discretion." "You have it." She rose to leave, then turned back. "Just be careful. People like Brant, they don't have the normal boundaries most of us do." Her warning proved prophetic sooner than either of us anticipated. 3 days later, I received an urgent call from building security at 2 a.m. There had been a break-in at my office. Nothing appeared stolen, but my desk had been searched, drawers left open, files disturbed. The security footage showed only shadows. The cameras had been expertly angled away just before the intrusion. Another technical glitch. Standing in my disheveled office in hastily thrown-on clothes, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. This had crossed from professional sabotage into something more sinister. The invasion of my space carried a message. Nowhere was safe. But as I surveyed the damage, I noticed something the intruder couldn't have known. The files they'd so carefully searched weren't the ones that mattered. The information they sought wasn't kept here at all. For the first time since this battle began, I smiled. A small, private smile of grim satisfaction. Let Brant think he was winning. Let him believe his tactics were working, that I was crumbling under the strain. Let him grow confident, careless. The true game was just beginning. I called an emergency meeting with my closest team members the following morning. Seated in a small conference room with Neve and two others I'd come to trust, Jordan from analytics and Dana from client relations, I explained the office break-in without revealing my suspicions about who was behind it. From now on, we operate with complete transparency among ourselves, but absolute discretion with everyone else, I instructed. All sensitive documents are digital only, protected with dual authentication, and backed up to our private server. You think someone's deliberately targeting you? Jordan asked, his usually relaxed demeanor tense. I know they are. I met each of their eyes. And they're not just after me. They're after this team's success, which means they're after your success too. For the next 2 weeks, I maintained a careful balancing act. Publicly, I appeared increasingly stressed, working late, looking tired in meetings, reacting with barely concealed frustration to the accidents that continued to plague my projects. Privately, I was building an invisible network of information and evidence. Neve became my eyes and ears among the mid-level employees, where gossip flowed more freely. Jordan discreetly monitored digital traffic patterns, identifying suspicious access to my team's files without triggering IT security alerts. Dana, with her warm personality and genuine interest in people, cultivated relationships with executive assistants, the true gatekeepers of corporate information. Meanwhile, Brant's confidence grew visibly. In meetings, his challenges became more direct, his helpful suggestions more condescending. Twice, he arrived unannounced at client meetings I was conducting, offering to clarify points I'd supposedly misrepresented. The most damaging incident came during the quarterly finance review. As I presented my department's numbers, Weston interrupted with a question about discrepancies between my reported client retention rates and the financial outcomes. According to these figures, he said, sliding a document forward, 3 major clients have reduced their service packages in the past month, yet your retention report shows no change in status. The entire room turned to me. I felt the trap closing. I hadn't been informed of any service reductions. May I see that report? I asked, maintaining composure while my mind raced. The document he provided showed clear reductions in 3 client accounts my team managed. I wasn't made aware of these changes, I admitted, scanning the figures. I'll need to investigate immediately. Curious, Brant interjected from across the table. The account managers report directly to you, don't they? Strange they wouldn't inform you of million-dollar reductions. The implication hung in the air. Either I was lying, or I had completely lost control of my department. Very strange indeed, I agreed, meeting his gaze directly, almost as if someone had instructed them to bypass normal reporting channels. A flicker of something, surprise, concern, crossed Brant's face before his expression smoothed back to polite interest. After the meeting, I immediately called the account managers responsible for those clients. All 3 told identical stories. They'd received emails, apparently from me, instructing them to process the reductions but delay reporting until after the quarterly review to avoid unnecessary concern. The emails had come from my account but weren't written in my usual style. Some they'd noticed but hadn't questioned given the apparent urgency. I requested copies of these emails, only to discover they'd been permanently deleted from the system. Not just archived, but completely erased. Someone with high-level IT access had covered their tracks. When I reported this to Merrick, His response was measured but troubling. Isla, I want to believe someone is interfering with your work, but these explanations are becoming increasingly elaborate. He chose his words carefully. The board is concerned about the pattern emerging. First, the client presentation. Now these financial discrepancies. These aren't discrepancies. They're fabrications, I insisted. Someone accessed my email account, sent fraudulent instructions, then deleted the evidence. Merrick sighed. Do you hear how that sounds? Like someone's gaslighting me? I finished. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. His expression shifted to one of concern. I'm going to suggest something, and I want you to consider it without immediately rejecting it. Maybe you should take some time off, a few weeks to decompress. The transition to executive level is stressful, and sometimes, I don't need time off, I interrupted, struggling to keep my voice level. I need support against what's clearly targeted sabotage. If you can provide concrete evidence, I'll act immediately, Merrick promised. But without it, my hands are tied. As I left his office, I spotted Brant waiting nearby, ostensibly reviewing documents on his tablet. His eyes flicked up to meet mine, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Rough meeting? He asked with manufactured sympathy. Nothing I can't handle, I replied coolly. Of course, he agreed. Though if you ever decide the executive pressure is too much, there's no shame in stepping back. I'd be happy to help with the transition, ensure a smooth handover. The naked ambition in his offer should have infuriated me. Instead, it clarified everything. This wasn't just about humiliating me or forcing me out. Brant wanted my position. He'd orchestrated this entire campaign to make me fail so spectacularly that he would be the obvious replacement. That night, I received another text. Ready to discuss terms of your resignation yet? I can ensure it's handled gracefully. I didn't respond. Instead, I called Neve. It's time, I told her. Activate the protocol. The protocol, as we'd codenamed it, was the countermeasure I'd been quietly building since the office break-in. For weeks, Jordan had been running a parallel shadow system that logged all access to my official accounts, capturing activity invisible to the company's regular monitoring. Dana had been having casual coffees with assistants throughout the executive floor, building a timeline of Brant's movements and meetings. Nev had created a secure repository of all communications, duplicating everything in real time to a server that couldn't be accessed from within the company network. Most importantly, I'd been feeding Brant exactly what he wanted, the appearance of a woman cracking under pressure, making small mistakes, becoming increasingly paranoid, all while laying a trap he wouldn't see until it was too late. The next morning, I requested a meeting with the entire executive committee, including board members, for the following day. The topic, departmental security and performance review. Merrick approved it with visible reluctance, warning me privately that this needed to be substantive, not speculative. That afternoon, Brant stopped by my office, leaning against the doorframe with casual confidence. Heard about your big meeting tomorrow, he remarked. Bold move. I thought it was time to address concerns directly, I replied, pretending to focus on my screen. Admirable, though sometimes admitting defeat is the more graceful option. He studied me with what might have passed for genuine concern if I hadn't known better. The strain is showing, Ayla. Everyone sees it. I looked up, allowing him to see exactly what I wanted him to see: exhaustion, frustration, barely contained anger. I appreciate your concern. It's not too late to control the narrative, he continued. A voluntary step back now would preserve your professional reputation. Push this further, he shrugged eloquently. Well, recovery becomes more difficult. I'll keep that in mind. After he left, I sent a company-wide email announcing I'd be working remotely for the rest of the day to prepare for tomorrow's presentation. It was the signal to my team, implement the final phase. That evening, Neve called to confirm everything was in place. Are you sure about this? She asked. Once we do this, there's no going back. I've never been more sure of anything, I told her. He's overplayed his hand. Tomorrow, we finish this. I slept surprisingly well that night, waking with the clear-headed focus I'd always experienced before major presentations. I chose my outfit carefully, a charcoal gray suit that projected authority without flashiness, paired with the vintage watch my father had given me when I completed my MBA. "For timing your moves perfectly," he'd said. The boardroom was full when I arrived. Exactly 3 minutes before the scheduled start, Brant sat near the head of the table, looking relaxed and slightly amused. Hamilton and Weston wore expressions of thinly veiled impatience. Merrick nodded to me, his eyes communicating a clear warning. "Make this good." I connected my laptop to the presentation system, aware of every eye on me. The room quieted as I stood. "Thank you all for making time for this meeting," I began. "Over the past months, there have been concerns about my department's performance and my leadership. Today, I want to address those concerns comprehensively." I clicked to the first slide, a simple timeline showing my department's client retention metrics since I'd taken over. As you can see, despite recent reports to the contrary, our actual retention rate has improved by 22% quarter over quarter. The apparent discrepancies reported last week were based on fraudulent reductions processed without client authorization. Weston frowned. "That's a serious accusation." "It is," I agreed calmly, "which is why I've spent the past month gathering evidence." I clicked to the next slide. This is a log of access to my email account over the past 6 weeks. The highlighted entries show access from devices not registered to me during times when server records confirm I was logged in elsewhere. The room shifted uncomfortably as I continued through my presentation, methodically laying out evidence of systematic sabotage: the falsified client materials, the deleted emails, the manipulated financial reports, all presented not with emotional accusations but with forensic precision. "The question," I said, approaching my conclusion, "isn't whether sabotage occurred. The evidence makes that undeniable. The question is who had both the access and motivation to orchestrate it." I clicked to a final slide showing a comprehensive timeline correlating the sabotage incidents with server access logs, building security records, and calendar appointments. Only one person had the necessary access, technical knowledge, and motive, I stated, turning to face the room directly. "The same person who has a documented history of similar behavior at Western Solutions and Archer Dynamics." The room went utterly silent. Brant's expression hadn't changed, but a muscle twitched near his jaw. "Isla," Merrick said carefully, "are you directly accusing Brant Pierce of corporate sabotage?" "I'm presenting evidence," I corrected. "The conclusion seems obvious, but I'm sure the board will want to conduct its own investigation." I paused, then added, "particularly given the potential legal implications for the company if clients discover their accounts were manipulated without authorization." The threat wasn't subtle. If this became public, the company would face not just embarrassment but potentially significant legal liability. Brant finally spoke, his voice controlled but tight. "This is absurd. You've constructed an elaborate conspiracy theory because you couldn't handle the executive role." He turned to the board members. "She's been increasingly paranoid for weeks. Everyone has noticed." "Paranoia implies unfounded fear," I replied evenly. "The evidence suggests my concerns were entirely justified. Evidence that could easily have been manufactured," Brant countered, "just as you claim I manufactured evidence against you." It was the moment I'd been waiting for. The final trap. "That's a reasonable doubt to raise," I acknowledged, "which is why I haven't relied solely on digital evidence that could potentially be manipulated." I removed a small device from my pocket. "For the past month, on the advice of corporate security following the break-in at my office, I've recorded all my professional conversations." Brant's composure slipped for the first time. "That's illegal in this state without consent." "Actually, it's not," I corrected. "This is a single-party consent state for recordings, but your knowledge of wiretapping law is interesting." I pressed play, and Brant's voice filled the room. "The strain is showing, Ayla. Everyone sees it. A voluntary step back now would preserve your professional reputation. Push this further. Well, recovery becomes more difficult." "That proves nothing," Brant said dismissively, though his face had paled slightly. "Agreed," I replied, "which is why I have this." I pressed play again, and another recording began. Brant speaking to someone else. "Just make sure the numbers show significant client losses before her presentation. Nothing traceable. Yes, exactly like before." By the time she figures it out, the damage will be done. The board's already questioning her stability. No, Merrick won't protect her. He can't afford another public relations problem after last year. 3 more weeks of this, and they'll be begging me to step in. As the recording played, Brant's expression transformed from confidence to shock to cold fury. When it ended, the silence in the room was absolute. "Where did you get that?" he demanded, voice barely controlled. "You should be more careful about where you have sensitive conversations," I replied. "Corner offices have surprisingly thin walls." The truth, which I didn't share, was that he'd had the conversation in what he thought was the privacy of his office, not realizing that the renovation 2 months earlier had included installation of a new HVAC system with vents that carried sound between adjacent offices. Nev, whose office shared that vent system, had captured the conversation on her phone when she recognized his voice discussing me. Merrick was the first to recover from the stunned silence. "Brant, do you have any response to this recording?" Brant's eyes never left mine. "It's obviously edited, manufactured. She's been planning this setup for weeks." Again, a reasonable concern, I acknowledged, which is why I've provided the original recordings to our legal department for authentication. They can confirm no editing has occurred. "This is ridiculous," Brant snapped, looking around the table for support. "Are you really going to take her word over mine based on some recordings that could easily be manipulated?" The desperation in his voice was becoming evident. Hamilton and Weston exchanged uncomfortable glances. "There's an easy way to resolve this," I suggested. "A forensic examination of the server access logs, email records, and financial transactions in question. If I've manipulated evidence, that will be discoverable. If you've been accessing my accounts and falsifying documents, that will be equally clear. If I've manipulated evidence," Brant stood abruptly. "I don't have to sit here and be accused." "Sit down, Brant," Merrick ordered, his voice sharp. "You absolutely do have to sit here. This is now an official corporate investigation." The meeting continued for another 2 hours as I methodically presented each piece of evidence. Throughout, Brant's demeanor shifted from outrage to calculating to increasingly desperate. By the end, even Hamilton and Weston were viewing him with barely concealed disgust. When I finally concluded, Merrick asked Brant to leave the room while the committee discussed next steps. As he passed my chair, Brant leaned down and whispered, "This isn't over." I smiled slightly. "Actually, it is." After he left, Merrick turned to me. "You've been gathering this evidence for weeks. Why wait until now to present it?" "I needed to be certain," I replied, "and I needed enough evidence that there could be no doubt, no way to dismiss it as paranoia or misunderstanding." "You could have come to me earlier," he said, a note of hurt in his voice. "With respect, sir, I tried, but without concrete evidence, it was my word against his, and he's had years to build his reputation and relationships here." Merrick couldn't deny the truth of this. "What do you want to happen now?" "That's not my decision," I answered carefully. "But I would suggest the company consider how this reflects on its culture and oversight mechanisms. This happened not just because one person acted unethically, but because our systems allowed it to happen." The meeting adjourned with a decision to place Brant on immediate administrative leave, pending a full investigation. As people filed out, several committee members stopped to speak with me privately, some offering apologies for doubting me, others expressing admiration for my methodical approach to uncovering the truth. Merrick was the last to leave. "You'll have my full support implementing whatever changes you deem necessary to prevent this from happening again," he promised. "And Isla, I'm sorry I didn't listen sooner." Alone in the boardroom, I finally allowed myself to feel the full weight of what had just occurred. The weeks of stress, of constant vigilance, of being gaslit and undermined. It crashed over me in a wave that left me momentarily lightheaded. My phone buzzed with a text from Neve. "Well?" I replied simply, "It's done." 3 weeks later, I stood before the company's senior leadership team, presenting my department's quarterly results. The room felt different, more engaged, more respectful. The investigation into Brant's activities had been thorough and damning, revealing not just his campaign against me, but similar patterns with other colleagues. He had been terminated for cause, with legal action pending for the client account manipulations. As I concluded my presentation, Merrick stood, Before we adjourn, I have an announcement. Following recent events, the board has recognized the need for stronger oversight of our corporate culture and ethics. We're creating a new position, Chief Integrity Officer, to implement systematic protections against the kind of behavior we recently experienced. He turned to me. Ayla, we'd like to offer you this position, in addition to your current role, with a corresponding compensation adjustment. No one has demonstrated a stronger commitment to integrity in the face of adversity. The irony wasn't lost on me. Brant's attempts to destroy my career had instead elevated it to a level he could never have reached. That evening, as I packed up my office, preparing for my move to a larger space on the executive floor, a familiar figure appeared in my doorway. Neve leaned against the frame, smiling. Chief Integrity Officer Frost. Has a nice ring to it. Along with a nice salary bump, I added, returning her smile. One I intend to share with the team that made it possible. You earned this, she said seriously. Not just by beating Brant, but by doing it the right way, with evidence, with precision, with integrity. Justice is sweeter when it's incontrovertible, I agreed. As we walked out together, I glanced back at my office, the space where I'd been cornered, threatened, gaslighted, the space where I'd refused to break. My father would have recognized the chess move I'd executed, sacrificing a parent position to create an irresistible trap. Let your opponent believe they're winning until the moment they realize they've lost completely. The following week, I received one final text from an unknown number. You'll regret this. I didn't bother responding. Instead, I forwarded it to our security team, who added it to the growing file of evidence against Brant. His legal problems were mounting, not just with our company, but with previous employers, whose NDAs no longer seemed to be holding. Sometimes, the best revenge isn't destroying someone. It's simply exposing who they truly are and letting natural consequences unfold. Brant had built his career on undermining others and taking credit for their work. Now, that same pattern had become his undoing. 6 months later, I stood at a podium, accepting an industry award for corporate ethics, innovations, programs I'd developed based directly on my experience. As I surveyed the room of business leaders, I couldn't help but think of how differently this might have ended if I'd reacted emotionally rather than strategically. The greatest test of leadership, I told the audience, isn't how you behave when things are going well. It's how you respond when faced with systematic opposition. Do you break? Do you compromise your integrity? Or do you find a way to transform obstacle into opportunity? I never mentioned Brant by name in my speech. I didn't need to. His story had become a cautionary tale throughout the industry. The brilliant executive whose career imploded when his methods were exposed. The true victory wasn't just in keeping my position or even in advancing. It was in changing the system itself, creating structures that would prevent others from experiencing what I had endured. As I often tell young professionals who ask about my journey, sometimes winning isn't about defeating your opponent. It's about transforming the entire game. If you've ever faced workplace sabotage or been undermined by a colleague who couldn't stand to see you succeed, I hope this story gives you strength. Remember that documentation is your ally, patience is your strategy, and integrity is your ultimate weapon. Like this video if you found value in Ayla's journey, comment with your own experiences of workplace challenges, and subscribe for more stories of professional resilience and strategic thinking. Together, we can create workplaces where success is based on merit, not manipulation.
My name is Sophia Joyce, and I'm 37 years old. At Christmas dinner, my father pointed at my wheelchair in front of 14 relatives and said, "We're done pretending you're broken. Get up." My mother stood, gripped the handles, and rolled the chair into the hallway like trash. Then she looked back at me and said quietly, "Crawl if you have to. We're not feeding this act anymore." The whole table laughed. Todd laughed loudest. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't ask for the chair back. I took out my phone, made one short call, and set it face down on the tablecloth. 5 minutes later, my father's phone rang. He answered smiling. 10 seconds in, the smile was gone. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Please, Sophia, Please don't do this. They thought they had just stripped the burden from the room. They had no idea which one of us had actually been carrying the other. What that single call set in motion over the next months would turn every assumption they had about me inside out. Welcome back to Revenge Episodes, where everyday families face extraordinary betrayals and the people they underestimated finally stop explaining themselves. If you're new here, drop a comment and subscribe. This story is going to need your full attention. Before that call, before the chair in the hallway, there was a man who used to call me his problem solver. That was my father's name for me, back when the word came out of him like a compliment. I was the kid who read the appliance manuals. I was the one who found the leak behind the water heater, who figured out why the car wouldn't start in the cold, who sat at the kitchen table with the bills when my parents pretended the mail wasn't piling up. My father would put a hand on the back of my neck and tell whoever was listening, "You've got steady hands, Sophia. You fix things." I built an entire childhood out of that sentence. If I could just keep fixing, I could keep the hand on my neck. We lived outside Columbus, Ohio, in a 2-story house in Westerville, with a narrow hallway and a front porch with 3 steps. My father, Walter, spent 30 years as a shift manager at a print shop, a man who wore the same brown recliner into the shape of himself. That chair sat by the front window, angled so he could see the driveway, and when I visited as an adult, he'd pat the armrest of the couch beside it and say, "Sit with your old man a minute." For a long time, that was my favorite place in the world. When I became a nurse, he told people about it like it was something he'd done. I graduated at 24, went into hospital work, and eventually into care coordination. The person who keeps the moving pieces of sick people's lives from colliding. My father would corner a man at church and say, "My girl keeps a whole floor of people alive." I let myself believe that was pride. Maybe some of it was. But there was another thread running underneath, and I noticed it the way you notice a draft before you find the window. My father hated weakness. He hated excuses more. When his brother got sick, he called him soft. When a coworker took disability, he called it a scam. "People love an excuse," he'd say, folding his newspaper. I never had one. My mother, Sharon, agreed with everything he said and added her own quiet rule on top of it. "We don't announce our problems in this family. Whatever hurt, you carried it into another room and you closed the door." I didn't know yet that I was going to become the excuse he hated most. I didn't know that the day was coming when the man who called me his problem solver would look at the one problem he couldn't fix and decide it was a lie. That day started with rain. I don't tell this part often, so I'll tell it plainly. It was a wet night in November of 2022. I was 34. I'd gone out that night for family, the way I always did, and on the way back, a truck ran a red light and folded the driver's side of my car around me. I remember the sound more than the pain. The pain came later, and it never fully left. The words the doctors used were incomplete spinal cord injury, T10. I learned what those words meant the slow way, in a rehab gym with fluorescent lights, and a physical therapist named Grace who never once lied to me. She told me the truth on the 3rd week. "You'll transfer. You'll drive again with hand controls. But distance is done," she said. "That's not weakness, Sophia. That's your spine. So this is what the chair means, and I want to say it once so no one has to wonder. I can stand for a moment. I can shift from the chair to a car seat, from the car seat to a couch, if I brace and I'm careful, and I'm willing to pay for it afterward. What I can't do is walk across a room. I can't cross a house. Past a few feet, my legs stop being mine. The wheelchair isn't a prop, and it isn't a story. It's the difference between being stranded and being a person who can leave." My family heard Grace say all of this. They were in the waiting room. They nodded. And then, over the next 2 years, they slowly decided not to believe any of it. I've thought a lot about why. The cleanest answer is that my father needed a strong daughter more than he needed a real one. He was getting sicker himself. His kidneys were failing. the diabetes eating through him quietly. And a household can only hold so much fragility before someone decides the fragile people are the problem. So they rewrote me. The girl in the chair became the girl making a scene. The nurse became the drama queen. And my brother Todd, who had never fixed anything in his life, became the strong one, the reliable one, the son who was always there. The first time I heard my mother tell a cousin that Todd handles all of his father's care, I sat in my car afterward for 20 minutes. I didn't cry. I just looked at my own hands on the wheel and thought about how much of what she'd just described was mine. Because it was mine, all of it. By the start of 2023, my father was on dialysis, 3 mornings a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and someone had to build a life around that machine. That someone was me. I set the schedule. I was the one who confirmed the 6:15 pickup with the medical transport service the night before. Every time. Because a missed ride meant a missed session and a missed session meant a hospital. I was the emergency contact on every form. When the pharmacy had a question, they called me. When the dialysis center changed his chair time, they called me. When his blood pressure ran low and he came home gray and shaking, my mother called me, and I talked her through it from across town while I was still in my work clothes. I hired the home aide, too. Her name was Denise Coyle, a steady woman in her 50s who came the dialysis mornings to get him up, get him fed, and get him ready before transport arrived. Denise texted me, not my mother, when something was off. "Ms. Joyce, your dad skipped breakfast again. Want me to push his meds to 2? I was the one she called family. My brother she had never met, and I paid. Not a fortune, but enough that I felt it. There were co-pays the insurance didn't cover. The private hours of Denise's time that no plan would touch, the supplies, the compression socks, the blood pressure cuff, the gap rides when transport fell through. It came to around $850 a month. Quietly, on auto pay, under a line item most people never looked at twice. Nobody in that house ever asked who paid it. To ask would have meant saying thank you, and thanking me would have meant admitting I was capable, and admitting I was capable would have ruined the story they'd agreed to tell. Let me give you one morning, so this isn't just a list of chores. It was a Wednesday in the fall. Before any of this, Denise texted me at 6:40 that my father seemed off, a little confused, a little puffy around the eyes. Most people would have shrugged it off. I didn't, because I'd watched his weights for a year and I knew what 2 extra pounds of fluid did to a man with his heart. I called the dialysis center from my own kitchen, still in my scrubs, and had them flag him for the nurse before he even got in the chair. They pulled more fluid that session. His cardiologist told me later that catching it that morning probably kept him out of the hospital, maybe worse. My father never knew. My mother never knew. Todd was, presumably, asleep. I clocked into my own 12-hour shift 40 minutes later and told no one. That was a Wednesday. There were hundreds of them. So the story stood. At every gathering, my mother praised Todd for driving across town for his father. Todd would post a photo of himself beside my father's bed, get his 80 likes, and leave within 10 minutes. I have those photos now. I know exactly what time they were taken. I told myself I didn't mind. I told myself that if I just kept him well, kept the machine humming, kept the pills sorted and the rides confirmed, my father would eventually look up and remember who I was to him. That the hand would land on the back of my neck again. That's the part I'm least proud of. For 2 years, I wasn't keeping my father alive out of duty. I was trying to buy back the man who used to be proud of me, one confirmed pickup at a time. I didn't understand yet that you can't buy that back. You can only pay and mistake the invoice for love. Which brings me to Christmas. It was Christmas Eve, and I almost didn't go. I sat in my car in my own driveway for a while first, the hand controls cold under my palm, telling myself I could turn around at any light between my apartment and their house. It's a 25-minute drive. I could have turned around a dozen times. I didn't. There was still a part of me holding the door open for a father who might this year be kind. The house wasn't built for me, and no one had ever pretended otherwise. 3 steps up to the porch, a hallway you couldn't turn a chair in without scraping the walls. I usually managed with a folding ramp I kept in my trunk, a rickety thing that flexed under the wheels. That night, my cousin Bryce helped me up it without being asked, which I remember, because so few of them did. Inside, Todd was by the door with a drink already in his hand. "You made it," he said, not looking at me. "Didn't think you'd bother." I remember 3 things from before dinner, and each of them turned out to matter. The first was a manila folder on the buffet, half hidden behind a plate of gingerbread. My mother saw me notice it and slid it further back. "That's nothing, sweetheart," she said too quickly. "Family business. Later." I didn't push. I've replayed that word 100 times since. Business. It would be weeks before I understood the business was me. The second was a look. Halfway through dinner, my father caught my mother's eye down the length of the table, and I heard him say, low, "After dessert, not before." She nodded once. I didn't know what came after dessert. I know now. The third thing was the sound of the room being happy. My aunts laughing, a football game murmuring in the den, my little niece Lily, Todd's daughter, singing the same line of a carol over and over under the table. I want you to hold on to that, the warmth of it, because of what happened next. We didn't even make it to dessert. It didn't come out of nowhere. These things never do. Earlier in the meal, my father had made a smaller version of it, the way he always tested the water first. When I asked someone to pass the rolls, he'd said, loud enough for the table, "Look at her. Can't even reach the bread now." A couple of people chuckled. My mother smiled into her wine. I let it go, the way I'd let 1,000 of them go, because letting it go was the toll I paid to stay at the table. I think that's what told him he could go further. I had trained them, over the years, to believe there was no line I would actually defend. My father set down his fork, and the table quieted the way a room does when the man at the head of it decides to speak. He looked at me, and then he looked at the wheelchair, and he pointed. "We're done pretending you're broken," he said. "Get up." I thought I'd misheard. I said his name, just once. He didn't stop. 30 years I worked on a bad back, and I never sat in a throne like that expecting the world to feel sorry for me. His voice was climbing now, feeding on the silence. "You come into this house on wheels like it's a costume. Get up out of the chair, Sophia, in front of everybody. Prove me wrong." I have stood in front of a lot of frightened patients and kept my voice flat. I used that voice now. "You know I can't cross the room," I said. "You heard the doctor say it." That was when my mother stood up. She didn't yell. That's the part people never expect. She walked around the table, calm as setting out napkins, wrapped both hands around the grips of my wheelchair, and rolled it away from me. She parked it in the mouth of the hallway, 5 feet past the end of the table, and let go of it like it was a bag of trash she was leaving out for pickup. Then she looked back at me, still in the dining chair, my legs already telling me I couldn't get there on my own. "Crawl if you have to," she said. "We're not feeding this act anymore." And the table laughed. Not all of them. My Aunt Maureen looked at her plate. My Uncle Glenn looked at the window. But enough of them laughed to fill the room, and Todd laughed loudest, the way he did everything loudest, and someone raised a glass of wine and said, "Come on, Sophia. It's Christmas. Lighten up." And the laughter got a second wind off that. I sat very still. I want to be honest about what was happening in my body, because the calm you saw was real, but it wasn't empty. My hands were flat on the tablecloth to keep them from shaking. My legs, below the injury, felt like someone else's furniture. 5 feet is nothing to most of the people in that room. 5 feet was a border I couldn't cross. If I tried to reach that chair on my own, I would end up on their floor, and I understood, with a clarity that felt almost peaceful, that some of them wanted exactly that. They wanted the picture. The faker, finally exposed. dragging herself across the hardwood. I wasn't going to give it to them. You're right, I said, and the laughing thinned out because the tone was wrong for a punchline. Nobody should have to prove they're in pain, so I won't. I took my phone out of my cardigan pocket. My father watched me with something like triumph, like he thought I was going to snap a tearful selfie or call someone to come collect the drama. Todd smirked. "Who are you calling?" he said. "An Uber?" I dialed a number I knew by heart. It's a strange thing, the numbers you memorize when you love someone through a machine. The after-hours coordination line for the home care and transport service. I'd called it more times than I'd called most of the people at that table. A tired voice answered. I kept mine level and clinical, the voice I used for handoffs at shift change. "This is Sophia Joyce, primary coordinator and emergency contact for Walter Joyce," I said. "I'm withdrawing as coordinator and as emergency contact, effective now. Please cancel this week's dialysis pickups and Denise's shifts until the family provides a new contact." There was a pause on the line. I answered the question before it was asked. "He still needs his care," I said. "Someone just has to actually arrange it now. It won't be me." I hung up. I set the phone face down on the tablecloth next to my untouched plate, and I folded my hands and I waited. Nobody moved to bring me the chair. That's the detail I keep. My father had just demanded I prove I could walk. My mother had just rolled away the only thing that let me leave, and not one of them stood up to push it back. So we all sat there in the strange new quiet, and we waited, though only I knew what we were waiting for. It took about 5 minutes. My father's phone buzzed against the table. He glanced at the screen, saw a number he half recognized, and answered it with the last of his good mood still on his face. "Hello?" I couldn't hear the words on the other end, but I could watch them land. I watched a dispatcher's voice reach my father and start taking things apart. "What do you mean, canceled?" he said. The smile was still there, but it had gone stiff at the corners. He listened. "No, there's no... she didn't..." He listened again, and this time his eyes came up and found me across the table, and something behind them changed. "She's the what?" He put his hand over the phone. When he spoke, it wasn't to me exactly. It was to the whole table, but he was looking at me. "They said you're the only name they have." The room, which had been so full of laughter a minute ago, went completely silent. My mother's face changed first. She kept the accounts of this family's image, and she was quick. She understood before my father did what it meant that everything ran through the daughter they'd just told to crawl. Her hand went to the back of a chair and stayed there. My father brought the phone back to his ear. I heard him try to sound like a man in charge. "No, we'll figure out the ride. What time is the..." And then the dispatcher must have told him what time, because he looked at the clock on the wall, and I watched the arithmetic finish in his eyes. 6:15, tomorrow morning, Boxing Day. Dialysis doesn't take holidays off, and neither did his kidneys, and there was suddenly no one on file who knew how to get him to the chair that kept his blood clean. His voice dropped. The performance drained out of it. What was left was just a frightened old man in a dining room full of relatives. "Please," he said, into the phone but really to me. "Please. Sophia, please don't do this. Here is the thing about that word, please, that I need you to understand before we go any further." He was not asking me to stay because I was his daughter. He was not sorry about the chair still sitting 5 feet away in the hallway. He was asking me not to leave the machine running. He was begging the coordinator, not the child. It would be a long time before he begged me for anything else. I looked at him for a moment. Then I looked at my Uncle Glenn, who had not laughed, and who was already half out of his seat. "Would you bring it here, please?" I said. "I'll take it from there." Glenn wheeled the chair back down the hallway without looking anyone in the eye. I transferred into it the way I'd transferred 1,000 times, braced and careful, and paid the small tax of pain it always costs, and nobody at that table said a word. My father was still holding the phone. My mother was still gripping the chair back. The gingerbread was going cold on the buffet, next to a manila folder that would never get opened tonight. I rolled myself to the door. Bryce jumped up to steady the ramp, and I left. The drive home was 25 minutes, and for the first 10 of them, I felt something I hadn't felt in 2 years. Nobody needed me. No one's blood pressure was my responsibility for the length of that drive. The highway light swept across the windshield, and I realized I was breathing all the way down to the bottom of my lungs for the first time since I could remember. The phone started buzzing before I was even out of their neighborhood. I didn't look until I was parked in my own lot, and then I did, because I'm human. My mother had sent a wall of text. The top one read, "How dare you embarrass your father at Christmas?" There were more under it, each angrier than the last, none of them the word sorry. And then, near the bottom, a single message from my father, sent later than the rest, when the house had presumably gone quiet and the reality had set in. It didn't say he was ashamed. It didn't ask if I was okay. It said, "We need to talk about tomorrow." My mother said I had humiliated her husband in front of the family. My father only mentioned tomorrow. Between the two messages, the whole shape of my family sat exposed on a phone screen in a dark parking lot. It had never been about me. It had been about what I did for them. If you've ever been the one everybody leans on and nobody sees, you already know how that parking lot felt. Do me a favor. Leave a comment telling me you'd have made that call too. Now let me tell you what happened when tomorrow actually came. Tomorrow came at 6:15 the next morning, and it did not go well for them. I know how it went because Denise called me. Denise, the aide, who hadn't been paid or confirmed since before Christmas, and who had finally reached the end of working on good faith. Her voicemail was gentle even then. "Sophia, honey, nobody's confirmed my hours or my pay in over a week, and I just got a very confused call from your mother at 6 in the morning. I can't keep coming without someone telling me I'm still hired. Please call me." Then softer, "I hope you're all right. You never once let that man down, you know. Not once." That was the first crack, and after it the whole thing came apart in fast motion. Nobody had booked the transport. My mother apparently spent that Boxing Day morning on the phone with the dispatch line discovering, one humiliating question at a time, that she had no idea how her own husband got to dialysis. She didn't know the account login. She didn't know his chair time. She didn't know which of the 3 numbers on the paperwork was the right one to call, because all 3 of them, it turned out, rang to me. I heard her side of it later, secondhand, from Aunt Maureen. "What do you mean my daughter is the only coordinator on file?" my mother had said, her voice climbing toward panic. "Nobody told me any of this ran through her." Nobody told her. As if it had happened behind her back. As if I had snuck around for 2 years secretly keeping her husband alive. They got him to dialysis that morning. Barely. Late. With a last-minute ride that cost triple and a receptionist who bent a rule out of pity for a shaking old man in a lobby. He didn't miss the session. I want to be clear about that, because I'd checked. Withdrawing my labor was not the same as endangering him, and I had made sure the service knew he still needed care and simply needed a new contact. I stopped being the invisible machine that ran his life. I did not stop being a nurse. The difference between those two things is the whole story. Then the bills started arriving at their house instead of disappearing into my account. The first letter I heard about was from the home care service. My cousin Bryce, who had steadied my ramp, texted me a photo of it. I think as a kind of apology he didn't know how to say out loud. "Balance now due," it read. Autopay discontinued the 26th. $850 a month, plus $1,180 outstanding. My parents were looking, for the first time, at the actual cost of the care they'd told everyone Todd provided for free. They had assumed those charges simply evaporated. I was the place they evaporated into. The dialysis center called the house too, the way they're supposed to when a patient's transport falls apart. And my mother had to admit to a scheduling nurse that she didn't know her own husband's chair time. She wrote it on the back of an envelope. She, who had run this family's image for 40 years, was reduced to taking notes on the life she'd told everyone Todd managed. Then the pharmacy called about a refill that needed authorization, and no one knew which doctor to route it to. And my father went 2 days on a dose he should have adjusted, and got dizzy again, and frightened everyone again. Every one of these was a thing I had handled silently for 2 years, each one invisible until it wasn't. They were learning, one phone call at a time, exactly how much a single quiet person had been carrying while they laughed at her. And Todd, the family hero, the reliable son. Todd sent me a text that I have kept, because it is the cleanest confession I own. It said, "Hey, what's Dad's dialysis place called and what time? And his meds list. Just need the info." The man they praised for years for caring for his father did not know the name of his father's dialysis center. He did not know a single one of his medications. He needed me to text him the basics of a life he'd been publicly credited with running. I read that message 4 times, standing in my kitchen on the day after Christmas, and I felt something in me go very quiet and very final. I did not send him the list. The last thing that happened that week was the voicemail. My mother, 3 days in, exhausted and frightened and still unable to make the machine of my father's care run without me, left a message she probably regretted the second she hung up. Her voice was raw. "Todd doesn't know how any of this works," she said. "You know that. You've always known that. Why are you punishing us?" I sat down when I heard it. Not because it hurt, though it did. Because of what she'd just admitted. On a recording. In her own voice. For 2 years, this family had built a shrine to my brother's devotion and buried mine. And now, the moment it cost them, my mother said the truth out loud. "Todd doesn't know how any of this works. You've always known that." I saved that voicemail. I want you to remember that I saved it. She had just handed me the one thing my family had spent 2 years pretending didn't exist. The truth didn't stay in the house for long. It rarely does, in a family that big. It was Aunt Maureen who cracked it open, and she didn't even mean to. In the family group chat, where my mother had been quietly casting me as the daughter who abandoned her sick father at Christmas, Maureen asked an honest question. "Wait," she typed. "Sophia arranged all of that? The rides and the aid and the appointments? I thought Todd did his dad's care." You could feel the chat go still. My mother tried to steer it. She's good at steering. But she'd made the mistake of complaining days earlier about how hard it was to figure out Sophia's system. Now the word system was sitting there, and everyone could see there had been a system, and everyone could see whose name was on it. Then Denise, who was owed money and owed nothing else to anyone, answered Maureen directly, because Maureen had reached out to her. "I worked with your family for 14 months, Denise wrote. "I met Sophia every single week. I planned his mornings with her. I have never once met Todd. 14 months. Never once met Todd." Those 2 sentences did more damage than anything I could have said myself, because they came from a stranger with no reason to lie. That's how evidence works, by the way, and I say this as someone who spends her life reading charts. One document makes a doubt. It takes a stack to make a truth. Denise's 14 months was the second rung. The billing letter, the $850 a month, was the third. And then I climbed the rest of the ladder myself, quietly, the way I do everything. I went back through Todd's photos, all those pictures of the devoted son at his father's bedside, time-stamped and public. I lined them up against my own visit log. I keep one, a nurse's habit, every date and time I was in that house. And the photos told on him. The famous shot everyone loved, Todd holding my father's hand, was posted at 3:10 in the afternoon on a day my own log showed me arriving at 2 and leaving at 4:30. He'd walked into a visit I was already running, taken his photo, and left inside 10 minutes. He had a picture. I had 2 years and every receipt. I didn't post any of it. I want to be clear about that. I didn't dump it into the group chat or humiliate anyone from behind a screen. That's not the kind of ending I wanted, and it's not the kind that lasts. I just gathered it, and I waited, and I let the family's own questions do what my anger never could. People assume that gathering the truth feels good. It doesn't. Not while you're doing it. It feels like grief with a spreadsheet. Every timestamp I lined up was one more confirmation that the family I'd been trying to earn my way back into had been lying about me on purpose, for years, to anyone who would listen. I'd sit at my kitchen table at night with the visit log open and the photos open, and I'd feel the old ache try to talk me out of it. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. Maybe they didn't mean it. Maybe if you just explain one more time. That voice had run my whole life. I finally stopped answering it. I wasn't building a case to change their minds. I'd given up on their minds. I was building it so that the next time someone in that family opened their mouth to call me a liar, the truth would already be standing in the room. The last piece I found I wasn't looking for. It was an old voicemail from my father, from the spring before, 8 months back, one I'd never deleted. He'd left it on a bad night, a night his numbers had scared him, when the performance slipped and the truth got out. His voice on it is small. "I don't know what I'd do without you, kid," he says on that recording. And then, quieter, almost ashamed, "Just don't tell your brother I said that. Don't tell your brother." In private, on a night he was frightened, I was the person my father couldn't do without. In public, at a table full of relatives, I was a faker in a costume. Both of those men were him. I had spent 2 years loving the one on the voicemail and being punished by the one at the table, and I'd never let myself put the two recordings side by side until now. When the screenshots of Denise's message started moving through the family, the mood turned. Bryce apologized first, to me, privately. "I laughed at Christmas," he wrote. "I didn't know. I'm sorry." The first person who'd laughed became the first person to say sorry. I read it, and I noticed something strange in myself. I didn't need it anymore. The apology was kind, and it landed on a wound that had already started to close on its own. For a few days, my parents thought they'd fixed it. This is the part I'd warn you about if you were living it. There's always a moment where the people who hurt you convince themselves the crisis is over, and it is the most dangerous moment of all, because it's when they stop pretending to be sorry. Todd hired a driver. Some guy he found who'd take my father to his Monday and Wednesday sessions for cash, and Todd announced it in the group chat like he'd cured something. "All handled," he wrote. "We don't need anyone's guilt trips. Merry New Year." My mother relaxed. She told an aunt that they'd sorted out Sophia's little tantrum, and that the family would be just fine without me making everything so dramatic. But a driver is not a coordinator, and that's the thing none of them understood. A driver moves a body. A coordinator keeps that body alive between the sessions. I was the one who watched his wait for fluid overload, who caught it when his numbers drifted and called the doctor before it became an ER visit, who knew that his afternoon dose changed on dialysis days, who noticed when something small was about to become something fatal. Todd's driver could get a man to a building. He could not do any of the rest of it, because the rest of it lived in my head, and my phone, and nowhere else. The patch held for exactly 2 sessions. On the 2nd of January, a Friday, the driver didn't show. Some mix-up. Unpaid. Unreliable. The way these things always go when they're arranged in a panic by people who don't know what they're doing. My father missed his morning transport. By that afternoon, he was retaining fluid, short of breath, gray in his brown recliner by the window, and my mother was frightened enough to do the one thing she'd sworn she wouldn't. She called me, not to yell, not to accuse. Her voice was shaking so hard I almost didn't recognize it. "He's not doing well, Sophia," she said. "I don't know who to call. I don't know what he takes. I don't know what any of it is." For 2 years I had wanted my mother to admit she needed me. Now she was, and it didn't feel like winning. It felt like watching a house you used to live in catch fire. I told her what to do. Of course I did. I'm a nurse before I'm anyone's daughter, and I was not going to let a man die to prove a point. I got him the emergency ride, talked her through his afternoon dose, told her the signs to watch for and when to go to the hospital. I did it in the flat, steady voice, the coordinator's voice. And when it was done and he was stable, I sat in my dark apartment, and I understood that we could not keep doing this. That some version of this call would happen again and again, forever, as long as I was the invisible safety net under a family that spat on me in the daylight. So I told them we were going to sit down. All of them. And I told them where. There's a part of this I hadn't let myself say out loud to anyone, and I have to say it now, because it's the thing that finally set me free. The night I ended up in this chair, the wet night in November, the truck, the red light. I wasn't out for some errand of my own. I'd told you I went out that night for family. The family I went out for was him. My father. His kidneys had scared him that night, months before he was on regular dialysis, and he'd called me at 11 o'clock, dizzy and frightened, and I did what I always did. I went. I drove him to the emergency room and I sat with him until they said he was stable. And on the way back, near midnight, in the rain, the truck ran the light on my side of the car. I am in this wheelchair because I answered when my father called. He knows that. He has always known that. And once I let myself understand it, the rest of him made a terrible kind of sense. Every time he looked at my chair, he didn't see my injury. He saw his phone call. He saw the 11 o'clock, the rain, the fact that I'd come for him and it had cost me my legs. If the chair was fake, then he hadn't put me in it. If I was faking, then he was innocent. That was the arithmetic my father had been doing for 3 years, in the dark, where no one could see it. His cruelty was never really about me. It was about the one thing he couldn't look at directly. I remembered, once I let myself, all the little tells I'd trained myself to ignore, how he could never quite look at the wheels of the chair, only at my face, hard, like he was daring me to admit something. How he'd flinch when the rain came down heavy against the windows. How, every November, around the anniversary of the crash, he'd get meaner for a week, and no one could say why. I had read those as rejection. They were guilt, wearing the only face my father had ever been willing to show, contempt. He didn't know how to be sorry. He only knew how to be angry at whoever made him feel it. And I had spent those same 3 years trying to nurse my way back into his good opinion, keeping him alive, confirming his rides, paying his bills. Because some part of me still thought that if I was good enough, useful enough, indispensable enough, he'd finally lift the hand back onto the back of my neck and call me his problem solver again. I wasn't keeping him alive out of love, not purely. I was trying to buy back a father. And you cannot buy back a man who needs you to be a liar so he can sleep at night. Understanding that didn't make me angry. It made me calm in a way I hadn't been in years, because it meant there was nothing left to earn. There was no version of me good enough to fix what was wrong, and that meant I could finally stop trying. We gathered on the 3rd of January at my parents' house, the same dining room, some of the same relatives who'd laughed, about 12 of us. I came in through the front door this time, up the ramp Bryce set out without being asked, and nobody rolled anything away from me. My father was in his recliner by the window. My mother stood near him. Todd was there with his wife Kayla, looking like a man who'd been told there was a meeting but not told what it was about. You wanted to talk about who takes care of Dad, I said. Let's talk about all of it. I didn't shout. I didn't make a speech. I did what I do best, which is present the record, one piece at a time, and let each piece close a door. I started with the visit log. 2 years of dates, my handwriting, cross-referenced against Todd's public photos. Todd tried to laugh it off. So I don't take a lot of pictures, big deal. And I laid the timestamps next to the log, and the laugh died in his throat. My mother tried to take the wheel, the way she always had. "This is ridiculous," she said, standing, reaching for the old authority in her voice. "You're going to sit in my dining room and put your brother on trial over photographs?" She turned to the relatives, appealing to the room she'd run for 4 decades. "Sophia has always needed to be the center of things. Ever since the accident, everything has to be about her." "The accident," I said, and something in the way I said it stopped her. "We'll get to the accident, Mom. Sit down." She didn't sit down, but she didn't finish the sentence either, and I watched the room notice that. For 40 years, my mother's voice had been the last word at this table. It wasn't anymore, and everyone could feel the floor shift under it. She was still standing when Aunt Maureen spoke. Aunt Maureen looked at him from across the room, and she asked the question I never had to. "Name one of his medications, Todd," she said quietly. "Just one." The silence that followed was the loudest thing in the room. Todd opened his mouth. Nothing came out. He looked at my mother, and my mother looked at the floor, and everyone in that room understood all at once that the son they'd praised for years could not name a single pill his father swallowed to stay alive. Then I set my phone on the dining table, face up this time, and I played the voicemail. My mother's own voice filled the room. "Todd doesn't know how any of this works. You know that. You've always known that." I let it play to the end. I didn't add anything to it. When it stopped, I looked at her. "You said that, Mom," I said. "Everyone just heard it." She'd said it to accuse me. Now it accused her. That's the thing about the truth. It doesn't care whose voice carries it. Kayla, Todd's wife, made a small sound and put her hand over her mouth. She'd married into the story too. She'd been told, like everyone else, that her husband was the devoted son. And now she was watching him stand in a room where his own mother's recorded voice had just said he didn't know how any of it worked. She looked at Todd. Todd wouldn't look at her. My mother sat down at last. Not because she'd surrendered. My mother doesn't surrender. But because there was nothing left to stand on. The relatives were quiet in the particular way of people rearranging everything they thought they knew. Aunt Maureen had a hand pressed flat to the table. Uncle Glenn was watching my father. Someone by the window had started very quietly to cry, and it wasn't me. I'd imagined this moment for 2 years. I'd imagined it would feel like winning. It didn't feel like winning. It felt like watching a lie I'd been forced to live inside finally grow too heavy to hold up, and come down, and take the people who'd built it down with it. My father hadn't spoken. He was gripping the arms of his recliner, the same chair I'd loved to sit beside as a girl, and something was working in his face. And then, in front of all of them, before I could get to the part I'd planned, he broke. "She was driving me home," he said. The room turned to him. That night. The crash. His voice cracked on the word. "She came when I called. 11 o'clock. And she came. Like she always came. My daughter is in that chair because she answered the phone for me." He was crying now, an old man crying without any dignity left to protect. I know that. I've always known that. 3 years of silence out on the table at last. And I want to tell you, it healed something in me to hear it. It didn't. Not the way I'd once imagined it would. It just confirmed what I already knew. His confession was for him, not for me. It was the sound of a man finally setting down a weight he should never have made me carry in the first place. My mother reached for his hand, and for once he didn't take hers. He was still looking at me, and I understood something about her too, in that moment. She had known about the phone call, the 11 o'clock, the rain, all of it. She had helped build the story that I was faking precisely because the truth was unbearable to her as well. That their daughter's legs were the price of a night they had asked her to come. It didn't excuse her. Nothing excused the hallway, or the word crawl, or the laughing. But it explained the shape of it. Cruelty this specific is almost never really about the person it lands on. I let the room settle. Then I said the thing I'd come to say. "You told me to get up," I said, to my father. You told me to crawl, I said to my mother. You called this chair a throne. I put my hands flat on the armrests. You're the reason I sit in it. And I am done proving my pain to people who already know exactly how real it is. Nobody laughed this time. This time the silence belonged to them. My father reached toward me. Sophia, please, don't leave. We'll fix it. There it was again. Please don't leave. The same 2 words from Christmas. And I finally understood the full shape of them. On Christmas, they'd meant don't leave the machine running. Now they meant something closer to don't leave me alone with what I've done. Neither one of them meant stay because I love you. And I had spent my whole life waiting to hear the version that did. He'll be cared for, I said. I'll make sure of that. Professionally. By people you actually have to pay. I looked around the room, at the ones who'd laughed and the ones who hadn't. Just not by someone you're allowed to humiliate. That part is over. And then I turned my chair, on my own, and I rolled out through the front door I'd come in through, down the ramp, into a cold, clear January afternoon, and I drove myself home with my own hands. Here's what happened after, because the story doesn't end at the door. It never does. I set up the professional care. I found a real agency, licensed coordinators, aides who show up because it's their job, transport that's scheduled and confirmed by someone whose only relationship to my father is a contract. It costs about $2,000 a month, which is roughly what my labor and my quiet payments had been worth all along, except now it appears on a bill my parents pay themselves. The new paperwork lists them as the payer and the agency as the coordinator. Where the emergency contact used to say my name, it now says someone else's. I looked at that form for a long time. My name, gone from the top of it. I actually had to sit down. It was that light. My father is cared for. He is safe. I made sure of it, because that's who I am, and I wasn't going to let his family's cruelty turn me into a person who'd endanger a sick man. But I am no longer the invisible thing holding his whole life up in the dark. He has to see the cost of his care now. So does she. Todd doesn't get to be the hero anymore. The story collapsed the way sandcastles do when the tide finally reaches them, all at once, and then gone. Todd didn't take it well. For a while, he tried to keep the old story alive in the corners of the family, texting relatives about how I'd manipulated everyone with a spreadsheet. But there is no argument against a mother who isn't on a list and a woman who worked 14 months and never met you. The invitations thinned. The likes on his devoted son photos dried up once everyone knew what they were looking at. He had spent years being paid in a reputation he never earned, and the bill for that came due the way mine always had. Quietly, and then all at once. He and I don't talk now. I don't wish him harm. I just stopped being the floor he stood on to look tall. The relatives quietly rearranged what they knew. Aunt Maureen sent me a message a few weeks later that I keep near the voicemail. You carried this family, she wrote. We should have seen it. I see it now. I appreciated it, and I noticed, again, that I no longer needed it. Being seen had stopped being the thing I was starving for. I'd fed myself somewhere along the way. I drew one line I want you to know about, because it matters to me that you understand what kind of ending this is. My boundary was with the adults who chose to hurt me. It was never with the children. My niece Lily, the little girl who sang carols under the table, is 6 years old and did nothing but be born into this. I sent her a birthday card in February with a note inside that said, "This has nothing to do with you, sweetheart. I'm always your aunt." I meant it. You can walk away from the people who wronged you without punishing the innocent ones who didn't. That's not weakness. That's the whole point. And I started spending on the one person I'd left for last. Me. The hours I used to pour into confirming other people's rides, I put into a nursing leadership program I started in March. The money I used to spend quietly keeping my parents comfortable, I spent making my own apartment work for my body. A real ramp, a lowered counter, A bathroom I don't have to fight. For the first time in 3 years, there was a line on my calendar that belonged to no one but me. I looked at it and I almost didn't know what to do with it. I made friends with the quiet. I had people over, actual friends, from work, from the program, people who knew me as Sophia and not as the family's unpaid solution. One of them, a woman from my cohort who also uses a chair, looked around my rebuilt apartment the first time she visited and said, "You made this whole place fit you." I hadn't thought of it that way. I had spent so long folding myself into houses built for other people that a home shaped around my own body felt almost against the rules. It wasn't. It was just mine. In late April, about 4 months after that Christmas, I went to see my father. Once. Not as his coordinator, not to fix anything, just to say the true things while we both still could. He was in his recliner by the window, thinner, the light coming in behind him. He didn't ask me to confirm a ride. He didn't tell me I was faking. He looked at me for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was steady in a way it hadn't been in years. "I don't want you to come back because I need a nurse," he said. "I've got a nurse now. I want to know my daughter." He swallowed. "If it's too late for that, I understand. I earned that. It wasn't a fix. Some things don't get fixed. They just get told the truth." I didn't move back into the role. I didn't take the phone back, or the account, or the weight. But I sat with him a while, in the chair beside his chair, the way I used to when I was a girl and being needed felt like being loved. He used to call me his problem solver back when he meant it as praise. I thought about that on the drive home. It turned out he was right, in a way he never intended. I did solve the problem. The last problem I had to solve was letting them go. They told me to crawl. Instead, I rolled out the front door and built a life they don't get to grade. I still visit. I never move back in. The chair they called a throne is just a chair now. Mine, by my own window, in a home that was made to fit me. And for the first time in my life, I don't need anyone at that old table to believe me. I know what I carried. I know what it cost. And I know I set it down on my own terms, with my own hands, and rolled away whole. That's the whole story. If it reached you, if you've ever been the one everyone leaned on and no one saw, do me a favor and share it with someone who needs to hear it. Leave a comment about the moment you stopped explaining yourself, and subscribe. Because at Revenge Episodes, we tell the truth about the families that only love you when it's free. Take care of yourself. And if your care runs through you the way my father's ran through me, make sure your own name is on a list somewhere too.